Chapter 3753. It looks like I've taken the wrong path again. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the cave and landed on the 4 different entrances. He didn't panic, as if it would be strange if he didn't go the wrong way. However, he thought to himself, if I want to find the real cave, I'm afraid I have to choose another entrance. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and sent Fairy Xiangfeng out. Fairy Xiangfeng's face still had a sad expression. She didn't look anywhere else but stared at Xiao Hua as if there was still hatred in her heart. Cough, cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and said with a smile, Fairy Xiangfeng, although this Xiao killed Reverend Xiang Tian, but now I have saved you several times. In terms of gratitude and grudges, you and I are even. Just like what I said in the spirit sense space, you don't have to thank me. I don't expect you to let go of your hatred in such a short time. However, what I want to tell you is that there is a limit to my tolerance. I can tolerate it once, but I can't tolerate it 3 times. If you still can't let it go in the end and want to attack me, then I definitely won't be merciful. If that's the case, why did you save me? Fairy Xiangfeng's expression didn't change as she asked. AI, it's not easy for a person to live. Even ants struggle to live. Fairy has cultivated for thousands of years. Why do you want to die for some things that you can't cross? Xiao Hua knew that Fairy Xiangfeng's impulse to kill herself had passed, and she might not kill herself. He sighed and said, the reason why we cultivators are cultivators is to separate ourselves from love and go against the heavens. Fairy's past was because you were too involved in the love of the world. That's why you're in this situation now. Fairy should think about the essence of cultivation and comprehend what you've gained from the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiangfeng sighed softly. Magic power surged around her body, and her figure and face changed slightly. Soon, she returned to her female form. Fairy Xiangfeng raised her eyes and looked around. Shock flashed in her eyes. After a while, she looked at Xiao Hua and said, what Taoist Xiao said makes sense. However, my mind is in a mess right now and I might not be able to listen. This time, I gained a lot from Senior Tsong Langzi's cave. Not only did I gain some enlightenment, but I also obtained the spirit tool on the jade table. If what you said is true, I might be able to reach the leaving aperture stage if I cultivate in peace. However, it's easier said than done. Since you know how to do it, then do it. It's better than thinking about the past. Xiao Hua could only comfort him. Fairy Xiangfeng sighed and said, Sigh, if only there was unruffled water in this world. How great would that be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about Zhai Xingzi and Gusiqioti, he knew that the forgotten emotions water might not be useful. But then Xiao Hua smiled and said, to be honest, Fairy, this Xiao knows of a place called Heartbreak Mountain. It has the forgotten emotions water that you are thinking of. Ah? Is that true? Fairy Xiangfeng's face was filled with disbelief. After Xiao Hua told her the location of Heartbreak Mountain, Fairy Xiangfeng nodded as if there was hope. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Once I leave this place, I will immediately go to Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, his heart at ease. Since the poor Fairy Xiangfeng had a glimmer of hope, even if this glimmer of hope was shattered, who knows how many years later, even if Fairy Xiangfeng were to think about it again, she might not have the will to die now, right? Since she had a goal, Fairy Xiangfeng looked around and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, you are indeed lost. We should have already entered this place before, right? Indeed. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This Xiao knows that I don't have the ability to break the maze, so I let you out and let you decide. Isn't it enough to go to the other 3 passages? There has to be an exit. Fairy Xiangfeng asked with some surprise. You don't need me to remind you of this, do you? Perhaps. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Xiao is not sure myself, so I asked you, and the other disciples to come out and let them decide for themselves. With that, Xiao Hua let Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping out. Everyone saw that they were still in the cave, but the others were gone, and there was an additional nascent soul female cultivator. They were all astonished. Xue Ping and the rest even felt that they had not left the cave. However, they did not dare to ask too much, and went forward to greet Fairy Xiangfeng. Fairy Xiangfeng waved her hand slightly, not paying much attention to them. When Xiao Hua finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter, everyone understood. Xue Ping smiled and said, Since that is the case, Senior can choose another passage. We have no objections. Hee, it's different. Xiao Hua smiled slightly, and his eyes swept across the stone wall that he had just flown down. Seeing that there was no movement, he knew that Duanmu Liang Sheng had not caught up. He said, "This Zhao's choice is different from everyone's, so I asked Fairy Xiang Feng to bring everyone to find their own opportunities." "Oh, Daoist Xiao, you mean?" Fairy Xiang Feng frowned. "You won't choose the passage with us?" "Yes, that's right." Xiaohua's gaze turned to the stone wall again, and he smiled bitterly. "This Xiao has some difficulties that I cannot say here. Now that time is of the essence. I think you should choose a passage and bring these disciples in. Others might not be able to sense Xiaohua's uneasiness, but how could Fairy Xiangfeng not see it? She already knew that after she entered the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua would definitely encounter something. She probed, "Daoist Xiao, don't you need my help? Do you still have any strength left?" Xiaohua asked back. "Sai, all right." Fairy Xiangfeng was helpless, and similarly looked at the stone wall that Xiaohua had looked at. She stood up and came to a passage that looked like a water droplet, and said, "This old one will choose this. If any disciple wishes to follow, then come over. However, this old one cannot guarantee your safety like Daoist Xiao." "Why not?" Xueping hesitated slightly, and said, "We wait here for other seniors and fellow Taoists who have gone the wrong way? It's best not to." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He did not wish to implicate these cultivators because of his grudge with the Duanmu family, and similarly, he did not wish for them to see his fight with the Duanmu family. "Yes." Although Xiaohua's words were tactful, his tone was very certain. Xueping and the rest saw that there was no room for doubt, and did not dare to disobey, and walked behind Fairy Xiangfeng. "This old one will leave now." Fairy Xiangfeng nodded toward Xiaohua, and brought Xueping and the rest into the passage. Seeing that everyone had left, Fu Jiwen respectfully asked, "Master, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? To actually hide like this, and let Fairy Xiangfeng bring fellow Taoist Xueping and the rest into the passage? Damn it." Xiaohua scratched his head and cursed, "It's our old enemy. Duanmu Qing?" Fu Jiwen immediately understood, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "This disciple has made things difficult for Master." "Hee, there's no need for that." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since you are this old one's disciple, your matter is naturally this old one's matter. Moreover, that person from the Duanmu family might not be this old one's match. This old one just did not want to bother with him." "Oh." Fu Jiwen smiled. "Since Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, why did you let these disciples leave? If Fairy Xiangfeng was by the side, she would be of help no matter what." Xiaohua laughed coldly. "Fairy Xiangfeng is Yun Mengzi. During the Jade Pavilion banquet, I killed her lover, Daoist Xiang Tian. Do you think I can be at ease with her by my side?" "See." Xiaohua's words immediately woke Fu Jiwen up. There was no need for Xiaohua to explain anything else. Fu Jiwen already understood the strangeness of the matter. Thinking of the previous fairy Su Ming, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There's also Xueping. Xiaohua's gaze didn't leave the stone wall that he just landed on, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. He said, "Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, but Master can't guarantee that nothing will happen to me. The person who is coming is a mid-tier 5th grade Essence Force Grandmaster. If Master were to slip up and get captured, or if some other accident happens, wouldn't Master be holding him back? It's better not to involve others with this kind of karma." Fu Jiwen sucked in another breath as if he had a toothache. He had already made it clear that he wouldn't bring Xueping and the rest to risk their lives, but when he heard that the person who came was a 5th grade Essence Force, how could he not be surprised? "However, you are Master's disciple. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you have to follow Master through water and tread on fire." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is a disciple's duty." Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. "All right." Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the soul extermination vital light. He looked at it proudly and said, "It's a pity that this treasure has been refined for too short a time and has yet to reach the level of a spiritual tool. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of a 5th grade Essence Force Confucian cultivator?" "Then what should I do?" Fu Jiwen asked softly. "You are a Confucian cultivator. This Duanmu Liang Sheng from the Duanmu family seems to be a straightforward person. He doesn't know who you are, so he might not make things difficult for you." Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. "If something happens to Master, you can still help Master, right?" "Yes, disciple understands." Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes and gave an extremely sinister laugh. He didn't have anything else, but if the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal came out at the crucial moment, the lightning on it would probably make Duanmu Liangsheng suffer the consequences, right? However, Xiaohua held the Soul Extermination Vital Light and waited for a long time. Not to mention that there was no movement from the stone wall. Even the other cultivators did not turn around. Damn it, could it be that that guy also got some dog's hit luck? What kind of opportunity did he encounter? Xiaohua was a little irritated. Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, was calm and reminded in a low voice, "Master, the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal's lightning punishment seems to be coming again." "Yes, let's wait a little longer." Xiaohua waved his hand. His eyes probed the interior of the cave. When his eyes once again landed on the brown bear-like cave entrance, his eyes rotated as he asked, "Fu Jiwen, do you still remember the path that we took earlier?" Chapter 3754. Yes, this disciple remembers. Fu Jiwen was indeed smart. He understood Xiaohua's intentions and replied sinisterly, "Master, are you planning to follow his escape route? Hehe, if you want to hurry up." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and withdrew the soul execution yuan light. He shouted, "When he returns, naturally." "No, even if he returns, he won't wait here. He will definitely find another passage. We will definitely be safe if we take the original passage. But the dangers we encountered on the way." Fu Jiwen probed in a low voice, "Master, are you still confident?" "Hehe, Master has many methods." Xiaohua proudly said, "You just have to wait and see." "All right, Master, please." Fu Jiwen raised his hand. Although Xiaohua didn't recognize the way, he had already memorized the dangers of the secret passage. He wasn't afraid of the divine sense space. Not to mention the Jade Blood Core transformation secret technique, his Buddhist awareness and soul awareness were more than enough. Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the stone wall one last time. There was still no movement. He wanted to set up some traps here, but he was afraid that Zhai Xingzi and the others would encounter them when they returned. He simply didn't think too much about it and walked into the cave with Fu Jiwen with his head held high. However, he had never expected that when Xiaohua stepped into the cave, he would be stunned in an instant. He had a dumbstruck expression. Even Fu Jiwen, who accompanied Xiaohua in, had the same expression. Because in front of them wasn't the secret passage they entered before, but rather a rather large cave. This cave was similar to an ordinary cave. It was about 100 zhong in size. There were stone tables and chairs inside, as well as some strange carvings. What was special was that there was a cloud bed at the head of the cave. On top of the cloud bed was a small jade table. "Motherfucker." Xiaohua slapped his own forehead and said regretfully as if he had been enlightened, "Master should have thought of this long ago. How could Master have chosen the wrong path? I have already passed Senior Tsong Langzi's test twice. After this cave is naturally the inner cave." "Yes, Master is right." Fu Jiwen secretly laughed in his heart. He understood very well that Xiaohua couldn't possibly think this way. In fact, no one could possibly think this way. Anyone who reached the outer layer of the abode would choose another path to continue searching for the inner layer of the abode. Xiaohua only came to the inner layer of the abode by accident because he wanted to avoid his enemies. However, he didn't know how many chances there were to enter the inner layer of the abode. If there was only one chance, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, and the others probably wouldn't be able to enter again. Of course, Fu Jiwen also knew that since Tsong Longzi had set up such a trap here, it was highly likely that no one else would be able to enter. It seemed that Xiaohua had also thought of this. Looking at the smile on Fu Jiwen's face, Xiaohua couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. "Ha ha, my disciple, take your time to search. In the future, within this cave, even if other people come, they won't be able to obtain anything." "Ha ha, Master is right." Fu Jiwen also laughed. "Senior Tsong Longzi's cave abode is really too dangerous. Since I was able to come here with Master, I will definitely get back what we have sacrificed. Rest assured, Master. That's Master's good disciple." Xiaohua laughed and released his Buddhist sense. However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that within the abode his Buddhist sense was actually imprisoned. "My disciple, what about your eye-clearing technique and divine sense technique?" Xiaohua turned around and asked. Fu Jiwen honestly replied, "Master, I can't use them." "Strange." Xiaohua pinched his chin and was very puzzled. "What does Senior Tsong Longzi mean? Why does he have to imprison his divine sense in his own cave abode? Master, it should be that Senior Tsong Longzi set up the restriction after he left. Fu Jiwen reminded. That's not what I meant. Xiao Hua frowned and said, what I meant was, what does Senior Tsong Longzi want to do? In the secret passage and the outer layer of the abode, it was to test our strength. Does he still need to do it here? It shouldn't be necessary, right? Fu Jiwen looked around and said tentatively, unless Senior Tsong Longzi has another cave abode. It doesn't seem like there's another one. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. There's already a cloud bed here. Oh, where are the two entrances? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a pill room, a herb garden, or a place for refining tools. There shouldn't be another cave abode. At this point, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and patted his head. Look at Master. What am I thinking? Go quickly. You go that way and Master will go this way. See if there's anything in the cave abode and take it all. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will not leave behind even a single jade eye. Fu Jiwen obediently replied. And go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and released his soul consciousness to explore the entire cave abode. Although Tsong Longzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator with endless means, he still couldn't completely seal off his soul consciousness. This cave abode was only 100 feet in size. Xiao Hua's soul consciousness swept through it and saw everything clearly. After Xiao Hua looked around, he felt a little disappointed. The entire cave abode was divided into 3 parts. The outer layer was near the stone wall. There were some jade shelves, but there were few things on them. Not only were there no ink cloud eyes that Xiao Hua expected, there wasn't even a jade bottle. On the other hand, there were 1 or 2 scattered magic tools on Fu Jiwen's side, but they didn't seem to be of excellent quality. The middle part was filled with jade chairs and other things. There were also some jade tables, which seemed to be used to entertain guests. There were also some jade plates and jade plates on them. However, these jade plates and jade plates were empty. Not to mention spirit fruits, there wasn't even a fruit pit. The remaining part was naturally where the cloud bed was. The cloud bed seemed to be a part of the stone wall. From afar, it looked like a protruding part of the stone wall. There was a jade table on top of it, and on top of it was a small jade rui. It seemed to be placed very casually. Seeing this, Xiao Hua suddenly lost interest. He curled his lips and secretly cursed. Senior Tsong Longzi, you're too stingy, aren't you? It wasn't easy for this junior to come here. Why didn't you leave behind any benefits? Could it be that you put all the good things in the cave abode in the maze to test the juniors? Although Xiao Hua complained, he also understood that he had gained a lot through the 2 layers of maze. Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, Gusiqioti, Gongshu Isin, and even Fairy Xiang Feng and Duanmu Liang Sheng must have gained something. Since everyone had gained something, then the treasures in Tsong Longzi's cave abode were actually enough. It didn't matter whether Tsong Longzi put things in the inner layer of the cave abode or not. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua looked around the entire immortal's cave and had an idea in his heart. He said loudly, Disciple, don't look around here. Quickly go. There are several magic tools on that jade shelf. Take them and go directly to the entrance. Tsong Longzi put all the things in the cave abode in the maze. Yes, this disciple understands. Fu Jiwen hurriedly nodded and rushed to the jade shelves Xiao Hua pointed at. Xiao Hua didn't pay any attention to the things in the cave abode and went straight to the entrance on the cloud bed. There weren't any restrictions on the entrance. It was just a long passage. Xiao Hua's soul sense didn't find anything special. But when his soul sense came to the passage, Xiao Hua's face was full of excitement. Haha, as expected. Xiao Hua quickened his pace. Senior Tsong Longzi didn't put anything in the inner layer of the cave abode. But there are good things in his pill room. Or maybe Senior Tsong Longzi didn't think of these things as good things. Xiao Hua didn't wait until he reached the exit of the passage. He impatiently used his soul sense to scan the pill room. When he entered the pill room, he didn't hesitate to walk to the stone wall of the pill room. He saw that the stone wall was filled with irregular grids. Most of them were empty. Only about 30% of the grids were filled with jade bottles. But when Xiao Hua saw the jade bottles, he was slightly stunned, because there were some words written randomly on the jade bottles. They were of different sizes. What surprised Xiao Hua was that these words were actually very similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua could almost understand what kind of pills were inside at a glance. It wasn't until now that Xiao Hua realized that the words used in Senior Tsong Longzi's cave abode were the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the ink bottle he got from the cave abode in front of him and checked it again. Sure enough, the words inside were really similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect. Xiaohua was too happy before and didn't notice it. It seems. Xiaohua put away the ink bottle and thought to himself, the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect must have retreated from the hidden immortal continent. No, from the three continents. In other words, the three continents' immortals and Buddhas didn't destroy the Taoist sect. Our Taoist sect just went to another realm. From then on, we were separated from the three continents' Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. Similarly, the Dawn Rain continent's Buddhism annihilation isn't completely correct. It's just that the Taoist sect. That's not right. If our Taoist sect retreated to the Dawn Rain continent's realm, then how do we explain the Buddhist sect's ruins on the Dawn Rain continent? Could it be that the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators chased the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent's realm? Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't help but gasp. His eyes widened and he almost cried out, could it be, that the Dawn Rain continent was originally a part of the three continents? No, it's one of the four great continents? Xiaohua was completely stunned. His gaze was fixed on the words on the jade bottles. His mind was spinning rapidly again. That's right, if the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators didn't cross realms to chase the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent, then there was another possibility. The Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons sacred realm were all in the same realm. However, the Dawn Rain continent where the Taoist sect was entrenched was separated from the three continents where the Confucian, Buddhist, and demon sects were. The place that was separated in the middle was Xiaohua's Kueha Sea. It was the three great formations that Xiaohua encountered at the bottom of Kueha Sea, the Great Meru Buddhist Formation, the Five Elements Annihilation Formation, and the Clear Time Demon Formation. Chapter 3755. Thinking of this, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. After all, his current strength was already comparable to the upper fifth grade of essence energy. Moreover, he was currently in the great formation set up by the tribulation-passing cultivator Tsonglongzi. Although the power of this misty mountain maze formation was extremely great, even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it still couldn't compare to the three great formations Xiaohua encountered before. That kind of formation was definitely not something that could be done by humans. Moreover, if the Dawn Rain continent and the three continents were not on the same plane, it would be easier for Xiaohua to return to the Dawn Rain continent. However, if the Dawn Rain continent and the three continents were separated by humans, no matter if it was Tao sect cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist disciples, they couldn't find or break these three great formations. Moreover, the three great formations had already been submerged in the dust of time. With Xiaohua's cultivation, how could he find them again? Therefore, Xiaohua very naturally chose the former possibility. He even consoled himself with a bitter smile. How could there be a cultivator in this world who could set up such a large formation? Not to mention tribulation passing, even a Mahayana cultivator. Speaking of this, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. These words were definitely self-deceiving, because the three continents and the Dawn Rain continent indeed didn't have cultivators who could set up such a large formation. But what about outside the three continents and the Dawn Rain continent? What about outside this so-called cultivation world? Xiaohua didn't dare to imagine. Heavens! Xiaohua grabbed his hair and said with a bitter smile, I just want to live on the hidden immortal continent and find my home. That's right. After being distressed, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Dawn Rain continent and the three continents are on the same plane, then wouldn't it be more likely that my home is on the hidden immortal continent? That is to say, as long as I find my home, I can also find the way to the Dawn Rain continent? It seems that once this matter is over, I'll hurry back to the Black Cloud Ridge and help the Jiang country's princess establish a country. Then I'll leave the country's affairs to Xiong Yi and Li Xiong. I'll bring some disciples to find Lu Zhen. Now that he had a clue about his home, Xiaohua's mood was very good. He threw the matter that had nothing to do with him to the back of his mind, and his gaze once again fell on the grid where the jade bottle was placed. There were restrictions on these lattices, but what made Xiaohua happy was that the lattices were simple restrictions in order to protect the jade bottles and the pills inside. Although these restrictions were unfamiliar to Xiaohua, They were nothing in Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua easily broke these restrictions. Then he took all the jade bottles and stored them inside the space. Then, Xiao Hua took out the ink cloud pupil and placed it on his forehead. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. The words Vitality Pill were written on top of the jade bottle. However, his handwriting was very sloppy. It could be seen that Song Lang Zi wrote it casually. This Vitality Pill is in Senior Song Lang Zi's ink cloud pupil. It's a pill used by spirit-severing cultivators to repair their spiritual sense. However, I don't know if the spirit-severing cultivators in Senior Song Lang Zi's eyes are the same as the ones in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant, but after a moment, Xiao Hua felt relieved. This Zhao's spiritual sense has been tempered by the rockfall matrix, and now it has far surpassed the nascent soul stage. It has even surpassed the spirit-severing stage in the Dawn Rain continent. Even if this pill is not suitable, this Xiao has a secret technique to guard against it. This Xiao can use the Jade Blood Pill core to repair my spiritual sense, but it consumes a lot of magic power. It's not suitable. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua activated his spiritual sense secret technique and swallowed the Vitality Pill. Boom! This really made Xiao Hua overjoyed. Although this pill had been stored for thousands of years, it did not lose its effect under the restriction. The medicinal power dissolved, and immediately, an indescribable flow rushed into his Naiwan palace. This feeling was very similar to the Jade Blood Pill core. Good. Xiao Hua felt his spiritual sense slowly recover, and praised, Senior Song Longzi's alchemy technique is really marvelous. In a moment, I still have to see if Mo Yuntong was left behind in the cave. After swallowing the Vitality Pill, Xiao Hua put the other jade bottles into his space and carefully stored them away. There were too many gains from the Misty Mountain maze, and he needed time to properly organize them. As for the current green-robed Xiao Hua, not only did he need to refine his spiritual tool, he also needed to comprehend the 5 elements escape technique. Where would he have the extra time? With the gains, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed, and he turned to look at the other places in the alchemy room. Since it was an alchemy room, there was naturally an earth fire and alchemy room. However, in the middle of the alchemy room, the earth fire was completely extinguished, and there was no flame. Not to mention, there was no alchemy furnace above the earth fire. The precious pills and alchemy furnace must be used by Senior Tsong Longzi himself, and he must have taken them away. Xiao Hua nodded inwardly. He then looked at the cave entrance that was connected to the pill room. That cave entrance's restriction actually blocked even his soul sense. Clearly, it was very important. Xiao Hua already understood what that place was. Outside this cave entrance is a medicinal garden. Xiao Hua checked again to make sure he didn't miss anything in the alchemy room, and then walked to the entrance of the cave. The restriction that blocked his spiritual sense didn't stop Xiao Hua's figure, and when he stepped into the cave, his heart filled with anticipation was once again satisfied. It wasn't beyond his expectations. The herb garden in Song Longzi's cave was also inside the array, and the space inside the array seemed to be several hundred li wide. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that the heaven-earth yuan qi inside this space was especially abundant, far surpassing that of the outside of the cave. Spirit Gathering Array? The name of this array suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, and then the array also appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. But when Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and looked at the space, he slightly shook his head. This seems to be similar to a Spirit Gathering Array, but not quite the same. Unfortunately, there isn't any array jade slip here. Otherwise this Xiao Hua would be able to comprehend it. Even if there isn't one here, who knows if there isn't one in another place. I don't know if this little guy Fu Jiwen has such an opportunity. Yes, Song Longzi was a master of arrays, and Xiao Hua didn't believe that he didn't leave some array jade slips in his cave. Unfortunately, although this herb garden is very big, most of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have already been taken away by Senior Song Longzi, leaving less than 10% behind. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept over and saw clearly, and then he bitterly smiled. These spiritual herbs may be rare in the eyes of others, but in this Xiao Hua's eyes, they aren't anything. What is this? Just as Xiao Hua was feeling disappointed, his spiritual sense fell on a very distant corner, and his body trembled slightly, and then he hurriedly flew towards that corner of the herb garden. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Gua and Little Silver, and ordered them to help him take away all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. And then he quickly flew to that corner. When Xiaohua landed in that corner, he felt a completely different coldness and an indescribable smell of blood. Xiaohua muttered thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. But inside this restriction, inside the yellow spring water, what is it?" Xiaohua's gaze fell on a deep pit that was several zhang in size, and there was a layer of extremely tough restriction above it. The deep pit was filled with the yellow spring water that Xiaohua had seen outside the Cloud Mountain Maze formation, and in the yellow spring water, there was a thumb-thick, dark green tree. That small tree was several feet in size, like a coral, and had branches several feet in size. The branches were covered with the same dark green leaves, and the leaves were several inches in size, uneven, and covered with veined patterns. Those patterns were very strange, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them. Looking at the top of each branch of the small tree, there was a jade fruit smaller than the belly of a little finger. The jade fruit was also covered with veined patterns, and it was somewhat similar to the leaves, but there was a faint golden connection between these veined patterns. This must be the most precious thing in the entire medicinal garden. Seeing the appearance of the small tree, Xiaohua immediately thought to himself, "But I don't know why Senior Tsong Longzi didn't take it away." Of course, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on the yellow spring water, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that Tsong Longzi didn't want to take it away, but that he couldn't. This thing could only be planted in the yellow spring water, and the yellow spring water could only be found in this cave. Even if Tsong Longzi took it away, he couldn't plant it without the yellow spring water. That's not right. Xiaohua thought to himself, the yellow spring's water in the outer layer of the yellow spring's array is obviously rootless. I reckon that Senior Tsong Longzi must have obtained it from somewhere. Since he was able to move the yellow spring's water here, he can naturally move it away. It's not impossible for him to take this small tree with him. Or maybe Senior Tsong Longzi just casually planted it back then. Don't you think this thing can survive? Motherfucker, have I gone mad? I don't care whether the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent are together or not. I don't care why he left this small tree behind. I just need to put this small tree into my space. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and threw away these indifferent thoughts. He patted his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Hiss! But when he saw the restriction in front of him and the situation inside the restriction, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In his delirium breaker Dharma eye, the restriction that was several feet in size was abnormally complex. Strands of brilliance intertwined together, and it was unknown how many times stronger than the restriction in the outer layer of the cave. Moreover, in this rainbow-colored barrier, in the middle of a pool of blood red, the shape of a dark green tree was especially dazzling, like a star. Heavenly pattern land deed. Xiaohua closed his Dharma eye, and immediately thought of the patterns on the leaves and fruits of the small tree. They were actually extremely similar to the heavenly pattern land deed on the mysterious dark cloud. These leaves are somewhat similar to the twilight moon. Xiaohua suddenly realized, could it be that this thing has something to do with soul cultivators? Damn it, Senior Tsong Longzi, who the hell is he? Why are there so many mysterious things in the cave? Chapter 3756. Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator, where are you? Where is Little White? Since the item was related to soul cultivators, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly summoned Xiaohua and Little White. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was the first to fly out. If fellow Taoist doesn't know about it, then I don't know about it either. Furthermore, this item is blocked by a seal, so I can't sense if it has anything to do with me. It's fine. Xiaohua looked at soul cultivator Xiaohua, who was standing there with soul strands wrapped around his body. Xiaohua was very happy. He knew that soul cultivator Xiaohua had comprehended the green seal text in the mysterious dark clouds. He smiled and replied, "You and I are one. I called you out mainly because of Little White. Fellow Taoist, you summoned me at the right time." Soul cultivator Xiaohua smiled. Little White has been sleeping in the spirit sky for a long time. It has just woken up, but it seems to have something on its mind. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from Xiaohua's forehead, and a meter-long dragon flew out. As soon as it landed, it transformed into Xiaohua, who hovered next to Xiaohua. From the look of it, Xiaohua was even more majestic than the soul cultivator himself. "Haha, Xiaohua, I was just about to look for you," Little White said with a smile. It didn't look like the soul cultivator Xiao Hua described it to be. I remember some things about the past. Oh, and some random things. A few days ago, I was wondering if I should give them to you, but now I've made up my mind. As long as you want them, I'll give them to you. What are they? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Why are they making things so difficult for you? Of course they're things I know. Although my memories were sealed by others, they were somewhat loose. Now I've found them. I'm not from Yellow Flower Ridge, but the 10,000 Demon Realm. Little White said with a smile. Ah, 10,000 Demon Realm? Xiao Hua exclaimed. Yes, that's right. If you want them, I can give them to you right now. Little White didn't hide anything. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, thank you. Hee, why are you being so polite with me? Little White laughed mischievously, opened its mouth, and spat out a thumb-sized crystal thread, which fell between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom. Xiao Hua's mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. His vision almost went black, and then countless things fell into his mind. Little White, can't you be a little slower? Xiao Hua almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly exclaimed, What? Your Highnesses. However, before he could finish his sentence, another wave-like thing rushed in and interrupted him. Xiao Hua hastily closed his eyes, calmly absorbing the memories that Little White sent over. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua opened his eyes, looked at the complacent Little White, and said with a bitter smile, There are too many things, too complicated. How the dragon race and the monster race mate. You don't need to let me know, right? I'm letting you know anyway, so there's no need for me to hold anything back. Little White smiled and said, Besides, it's too troublesome to remove all these things. All right. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Little White sent over too many things, more than what Huang Yi gave him back then. He didn't know how long it would take to receive them. Now that these things were temporarily placed somewhere, he could only pick up the things he wanted to take a look. So your Highness is the monster race of the 1,000 Monster Realm, called Xianwan, Monster King Mo Sa's beloved concubine. Xiao Hua sighed. How did you know? Did you peek at your Highness? Don't talk nonsense. Mentioning your Highness, Little White's face tightened. Your Highness seems to be related to the monster that sealed me. That monster's abilities are incomparable. He might be able to hear your words. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't tell Little White about Dai Bur's situation, so Little White didn't know that your Highness was abnormal. Little White didn't even know that Xiao Hua had met your Highness. All right, I've given you everything. I'm also relaxed. Little White smiled and said, I'd better go back and rest. I'll just wait for you to cast my body. Don't worry. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I called you out because I want you to help me see what this is. Saying that, Xiao Hua used his finger to point at the small tree behind Little White. What is it? Little White was also puzzled, because it came out of the mysterious cloud. It didn't sense anything abnormal, but when it saw the small tree inside the seal, its body couldn't help but tremble. Even its human form collapsed, and it turned into its dragon form and pounced towards the seal. Rumble! Thunderbolts appeared one after another, forcing Little White to shrink back. That dragon form circled around the seal, as if it was abnormally excited. Seeing Little White like this, Xiao Hua was also shocked. He had never seen Little White like this before. What is this? Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, Is it very precious? What is it? Damn it! Xiao Hua, how can your luck be so good? Little White's voice was abnormally excited. How many fruits are there first? It seems. Separated by the seal, Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't probe, so he frowned and said, 365. What about the leaves? There are 9 leaves on each branch, and at the top of each branch is a fruit. What do you think? Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he said, Unfortunately. Little White suddenly sighed again, not answering the question. What's wrong? What is this thing? Xiao Hua's curiosity was greatly aroused. Little White withdrew its dragon form and turned back into Xiao Hua's form, pointing its finger and said, This thing is called the underworld fruit. Oh, don't ask me why I know. I don't know why I know. Underworld fruit. Xiao Hua originally thought that this rare thing would have an extremely shocking name, but he didn't expect the name to be so ordinary and couldn't help but frown. Seeing Xiao Hua frown like this, how could Little White not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? It said disdainfully, Don't look down on this thing just because the name of this underworld fruit is unusual. Can something named after a world be simple? Oh, this underworld fruit is very rare? Xiaohua still didn't understand. What's the use of this thing? The underworld fruit is naturally not rare in the underworld. It is said that it is everywhere. Little White said with a smile. But outside the underworld, of course it is rare. Xiaohua was disappointed, shaking his head and said, Since it is so, what is there to be surprised about? The underworld fruit is everywhere. We have no use for it. If you think so, you are wrong. Little White explained. Although this thing is everywhere in the underworld fruit, for this underworld fruit to grow for 10 million years. That is also rare. How do you know this thing has grown for 10 million years? Xiaohua looked pensive. The underworld fruit is originally a stem, and it forms after 1,000,000 years. According to the quality, the number of branches is different, or a few, or 100, or 1,000, and the size of the underworld fruit is also different. No matter the size of the tree and the number of branches, after 1,000,000 years, a fruit will grow at the top of each branch, and then every 1,000,000 years, a leaf will grow on each branch, and when each branch grows 10 leaves, the underworld fruit is considered ripe. See, so it is like that. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, finally understanding the preciousness of this little tree. Also, once the underworld fruit is planted, it cannot be moved. If it is moved, all the branches, leaves, and fruits will fall, and the entire underworld fruit will turn into a stem. Damn it, I was wondering. Xiaohua cursed. No wonder Senior Songlongzi left it here. Songlongzi. Little White was slightly stunned, looking left and right. Who is this person? Oh, let's talk about this later. Xiaohua looked at the underworld fruit regretfully and said, Let's talk about this underworld fruit first. In other words, although this thing has grown for 10 million years, it is still not ripe? Yes, it is definitely not ripe. Little White shrugged, exactly the same as Xiaohua. What a pity. Xiaohua was helpless. I saw that the underworld fruit's fruit and leaves had a heaven pattern earth deed, and thought that it would be useful for you and soul cultivators. Looks like we still have to wait 1,000,000 years. I just don't know what a ripe underworld fruit can do. Who said it can't be used? Little White asked curiously. You said it. Xiaohua was stunned. Didn't you say it was a pity just now? Damn it. I said it was a pity because the underworld fruit is not ripe. Little White laughed. The underworld fruit needs 12 million years to mature. Even in the underworld, it is extremely rare. Especially this kind of underworld fruit that contains the number of stars in the sky, it is extremely good quality. Who knows what effect this underworld fruit will have when it matures? In the future, don't hesitate when you speak. Say it all in one breath. Xiaohua laughed. Little White ignored him, looking at the soul cultivator Xiaohua at the side and said, As for the unripe underworld fruit, its fruit and leaves are extremely useful for the soul. As for what use it is, don't ask me, I also don't know. Of course, just by looking at the heaven pattern earth deed on the leaves, it is 100 times stronger than the daybreak moon you used before, not to mention that the leaves have grown for 1,000,000 years, and the fruit has grown for 10 million years. How do I pick the leaves, fruits, and roots? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Just wrap them with soul strands. Little White hurriedly said, Don't use your hands, and also don't use anything else. The underworld fruit is an item of the underworld. It cannot be contaminated with anything with life. Since it is an item of the underworld, how can it be useful for the soul? Xiaohua was a bit confused. The soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. Little White laughed. Now that I am a soul body, I am the most sensitive to this. At the same time, the soul is also the thing that connects the underworld to the other realms. Of course, the underworld fruit is useful for the soul. As for what use it is, I also don't know. Do you need it? Xiaohua asked. Me. Little White shook his head. I have already merged with the fire dragon's soul. My soul is quite solid. I only need a dragon body to be reborn. I don't need this item, moreover. This underworld fruit has 365 fruits. Each fruit has 9 leaves. It contains heavenly principles. The soul cultivator Xiaohua needs to use it. There are endless mysteries. He cannot lack one. If you break the seal and take the underworld fruit, immediately send it into the mysterious dark cloud. I just need to smell it a bit. Chapter 3757. Alas, although this thing is good, how do I collect it? Xiaohua frowned and looked at the restriction with a troubled expression. Haha, that's not something I need to worry about. Xiaobai laughed. Now that I've recovered some of my memories, it's already good that I can tell you this. If it was before, I wouldn't even know about this. You can think about how to break the restriction yourself. I'll go back with Soul Cultivator Xiaohua first. Fellow Soul Cultivator, don't worry. I'll send Xiaobai back first. Xiaohua waved his hand. I'll have to borrow your strength later. No problem. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he knew that if he got the underworld fruit, he would be the most direct beneficiary, so he replied with a smile. Xiaohua used his soul thread to send Xiaobai back. Now that his soul thread was strong and tenacious, sending Xiaobai back was as easy as turning over his hand. Pinching his chin, Xiaohua looked at the restriction above the yellow springs and frowned. He didn't have much magic power left in his body. Even if he used up all of it, he would only be able to use half of the spiritual fire. But looking at the restrictions situation, relying on the spiritual fire alone wouldn't be of any help. He could only attack from different angles. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua opened his delusion breaker eyes and looked at the entire restriction carefully. Finally, he closed his eyes. The light above the restriction seemed to be engraved in his mind. This restriction is very strange. It looks like a single restriction, but it's actually made up of hundreds of small restrictions. These small restrictions complement each other. If you only attack one restriction, the other restrictions will work together to defend. Attacking one restriction is not much different from attacking the entire restriction. But if you attack the entire restriction, the power of the attack will be scattered. Senior Tsang Longzi, your restriction is really marvelous. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. You don't want others to break this restriction. Could it be that you want to keep this underworld fruit for yourself? It seems like that's the only way. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua opened his eyes and smiled confidently. However, it seems like I'll have to borrow Fu Jiwen's Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal again. Hee, isn't this the legendary borrowing power to fight strength? Fu Jiwen, this Zhao's disciple, is really useful. Fu Jiwen. Smiling, Xiaohua raised his head to send a telepathic message to Fu Jiwen. However, after shouting twice, Xiaohua came back to his senses. There was a restriction in Song Longzi's cave, so his voice transmission might not be heard by Fu Jiwen. Let's make preparations first. Xiaohua clapped his hands and hundreds of jade talismans flew into the air. However, just as he was about to make his move, he hesitated. Although this constellation star formation is the most complete innate divine restriction that I have comprehended, it is the best defensive formation. However, when it comes to breaking formations, it's just passable. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua pondered as he summoned green-robed Xiaohua. He asked, what do you think? In terms of defense, if our constellation star formation claims to be second, no other formation would dare to claim to be first. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled his formless nascent soul to appear. He shook his head and explained, but if it's used for breaking restrictions and attacking, it's far inferior to the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation and the Golden Crow immortal-slaying demon formation. But we haven't comprehended enough of the other divine restrictions. Xiaohua said regretfully, they say that when it's time to use a book, one will regret not having enough. Only now do I understand that opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. You and I still haven't accumulated enough. Yes, what we lack now is time. Fellow Taoist, it's time to go into seclusion. Only seclusion is the key to our progress. Green-robed Xiaohua said with deep emotion. Of course I can go into seclusion. However, I's primordial spirit is very strong. With fellow Taoists comprehending their own techniques, what's the difference between this and I going into seclusion? Xiaohua said with a smile, of course, after these trivial matters are over, I still have to properly organize what I've gained and comprehended. At this point, Xiaohua smiled, green-robed fellow Taoist, since you've already comprehended the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation and the Golden Crow immortal-slaying demon formation. Why don't you use them now? All right. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. After the last encounter in the Eye of the Sea, this poor Taoist's Golden Crow immortal-slaying demon formation has comprehended more than 200 talismans, so this poor Taoist can barely arrange a powerful formation. Leave this to I. Good. Xiaohua nodded, then took out the Kunlun mirror and instructed, fellow Taoist, set up the formation first. I will also make some preparations. When everything is ready, I will go and call Fu Jiwen. Fellow Taoist, please control this Kunlun mirror well. We will work together to break this restriction. I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and swallowed the Kunlun mirror. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of flashing red jade talismans fell into the air. As green-robed Xiaohua formed hand seals, clusters of flames appeared and disappeared into the void. After half an hour, green-robed Xiaohua finished setting up the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. Xiaohua also thought of the details of breaking the formation. Then, Xiaohua nodded towards green-robed Xiaohua and walked out of the medicinal garden. Xiaohua passed through the alchemy room and arrived at Song Langzi's inner mansion. When he saw the situation in front of him, the joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of frost. Because on the side of the bed, there was a scholarly cultivator in bright yellow clothes carefully examining the Qianquan bag in his hand. At the feet of this scholarly cultivator, Fu Jiwen was curled up on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Obviously, the scholarly cultivator was interrogating him. "Who is it?" When Xiaohua walked out of the pill room, the scholarly cultivator immediately noticed. He raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with a gaze like lightning. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholarly cultivator coldly. "Who are you?" "Huh." The scholarly cultivator was not afraid of Xiaohua. He looked at the Qianquan bag in his hand and put it away. He kicked Fu Jiwen and laughed. "I am naturally me. You should be the cultivator who came in with the little scholar." "Oh, why do you look like a Taoist?" "Your luck is pretty good. You can actually touch Song Langzi's inner palace. Quickly take out your Qianquan bag, and I will spare your lives." "Who are you?" Xiaohua did not answer and only coldly looked at the scholarly cultivator. The scholarly cultivator was stunned. He looked at his feet in disbelief and then looked at Xiaohua. He blinked his eyes and said in surprise, "I didn't tell you my name because I didn't want to take your lives. Could it be that there are people in this world who don't want to take their lives?" "Who are you?" Xiaohua released his soul sense, but could not determine the cultivation level of this scholarly cultivator. Therefore, he did not dare to act blindly without thinking. He only wanted to provoke this scholarly cultivator and make him attack. Only then could he protect Fu Jiwen from harm. But at this time, although Fu Jiwen's expression was extremely distorted and he was enduring a strange kind of pain, his eyes blinked from time to time as if he wanted to say something to Xiaohua. "My name is Huangshou," the scholarly cultivator said with a fiendish smile. "Since you know my name, don't think of leaving this cave alive." "Your Excellency, don't you want to know who I am?" Xiaohua smiled and took 2 steps forward. The scholarly cultivator named Huangshou shrugged. He waved his hand and took out a folding fan. This folding fan was only 1 foot long and was golden in color. When Huangshou opened the folding fan, a picture of birds chirping in an empty valley was revealed. At this time, Huangshou had a lazy expression on his face. He kicked Fu Jiwen to the side and said with a smile, "2 people who are about to die, so what if I know your name?" "My name is Xiaohua." Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart settled. He took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Huang, when you reach the underworld, don't forget. Oh, right, I also have a Dharma name. Daoist Xiao." Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and slashed towards Huangshou's neck. Xiaohua hated this Huangshou very much. "Ah, nascent soul." When Huangshou saw the golden light and heard Xiaohua say his Dharma name, his expression immediately changed. He waved the folding fan in his right hand, and instead of advancing, he retreated and threw himself at Fu Jiwen. "Die!" Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He flew up and grabbed with his right hand. A powerful imprisoning force fell towards Huangshou. Seeing Xiaohua fly a few feet away, Huangshou's originally shocked face suddenly revealed a smile. His flying figure also suddenly stopped. Yellow clouds appeared around his body. On the folding fan in his right hand, the straight mountain peak actually flew out from the folding fan. Tens of thousands of armor inscriptions surged and blocked in front of the soaring dragon shears. At the same time, Huangshou flicked his left hand. A fist-sized imperial equipment rushed into the air. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. The soaring dragon shears streaked across the mountain peak like lightning and split it in half. The folding fan in Huangshou's hand also broke at the same time. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared on Huangshou's smiling face. His entire body quickly retreated and dodged the soaring dragon shears. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's body stagnated. His soul consciousness suddenly swept back. His face was also filled with astonishment. "Who?" But the place where Xiao Hua's soul consciousness swept through, that is, the space on both sides of the cave entrance of the alchemy room distorted inch by inch. Waves of righteous qi and inscriptions flowed out. Two Huang Shou wearing bright yellow clothes appeared. Moreover, these two people also held fist-sized imperial equipment in their hands. The multicolored lights of these imperial equipment were exactly the same as Huang Shou's imperial equipment. At this moment, although Xiao Hua didn't know whether these two people were Huang Shou's primordial spirit or something else, how could he not understand that he had already fallen into Huang Shou's trap? At the same time that he schemed for Huang Shou to leave Fujiwen, Huang Shou also schemed for him to step out of the alchemy room. Xiao Hua, hand over your life. As soon as the two Huang Shou behind Xiao Hua appeared, they shouted in unison. At the same time, they urged the imperial equipment in their hands. Strings of inscriptions flowed like lightning in the multicolored light. In the blink of an eye, they merged together. The multicolored light shrouded an area of several dozen feet to the left of Xiao Hua. The inscriptions on the imperial equipment drove thousands of righteous qi ribbons and wrapped around Xiao Hua in an extremely mysterious trajectory. Chapter 3758. Roar. Sensing the terrifying imprisoning power within these inscriptions, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. These inscriptions were clearly designed to deal with Dao sect cultivators. The true essence within his meridians was imprisoned, and he couldn't activate it at all. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly displayed his transcendence golden body, and his figure rapidly expanded, wanting to break through the binding of these inscriptions. Rumble. Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body had just appeared when the three imperial treasures let out a rumbling sound. The entire space enveloped by multicolored light trembled. Following the trembling, the multicolored light suddenly converged, and the imperial treasures fell at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Hua was caught off guard. Although his transcendence golden body flashed with a dark golden brilliance, wanting to dodge the imperial treasures still fell on Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body in the end. The three imperial treasures turned into a complete one at this time, forcefully locking Xiao Hua's neck like a shackle. As this shackle fell, immediately thousands of inscriptions mixed with a vast aura were born from the void. It was like a heavenly punishment prison crystal inscription chain, locking Xiao Hua's entire body. Oh! The transcendence golden body let out a rare groan, like the snoring of a sleeping demon god. Xiao Hua seemed to be angry, and his transcendence golden body madly expanded. However, Zalala, the chains made a jerky sound, and the vast aura within the inscriptions tightly bound Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body. With Xiao Hua's strength, he actually couldn't break free. On the contrary, because it expanded, the inscription chain spun even more crazily, suppressing Xiao Hua's heavenly infusion technique and heavenly laws embodiment technique. Under this powerful force, the huge transcendence golden body shrank in circles. Xiao Hua was truly extremely shocked. The strength of the three Huang Shous was only at the upper fourth level of essence energy, which was also the realm of great confusion. They had yet to reach the level of great grandmaster, who could refine the spirit back to the void. However, this imperial equipment was truly strange. It seemed to have been specially refined to restrain Taoist cultivators. Even Xiao Hua, who could kill Taoist cultivators at the fifth level of essence energy, was firmly locked in place. Haha, as expected of someone on the yellow board. Under the joint attack of us three brothers, you still have the strength to struggle. Huang Shou saw Xiao Hua fall into the trap and laughed towards the sky. Big brother. The Confucian cultivator behind Xiao Hua landed on the left, with a pleasant surprise on his face. Yellow token to suppress this bastard. This fellow's strength was simply too terrifying. I've never seen a Taoist cultivator who could still struggle after being locked down by the yellow earth lock. Don't worry, third brother. The other Huang Shou chuckled and said, Big brother took the little scholar cultivator's Qinquan bag. There were many rare treasures in it. It seems that he obtained them from Tsang Longzi's inner palace. This Xiao Hua's Qinquan bag naturally has many more things. Let's take the Qinquan bag first. Okay, I'll go now. The so-called third brother agreed, and was about to descend. At this time, Xiao Hua was already standing on the ground. Using both arms to support himself, the yellow earth lock once again let out a chi-la-chi-lop sound. However, that was all it took to scare the three Huang Shou so much that their expressions changed. The third brother even took half a step back. The Xianhuang token? Who are you? Could it be related to the mysterious yellow list? Xiaohua didn't withdraw his transcendence golden body. After hearing this, his face turned cold, and he asked coldly, "What Xianhuang list?" "I don't know." Huang Shou simply didn't answer Xiaohua's question. He scolded, "Third brother, quickly take his Chenkuan bag. Don't talk nonsense with him." With that, Huang Shou took out a 3-inch seal from his bosom. The top of the seal was 1 inch long, and the bottom was 2 inches long yellow. A golden light flashed from the bottom of the seal. This was the Xianhuang token Huang Shou was talking about. "Yes, big brother." The triplet brother, who looked exactly like Huang Shou, agreed and walked to the front of Xiaohua's golden body. However, before he could raise his hand, the Tengjiao scissors, which had just fallen to the ground, suddenly flew up and slashed his neck faster than lightning. Although countless inscriptions surged out from the bright yellow clothes to resist, these inscriptions were instantly cut in half along with his neck. How is this possible?" The triplet brother opened his mouth, and a shadow of his primordial spirit flew out from his neck. He shouted, "How can a cultivator locked by the yellow ground lock still have spiritual power?" Swish! The golden light of the Tung Jiao shears was truly overbearing. The primordial spirit only swayed, but the tail of the Tung Jiao shears swung, and the primordial spirit was also cut into 2 halves. It was even neater than a piece of white paper cut with scissors. Boom! As the Tung Jiao shears showed off its power, a colorful beam of light suddenly appeared from the left side of the elixir room of the cave residence and hit the other triplet brother of Huang Shou with lightning speed. The Confucian cultivator screamed, and the inscriptions and noble spirit surging around him were swallowed up by the beam of light. Even the shadow of his primordial spirit was killed by the beam of light before it could escape. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huang Shou's Xianhuang token could be used, his 2 triplet brothers were killed. Huang Shou couldn't help but look at the source of the beam of light in horror. Unfortunately, the clear eye technique and the divine sense technique were useless. He couldn't see anything at all. However, even if he didn't know that it was Xiaohua's invisible nascent soul, he also knew that the person who came must be related to Xiaohua. He decisively opened his mouth, and a stream of true qi gushed out and fell on the Xianhuang token. Boom! The Xianhuang token suddenly expanded and emitted a brilliance like the sun. Rumble! Under this sun, 2 fist-sized green seal characters rushed out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and then the heaven and earth chanted. Layers of faint green lightning appeared above Huang Shou's head and hit him head-on. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like falling snow melting into water, in the sun-like brilliance of the mysterious yellow token, clusters of inscriptions turned invisible, and streams of awe-inspiring qi were struck into nothingness. Huang Shou was like a bald chicken with plucked feathers, trembling as he stood in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua! Huang Shou couldn't help but beg for mercy, but just as he cried out, the murderous golden light appeared again with a whoosh, and Huang Shou's body was split in half from top to bottom. The nascent soul that had already refined qi and returned to spirit was immediately killed by the lightning as soon as it appeared. Fellow Taoist, you were a bit careless. Green-robed Xiaohua put away the Kunlun mirror and looked at Xiaohua, who had already put away his Dharma body and was looking down at the so-called yellow earth lock. Alas! Xiaohua sighed and shook his head slightly. Yes. This Xiao only thought that only I had the luck to enter Senior Songlang's cave, but I didn't expect that others would also occasionally step on dog shit. However, if these 3 Confucian cultivators who are only at the 4th level of origin energy want to sneak attack this Xiao, they are still too weak. Haha. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that although his appearance had changed the situation of the battle and killed the 3 Confucian cultivators, he also knew that even without him, Xiaohua's soul technique would have been able to succeed, so he simply smiled and asked, "Do you still need this poor Taoist's help?" "No need. Fellow Taoist, go set up the formation to break the restriction. These 3 Confucian cultivators should be following behind us. Since they are here and Zhai Xingzi and the others haven't yet, Zhai Xingzi and the others won't come." Xiaohua shook his head. "Wait until I see the memories of these 3 people. Then I will know the cause of this matter." "Okay." Green-robed Xiaohua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua's soul thread reached out from between his eyebrows and landed between Huang Shou's eyebrows. After a moment, he looked at Huang Shou's 2 triplets and unconsciously frowned. Strange. these three people's memories, why do they have traces of being erased? Apart from knowing that these three people are called Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji, this Xiao can't see their origins at all. However, I heard Huang Shou mention the mysterious yellow proclamation just now. Moreover, the imperial tool is called the Yellow Earth Lock, and the imperial tool similar to the seal is called the mysterious yellow token. These three people must be related to the mysterious yellow proclamation. Just as he thought of this, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, think about it more. Star Lord Palace's Gusichiran is called Gusichiodi. Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji have the surname Huang and the given name Shoujinji. Isn't this the surname Tian Di Xian Huang in the 1,000-character classic? Isn't this the surname Tian Di Xian Huang in the 1,000-character classic?" Yes, fellow Taoist, you're right. I understand. Xiaohua sighed. Previously, this Xiao thought that the mysterious yellow proclamation was just a bounty list. I didn't expect that there would be a mysterious yellow token after the mysterious yellow proclamation. It seems that this Xiao has caused trouble. Fellow Taoist, you don't cause trouble, but trouble always provokes you. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said again, we Confucian cultivators emphasize cooperation and cooperation. Fellow Taoist, you have to think about it more. If you want to run amok on the hidden immortal continent by yourself, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Yes, I understand. You can open this yellow earth lock. Xiaohua said with a frown. Puff! Above Xiaohua's head, a three-colored cloud spurted out and turned into three big hands that fell on the yellow earth lock that imprisoned Xiaohua. The three big hands turned into inscriptions that fell on the yellow earth lock according to the memories of Huang Shou and the other triplets. These inscriptions flickered and changed from time to time. After a while, there was a crisp cautious sound, and the yellow earth lock split into three and fell in the air. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the yellow earth lock and the mysterious yellow token both fell into his hand. He carefully looked at them and said in a low voice, "Since there is a yellow earth lock, there should also be a mysterious heaven lock. The yellow earth lock is used to lock Tao cultivators on the yellow proclamation, and the mysterious heaven lock has always been used to lock Tao cultivators on the mysterious proclamation. It seems that there are many immortal palaces on the hidden immortal continent. There is not only one Star Lord Hall." After speaking, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the yellow earth lock and the mysterious yellow token both fell into the hands of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua also opened his mouth and spat out four-colored true qi to take the two imperial treasures into his body. After Xiaohua removed the restriction on Fu Jiwen's body, Fu Jiwen stood up and said very embarrassedly, "Disciple was careless." "Thank you, master." Xiaohua nodded and asked, "What's the matter with these three people?" Chapter 3759. Okay, father understands. Fu Jiwen hurriedly said, Senior Tsong Longzi's orthodoxy and the Tao of Array are in the cave that Disciple went to. Disciple put everything in the Qinkuan bag. When Disciple saw that there was nothing left behind and came out, I saw the three cultivators enter the inner cave. The cultivator called Huang Shou captured Disciple without saying anything and wanted to interrogate me about Master's whereabouts. However, Disciple did not give in, so the two cultivators ambushed me in the air while Huang Shou waited here for Master to come out. What else did the three of them talk about? Xiaohua asked, "Can you tell the origin of these three people?" "I can't." Fu Jiwen shook his head without hesitation. Other than interrogating Disciple, these three people were communicating with each other, as if they were hiding something. If not for Master's interrogations, Disciple wouldn't even know that this cultivator was called Huang Shou. Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, he burned the three corpses with true samadhi fire and took away all the Qinkuan bags. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out another Qinkuan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen. "This should be Senior Tsong Longzi's array. You can keep it. This is your own fate." "Hee, Master. Disciple's Tao of Array still needs Master to teach me. Isn't Disciple's opportunity given by Master?" Fu Jiwen hurriedly said with a smile. "Besides, isn't Disciple's thing also Master's? Master should first comprehend it, and then pass it on to Disciple." "And that's fine too." Xiaohua was not polite and took everything and said, "It's not safe to leave it with you. If Master keeps it, no one will be able to find it." Fu Jiwen looked at the pill room again and said with a smile, "Seems like Master is also returning from a rewarding journey." "Not at all." Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. In the pill room, there is nothing but a few jade bottles. Instead, there are some good things in the herb garden. Let's go. Master still needs to borrow your heaven punishment prison crystal to break the seal. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen nodded and said with a smile. But Master, when will you help disciple with this heaven punishment prison crystal? Isn't this an opportunity? Let's go. Xiaohua patted Fu Jiwen's head and said with a smile. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. When Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen into the pill room, he still looked at the entrance of the cave and stared at it for a moment. Since Huang Shou and the other two were able to enter this place, then Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were definitely not the only lucky ones. His previous thoughts were too arbitrary. Perhaps Duanmu Liangsheng, Zhai Xingzi and the others would also come here. Zhai Xingzi and the others were still fine, but if Duanmu Liangsheng were to come, things would be very bad. Therefore, when Xiaohua sent Fu Jiwen to check the restrictions on the underworld fruit, he also carefully set up the capital star formation in front of the entrance of the medicinal garden. Fortunately, although Tsang Longzi had already set up a formation in the space of the medicinal garden, Xiaohua's jade talisman was also set up without expending much magic power. It's better to be safe than sorry. Xiaohua finished setting up the formation, and only then did he relax. He thought to himself, I'll remember these words. In the future, he couldn't let his guard down. Anything that could happen would happen. Moreover, it can happen at any time when you are not paying attention. Also, if the origins of Huang Shou and the other two are related to the profound yellow order, then I'll have to be even more careful in the future. The strength I've displayed now is at the upper fourth level of essence energy. Whether it's the Duanmu family or the profound yellow order, the cultivators they sent out are all around the lower fifth level of essence energy. Although Huang Shou and the other two were at the upper fourth level of essence energy, the three of them, together with the yellow earthlock, were able to firmly suppress the late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect. Now that I've killed the three of them, I'm afraid that the cultivators who come in the future will all be at the upper fifth level of essence energy. Our days are getting worse and worse. Chirp chirp. Xiaohua's mind was full of worries. Just as he returned to the medicinal garden, Little Silver and Xiaogua immediately flew over. Xiaogua's face was red and cute. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of spirit herbs and spirit fruits landed in Xiaohua's hands. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua put away the things and patted Xiaogua's head. He smiled and praised, You two are really capable. Hurry up and go. Keep up the good work and bring everything back home. Chirp chirp. Little Silver chirped cheerfully and swiftly rushed to a medicinal field protected by a restriction. He bit down with his sharp teeth, and it wasn't long before the restriction was broken. Then, Xiaogua landed in the medicinal field. With a wave of her hands, a dark green halo fell on the spirit herbs, and the intact spirit herbs slowly flew out of the ground. Seeing that the two little ones were busy beyond words, Xiaohua flew over to the yellow springs. At that moment, Fu Jiwen had already been looking at it for a long time. When he saw Xiaohua come over, he hurriedly said in a low voice, Shifu, this restriction should be called a boundary. It's extremely powerful. I'm afraid this disciple can't help Shifu. Isn't it good that the boundary is powerful? Xiaohua smiled. How much longer do you need to use the heavenly punishment prison crystal? For more hours. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then said, But Shifu, in my opinion, even if we use the heavenly punishment prison crystal, I'm afraid we won't be able to break this boundary. After all, the boundary is too big, and it's different from the restriction on the jade case from before. It doesn't seem to be actively attacking. Shifu already knew this, Xiaohua said indifferently. Go take a look elsewhere first. Not only are there a lot of spirit herbs in this medicinal field, the spirit gathering arrays on each field are different as well, which will be extremely useful for you to comprehend arrays. Also, memorize them well, and tell Shifu about them in detail later. Yes, Shifu. Fu Jiwen's eyes lit up, and he agreed to fly elsewhere. On the path of formations, Fu Jiwen and Xiaohua were in a different situation. Fu Jiwen had seen plenty of formation diagrams, spirit formations, and essence formations, but he had never received any real guidance. He had only seen a few real formations. Xiaohua, on the other hand, had a very high starting point. He had started with innate divine restrictions, such as the capital stars array, but he was very lacking in the flexible use of ordinary magic arrays. What the two of them lacked was something Song Longzi could teach them. Just as Xiaohua said, there was a huge spirit gathering array on this medicinal field, and each field had a different spirit gathering array according to the different spirit herbs and their habits. The spirit gathering arrays were similar in nature, but the details were very different. This was the use of arrays. When Xiaohua entered the Misty Mountain Bewildering Array, he was also very emotional. He could see through the nature of these bewildering arrays at a glance, but he didn't know how to set them up. There were many spirit gathering arrays in the entire medicinal field. Not only were they useful to Fu Jiwen, but even Xiaohua himself would benefit a lot from comprehending them. After sending Fu Jiwen away, Xiaohua flew around the restriction for a long time. He discussed with the green-robed Xiaohua several times, and finally finalized all the details. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiaohua stood in the air. Fu Jiwen had already flown over and took out the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal, waiting for Xiaohua's order. Shifu. Seeing Xiaohua standing there with his eyes closed, Fu Jiwen reminded, "It's almost time." "Okay, put the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal on the restriction." Xiaohua opened his eyes and said calmly as the magic power in his body accumulated. "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen looked at some of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystals that were already surging with rosy clouds. He gently loosened his hand, and the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystals fell towards the barrier below him. Before the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystals touched the barrier, layers of Heaven's Punishment thunder had already formed. Crackle. Thunderbolts were born from the void and fell inside the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal. At the same time, the thunderbolts also affected the barrier. Unfortunately, to Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's disappointment, when the thunderbolts fell on the barrier slightly fluctuated with magic power. This fluctuation was like a surging whirlpool, scattering the power of the thunderbolts around the barrier. It didn't produce any counterattack power. Therefore, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder didn't have any intention of attacking the barrier and only wreaked havoc around the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal. Shifu. Seeing that the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal didn't work, Fu Jiwen was somewhat embarrassed and said in a low voice. However, Xiaohua seemed to be standing there normally, but all his attention was focused on the point where the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal's thunderbolts came into contact with the barrier. He was carefully observing the movement of the barrier's magic power and the extension of the force. After the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal's thunderbolts passed, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said faintly, "Disciple, you're right. This barrier adheres to defense and doesn't attack. It's completely different from the previous restriction. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. This barrier is a rare, authentic defensive formation. It doesn't attack at all and only focuses on defense. It's like a defensive cultivator. Because of this, I'm afraid that this barrier can't be completely broken without the strength to pass the tribulation." Fu Jiwen put away the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal and said with a bitter smile, "If that's the case, it seems that only the immortal emperors of the immortal palaces and the patriarchs of the aristocratic families have this cultivation level. Shifu probably can't break the restriction now." Shifu said that to completely break this barrier, one must have the strength to pass the tribulation. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. But why must Shifu completely break this barrier? If Shifu wants the things inside, Shifu only needs to open a small gap. Disciple understands. Fu Jiwen finally understood why Xiaohua kept staring at the barrier just now. "How can Shifu help? I'm afraid that with your cultivation level, you won't be able to." Xiaohua thought for a moment. "Shifu is afraid of hurting you if you stay here. You'd better collect everything in this medicinal garden with Xiaogua and Little Silver." "Yes, Shifu." Hearing this, Fu Jiwen very tactfully flew over. Afterwards, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and clapped his hands. Buzz! 3-colored true qi gushed out, and 9 flying swords flew out from the true qi, letting out ear-piercing sword cries. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's voice came from the flying swords. "Fellow immortal, this little one receives the flying swords and gives fellow immortal a helping hand. I'll have to trouble fellow immortal." Xiaohua cupped his hands. "This barrier, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to break through it with my Taoist methods. I'll have to rely on fellow immortal's Confucian cultivator voice." "Good." The sword qi of the 9 flying swords surged and formed a human figure similar to Xiaohua's size. This little one has already prepared according to fellow immortal green robe's words. Chapter 3760. Fellow Soul Cultivator, are you ready? Xiaohua nodded his head and asked again. A dark green brilliance gushed out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows and condensed into the shape of lightning. Xiaohua's voice sounded, I am also ready. All right, fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator. You've seen for yourself how powerful this barrier is. Given our current strength, there's no way we'll be able to break through it. Even if we use all of the methods we discussed earlier, we'll only be able to tear open a crack in the barrier in the span of a few breaths. Whether or not we'll be able to obtain the underworld fruit will all depend on you. Haha, fellow Taoist, don't worry. This underworld fruit is related to Ai's growth. I care about it more than any of you. Xiaohua laughed, his voice faintly coming from the layers of lightning. Do it, Xiaohua ordered. Xiaohua waved his hands, and several sword lights shot into the air. Rumble. A thunderous sound was heard, and 5-colored lightning fell from the sky. It was the Confucian cultivator's 5-chi thunder. The lightning fell and hit the barrier. The barrier was suffused with the color of lightning, like brilliant fireworks, dazzling the entire barrier. 9 heavens divine thunder. Fall! At the same time, the green-robed Xiaohua's voice came from the side of the scholarly cultivator. His shapeless nascent soul rubbed its hands, and the 9 heavens divine thunder was even more vast than the 5-chi thunder. Like a horned dragon, it fell from the sky and rushed toward the barrier. Kacha! A wave-like fluctuation was set off on the barrier. Protrusions appeared on the barrier along with the lightning snakes, blocking the lightning from all directions. Since fellow Taoists have names, I should also have a name for my lightning and thunder technique. Xiaohua's voice was strange, as if it didn't belong in this world. In my name I call for thunder, 3 corpses in thunder. Fall. Following the appearance of 3 dark green seal characters in the air, 3 extremely simple and indescribable voices came out from the green seal characters. Kacha. Hundreds of dark green lightning threads appeared out of thin air. It was fine if the lightning did not appear, but once it did, Kachacha, whether it was the 5-chi righteous thunder or the 9 heavens divine thunder, they all made thunderous sounds. The thunderbolts that were originally pouncing towards the barrier all flew towards the 3 corpses in lightning. This. Although Xiaohua's 3 primordial spirits all had the ability to control lightning, he had never used all 3 lightning. Today, in order to break the barrier in a short period of time, he used it, but he didn't expect that there would be such a reaction. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly waited with rapt attention. If there were any changes, he would immediately isolate himself. Rumble. The green light of the 3 corpses in thunder shone brightly and intertwined with the 5-chi righteous thunder and the 9 heavens godly thunder. In the blink of an eye, the green light converged and formed a thunder that was condensed from lightning threads. Then, the 5-chi righteous thunder turned into 5-colored lightning that circled around the green seal script lightning threads. In the end, the 9 heavens godly thunder turned into hundreds of thunderbolts that roamed around the 5-chi righteous thunder like flames. Good. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He knew that the 3 types of lightning naturally merged together. As Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart, the ball of lightning that turned into the size of a wicker basket fell on top of the barrier. Ka! An extremely low muffled sound rang out. The ball of lightning actually sank into the barrier. Immediately, the barrier gave birth to a strong vibration. Although the sound wasn't loud, it seemed as if the entire space was shaking. Right now, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He rubbed his hands together and several fiery red brilliants rushed into the air. Ka! The sound of a bird's cry resounded through the entire space. The Golden Crow Execution Immortal Demon Formation was activated by Xiaohua. Not only was an extremely hot heat generated in the air, a powerful suction force was also generated from the demon formation. Wherever the suction force passed, the heaven and earth origin chi in the entire space was swept away. Immediately, a golden crow that was several zhang in size condensed in the heat wave and origin chi. Although this golden crow wasn't too complete, its desolate and unruly aura immediately filled the entire space. Fall! Xiaohua pointed his finger. The golden crow, like a setting sun in the vast sky, fell towards the place where the ball of lightning previously set off ripples. Caw! Another bird's cry rang out. On top of the barrier, the light of lightning hadn't faded away, and the light of fire was born again. A several chi-deep dent appeared. Hiss! Admittedly, Fujiwen wasn't at the side, but when he saw Xiaohua cast the spell, he immediately came to the side to watch. He saw that Xiaohua's magic power was practically sky-high, but this barrier was even more tenacious. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In his heart, he became a bit more eager for the Tsong Lang Zi's orthodoxy and formation. Good. Xiaohua's complexion was the same as usual. He wasn't dispirited because his two methods didn't tear apart the barrier. He still followed the prescribed order. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon scissors transformed into a golden flood dragon. The dragon's tail flung out. Ka! It accurately chopped at the place where the dent was. Afterwards, without waiting for the soaring dragon's scissors to be retracted, the voice of the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was heard in the air again. Watch me. Woo-woo. In the void, hundreds of awe-inspiring chi pillars appeared with a loud bang. A dazzling imperial weapon flew out from the sword light. It was the imperial weapon that was originally called the Imperial Star Stab, but now it was called the Dismal Soul-Injuring Imperial Weapon. The star passing leads the spirit, the star falling injures the soul, the dim injures the soul, the spirit injures the soul. With the noble spirit hit the enchantment. The whole enchantment shook again. The impact pulled the enchantment to the extreme. But in Xiaohua's eyes, the enchantment's tough brilliance was still thin and did not collapse under the three methods of the Confucian soul. Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua shouted. Green-robed Xiaohua was already prepared. He shouted loudly, as you wish. But then a light pillar once again descended from the sky and hit the connection of the thin threads with a loud bang. The strange thing was, before the crack on the barrier appeared, the Kunlun mirror's light pillar had already penetrated through. Good. Soul cultivator Xiaohua shouted. Thousands of soul threads rushed into Xiaohua's forehead and followed the Kunlun mirror's light pillar through the collapsing barrier and instantly wrapped around the underworld fruit. Sizzle. A strong corrosive sound came from the water of the yellow spring. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's soul threads had already been tempered by the sea of blood in the netherworld's eye of Million Meng Mountains. This was the water of the yellow spring, and it was far inferior to the netherworld sea. The soul threads wrapped around the underworld fruit, and in the blink of an eye, they retreated back into the mysterious dark cloud. Just when the underworld fruit touched Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud, the heavenly runes and earth deed of the entire dark cloud emitted a strong brilliance. When the brilliance landed on the underworld fruit, the patterns on the entire fruit and leaves suddenly changed, producing an obscure rumbling sound. In just a few breaths of time, the underworld fruit penetrated through the heavenly runes and earth deed of the underworld fruit and rushed into the mysterious dark cloud. What was even stranger was, just when the underworld fruit rushed into the soul, a thumb-sized root fell off from the underworld fruit. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the root of the underworld fruit? He immediately sent it into the dark side of the dimension. However, before he could take a look, he heard a shrill sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The entire mysterious dark cloud was rolling violently. It's done. I'll go back first. Soul cultivator Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. The green light on Xiaohua's forehead disappeared, and he returned to the mysterious dark cloud. As soon as the underworld fruit entered the mysterious dark cloud, it immediately transformed into an infinitely tall tree that soared into the sky. Moreover, through the layers of spirit heavens, the leaves and the fruit produced a heavenly sound that sounded like the Green Seal script. The heavenly runes and earth deed of the underworld fruit emitted a strange fragrance that penetrated through all the spirit heavens. Amidst the heavenly sound, streams of netherworld water flowed out from the underworld fruit. Runes that were even more ancient and simpler than the Green Seal script rushed out from the netherworld water and disappeared into the mysterious dark cloud. Under the scouring of these runes, Xiaohua's soul gradually underwent new changes. Soul cultivator Xiaohua entered the mysterious dark cloud. Seeing so many changes, he knew that there was no big problem. Only then did he feel relieved. Ayo! With a dragon roar, the little white dragon swam its huge body and appeared beside Xiaohua. It greedily sniffed the rare fragrance in the world. Xiaohua received the soul cultivator's perception and knew that the underworld fruit was fine. He was overjoyed and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, it's done. Thank you for your help." Good. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Whether it was the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua or the soul cultivator Xiaohua, they all praised. At this time, looking at the barrier again, the crack that rushed out from the Kunlun mirror had already been repaired. The depression caused by the joint attack of the primordial spirits was also repaired by the other parts of the barrier in just a moment. All of this was like a white horse galloping through a crack. It was exactly as Xiaohua had thought. Of course, it was only at this moment. Not to mention a white horse, even a white tiger would be pulled down by Xiaohua. The underworld fruit was gone, so what if the barrier was repaired? Haha. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua both put away the primordial and magic arrays, took the magic tools and imperial tools, and returned to the middle and lower dantian respectively. Seeing Xiaohua talking to himself for a long time, and seeing the sword-shaped Xiaohua turn into true energy and enter Xiaohua's head, Fu Jiwen flew into the air and bowed. Congratulations, master. Haha, congratulations too. Xiaohua laughed. You don't need this thing. You'd better look at what's in the medicinal field. Disciple knows. With master support, disciple doesn't need to worry about medicinal pills and cultivation methods. Fu Jiwen replied, the higher master's cultivation, the happier disciple is. Right, did master use the imperial tool just now? Yes, that imperial tool was obtained by master at the Jade Pavilion conference. Once used, it must kill. Xiaohua nodded. If it's not a critical moment, master won't use it. Haha, master really has a lot of secrets. Fu Jiwen understood as soon as he heard this, and said with a smile. Let's go. Don't say so many useless things. Take away the entire medicinal field, that's the real deal. Xiaohua waved his big sleeves and flew towards Xiaoguo and Little Silver. Ah, take it all away. Fu Jiwen was shocked. Won't master leave some here? If others come in later, it won't be a wasted trip. We can't give them the chance to disturb the peace of Senior Tsong Longzi's cave abode. Xiaohua said in all seriousness and awe-inspiring righteousness, only by cleaning up this place will we not attract the covetous eyes of others. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen curled his lip and hurriedly flew after him. The two of them took Xiaoguo and Little Silver, and it took them several days to put all the spirit herbs into the space. Then the two of them looked at the clean medicinal field, clapped their hands, and flew back to the cave abode with smiles on their faces. Chapter 3761. Xiaohua stepped out of the alchemy room, looked at the empty cave, and said to Fu Jiwen with a smile, Senior Tsong Longzi is really interesting. He placed all the treasures in the maze and left nothing in his cave, making people feel disappointed as soon as they entered. Is this also a kind of test? Who knows? Maybe he was afraid that too many cultivators would come in and doubt each other. Fu Jiwen blinked and said, Master, since there is nothing in the cave, we should go out, right? If Senior Dao ran and the others are empty-handed, they are either still wandering in the maze or waiting outside the maze. Don't worry. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the jade rui on the cloud bed and the jade shelves around it, and said with a smile, we won't be coming to Senior Tsong Longzi's cave in the future, and other people probably won't be able to enter. It's a waste to leave these furnishings here. Why don't we take them all away and show them off in the cave when I open the cave? Ah, no way, master. Fu Jiwen completely understood Xiaohua's stinginess. Go, take the jade shelves over there, and the things in the cave that can be taken away. Xiaohua ordered without saying anything, and he directly turned around and went into the alchemy room, presumably to see if there was anything else that could be taken away. Fu Jiwen was helpless. He hurriedly entered another immortal's cave and put away the jade table, and so on. When he came out again, he saw that all the jade shelves and jade chairs had disappeared from Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua was walking to the side of the cloud bed. He raised his hand to take the jade table and jade scepter on it. Oh, something is wrong. Just when Xiaohua was about to pick up the jade rui, a realization came from his mind. There is nothing in the entire cave. Why would there be a jade rui on the jade table for no reason? Could it be that there is something strange about this jade rui? No, thinking about it now, this jade rui was quite strange. With Xiaohua's stingy temperament, once he saw that there was nothing in the cave, he immediately lost interest in the jade rui. Even Huang Shou and the other two didn't seem to see it. Moreover, this jade rui was placed so casually. Could it be that Tsong Longzi left it behind before he left? This jade rui. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiaohua withdrew his magic power and carefully examined the jade table, jade rui, and the cloud bed. Unfortunately, when Fu Jiwen came over, Xiaohua found nothing. Fu Jiwen was very obedient and knew that this was not the time for him to speak, so he stood at the side in silence. Strange, Xiaohua said again and floated onto the cloud bed. Sitting on it, he looked around again, but didn't find anything. Xiaohua looked around the cave again, and when he saw that the jade rui was pointing at a distance, his heart was moved. He concentrated for a moment, and then released his divine sense again. Unfortunately, his divine sense still couldn't leave his body, so Xiaohua had no choice but to release his soul. When his soul swept over the stone wall where the jade rui was pointing, Xiaohua's body shook, and he hurriedly shouted, "Fu Jiwen, quickly go to the entrance of the cave and protect your master. Remember, don't look at your master." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen was shocked, and immediately floated to the entrance of the cave. With his back facing Xiaohua, he looked outside the cave with a serious expression. Xiaohua took a deep breath, released his soul, and slowly scanned the stone wall in the distance. He saw that the jade rui was pointing at a place that was invisible to the naked eye, but his soul could see that there were 13 ants. Yes, they were ants, one of the world's most lowly little things, and now they were arranged in a strange formation. Each of them looked different, and they were crawling on the stone wall. However, these ants were different from the ones Xiaohua usually saw. These ants seemed to have small protrusions on their backs, like wings. It was clear that Song Longzi left behind the jade rui and sealed his divine sense and Buddhist sense, for no other reason than to not let others easily see these 13 ants that seemed to be able to fly. When Xiaohua's soul came in contact with these ants, a grand aura immediately entered his mind. These ants, what are they? Why does Senior Song Longzi treasure them so much? Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and released his soul again. Starting from the first ant, he saw the small ant's antennae and black shell gradually become clear, and that kind of vast aura became more and more intense. Boom! With a loud sound, the ant crawled up, and the whole ant became huge. A primordial chaos appeared from the ant's body and immediately submerged Xiaohua's soul. A very strange cultivator came out from the ant and turned into a 10,000 zhang tall Dharma body. A voice like the sound of heaven came out from the cultivator's mouth. The path of heaven began in the primordial chaos. Along with this voice, Xiaohua's figure became illusory again, and the galaxy in his eyes reappeared. The strange star power penetrated the 10,000 layers of restrictions and fell on Xiaohua's body. Obscure fluctuations came out from Xiaohua's body and fell into the stone wall and the maze. The entire maze of Misty Mountain gave birth to strange fluctuations with Xiaohua's comprehension. Fu Jiwen, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, was the first to bear the brunt. The heavenly book in his body flew out as soon as it came into contact with the fluctuations. The comprehension in the stone wall before was born from his heart. Fu Jiwen knew this was a chance, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He sat down cross-legged, and hundreds of inscriptions formed a formation talisman. Inside the maze, the confused Zhang Daoran, who was running around in confusion, suddenly came into contact with the fluctuations, and his body trembled rapidly. "Guard!" He just said this, and immediately sat down cross-legged, which made his disciples shocked. Then, without waiting for them to take out their magic weapons, the other late-nascent soul-stage cultivator, Reverend Han, also showed a happy face and hurriedly said, "You don't need to guard, quickly cultivate. There's a big change in the maze, and there's a comprehension of the way of heaven." Then, Reverend Han also closed his eyes to comprehend the fluctuations, and all the disciples also sat around the two, cultivating without saying anything. Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, and the others were the same. Only Gusa Qiudi and Gongshu Isin sensed something different and hurriedly accompanied Zhai Xingzi to comprehend. As for what they would gain, only Tsong Longzi would know. As for Duanmu Liangsheng, under the fluctuations, the maze was filled with an irresistible power of the way of heaven. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only close his eyes, wait for his heart to calm down, and carefully comprehend. The 13 ants were the 13 realms, and also the 13 supernatural powers. They involved formations, pill refinement, weapon refinement, Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, body cultivation, comprehension, and the way of heaven. The supernatural powers inside were very heterogeneous, and even Xiaohua, who had 10 primordial spirits, was amazed. In the beginning, Xiaohua examined them one by one, but in the end, Xiaohua simply divided his soul consciousness into 10 parts. Aside from Bodhi, who was in seclusion, The other primordial spirits followed Xiao Hua's mind to comprehend. In the end, Xiao Hua understood that most of the 13 ants were created by Tsang Longzi, a tribulation-passing cultivator, while a small portion was accumulated by Tsang Longzi. Tsang Longzi himself didn't cultivate, and these? Xiao Hua accepted them one by one. Enlightenment ants, after an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua slowly opened his eyes, looked at the ants that had disappeared, and said in a low voice, "This? I'm afraid, Senior Tsang Longzi's true legacy? What I obtained in the alchemy room, and what Fuji Wen obtained from the other side of the cave, compared to this, TSK, it's insignificant. Who would have thought that the Tao legacy of a tribulation-passing cultivator would be carried on a small ant? A world in a flower, a spring and autumn in a leaf. Senior Tsang Longzi, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in Buddhism as well." With that thought, Xiao Hua's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes flashed with shock. Senior Tsang Longzi left behind such a legacy as a tribulation-passing cultivator. But the spiritual sense and other secret techniques within it don't seem to be as powerful as the secret techniques Do Shanjun gave me. What cultivation base does Do Shanjun have? Could he be a grand ascension stage cultivator? Xiao Hua's countless thoughts turned into questions in the end. These questions could only be buried deep in his heart, and he couldn't reveal them to anyone. Do Shanjun's identity could only be revealed by Do Shanjun himself, and if Xiao Hua revealed even the slightest hint of doubt, Do Shanjun wouldn't hesitate to kill him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua floated down from the bed of clouds. The jade table and the jade scepter were taken into his space. However, when Xiao Hua was about to take the bed of clouds away with a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Hua was shocked. The bed of clouds seemed to be connected to the stone wall, not moving in the slightest. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled. I've gained a lot today, so I'll leave the cloud bed here. In the instant that Xiao Hua carved the cloud bed, the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao within the misty mountain bewildering formation instantly disappeared, and a deafening sound rang out. All of the cultivators who were trapped in the bewildering formation saw a flash of light in front of them, and they could vaguely see that it was a rather large cave abode. Leaving aside the fact that everyone opened their eyes from their meditation, they were ecstatic to find that they were facing Tsang Lang Zi's real immortal's cave. Xiao Hua walked down from the cloud bed and frowned. He sensed the sounds and changes in the maze inside the immortal's cave, and then walked behind Fuji Wen. The talismans around Fuji Wen's body were still fluttering, but looking at them, they were much more advanced than before. Not bad. Xiao Hua smiled to himself, then pinched his fingers to calculate. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Damn it, it took me 3 years to comprehend the bewildering formation. These 3 years have been very fulfilling." "Master." Fuji Wen put away the inscriptions and jumped up. "Congratulations, Master." Congratulations to you too. Your heavenly book seems to have been completely condensed?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile as he floated Fuji Wen up. "Master, with your help, it has been condensed to 90%. Fuji Wen respectfully said, "As long as this disciple accumulates a little, I estimate that this disciple will be able to enter the great Confucian realm within 3 years." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "I'm very pleased to have such a disciple." Fuji Wen did some calculations and said with a smile, "Master, we've been here for more than 3 years. Let's go out early." "Okay." Xiao Hua nodded and led Fuji Wen towards the entrance of the cave. Chapter 3762. 100,000 miles away from the misty mountain maze, there was a place with dangerous mountains and rivers. The mountains were tens of thousands of feet high, and the rivers were majestic. There were layers upon layers of mountains, and the rivers were raging. The most eye-catching thing was the 5 strange hills. The hills looked like 5 monstrous beasts. They were either lying down, standing, curled up, or flying. In the middle of the hills, there was a head that could be faintly seen. Although the faces of the heads could not be seen clearly, there was a strange aura coming from the hills. This aura covered 1,000 miles, and within this 1,000 miles, there was no sign of life. Between the hills was a huge river. This surging river brought with it yellow sand as it poured down from the distant mountains. After passing through the hills, the yellow river had a dark red color. Above the hills, gusts of desolate wind swirled in the air. The red clouds that filled the sky seemed to be falling from the sky, pressing down extremely low. A kind of pressure that suffocated the earth came from the clouds. Woo-woo, Hoo-hoo. Other than the sound of the river, there was only the whimper of the cold wind. There was no other sound in the sky. Swoosh swoosh. At some unknown time, snowflakes larger than goose feathers began to fall from the red clouds. They seemed to be silent, but every time they swept across the chilly wind, there would be an indescribable fluctuation that gradually filled the world. Seeing that the mountains and rivers were about to be covered by the snow, a demonic cloud about 10 feet in size flew over. However, this demonic cloud only flashed through the snow and didn't stop at all. After flying for 1,000 miles over the hills, the demonic cloud suddenly turned around. When a powerful demonic sense swept across the hills and river, it stopped again. The demonic cloud dispersed, revealing a well-built demonic beast. This demonic beast was about 10 feet in size. A pair of withered yellow eyes revealed surprise, and the antlers on top of his head were very eye-catching. Wasn't this the Stag King? A halo appeared in the Stag King's eyes. It expanded like ripples, and when it landed in the nearby space, the goose feather-sized snowflakes stopped in midair. In the blink of an eye, the space within 1,000 feet was covered by this halo. Boom. Unfortunately, it was only a few breaths. The aura between the hills couldn't be suppressed and rushed into the halo. All the stagnation collapsed with a loud bang. The Stag King's body trembled a few times. A 5-colored brilliance appeared from his body, and a huge deer body was revealed. Huh, it's really here. Not bad, it's here. Although the Stag King's body was revealed, he was unusually ecstatic. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. After half a cup of tea's time, the Stag King stopped. He looked around and flew to a mountain ridge in the distance. With a wave of his hand, a strange feather appeared in his hand. Puff! A demonic aura fell on the feather, and the feather glowed with starlight. A strange bird the size of a fist was born from the starlight. The Stag King opened his mouth and chanted a few indescribable demonic words. The strange bird nodded and spread its wings to 10 feet in size. It then rushed into the sky and disappeared in an instant. This king will wait here. The Stag King sat down casually and looked at the hills in the distance with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Indeed, hard work pays off. This king has searched for 1,000 years and left footprints all over the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. I really didn't expect this place to be in the hidden immortal continent. If this king didn't read all the books of the human race, how would I know? However, even in the hidden immortal continent, there are no less than 100 places with such strange phenomena. Old monster Ji Feng and the others have come in vain. This king has already obtained the first merit." The Stag King waited for dozens of days. On this day, the dark clouds looked like normal, but suddenly, a burst of fire flew over from the distance. The fire landed on the clouds and forced the dark clouds to roll, as if the clouds were splitting open to welcome it. At the same time, a deep sound like the groan of heaven and earth came from the distance. Seeing the strange situation in the sky, how could the Stag King not know that a demonic beast was coming? He stood up with a bitter smile and said to himself, "Why is this guy so arrogant wherever he goes? Doesn't he know that this is the hidden immortal continent? If some literary sage or literary star finds out, won't we all be in trouble? Oh, of course, this king will be in trouble, but this guy can't be in trouble." As the scarlet flame vermilion bird, the most promising vermilion bird to become a great sage, he cultivated to the moon-picking realm in just over 1,000 years. His strength is similar to a human's 6th-level origin energy. If he is bullied by a human, damn it, won't the vermilion bird clan turn the hidden immortal continent upside down? The Stag King flaunted himself as a king, so he naturally didn't dare to be negligent in front of such a proud genius. He was already standing in the air. Seeing the fire approaching, he raised his hands and bowed. "Fellow immortal Zhu, you've worked hard." Humph. A very unruly voice came from the distant fire. Once the voice came, all the fire and deep groans disappeared. It was as if everything in the world was gathered in a ball of dazzling fire. That flame flashed in the sky and disappeared. When it appeared, it was already in front of the Stag King's eyes. After the flame subsided, a several zhang tall demonic beast covered in scarlet flames walked out of the fire. "Just call me Zhu Mei. What's with the greeting? It's as if you're a Confucian human." "Hee, you're right. I've been walking around the hidden immortal continent for a long time. It's inevitable that I'll be tainted by the stinky human customs." The Stag King straightened up and laughed. "This so-called fellow immortal is just a flattery between the human race. It's really funny." Zhu Mei nodded slightly. That obvious demonic body was still there, as if it disdained to transform into a human. He looked left and right, then his fiery eyes fell on the 5 hills. He asked faintly, "This is the Cold Spirit Valley you mentioned?" "Yes, it's here. It's exactly the same as the memories passed down in my clan." The Stag King nodded and answered. Zhu Mei's eyes flashed. No emotions could be seen in his eyelids. He only said coldly, "That's strange. How come I didn't know that the demon race had such a Cold Spirit Valley? And this Cold Spirit Valley is actually in the hidden immortal continent?" Hee. The Stag King laughed and said, "Zhu Mei, you're from the Vermilion Bird clan. You're a higher clan in the demon race. How can my Stag clan compare to you? I'm afraid the Vermilion Bird clan disdained to pass down this Cold Spirit Valley, right?" That seems to be the case." Zhu Mei nodded, his face full of pride, and said, "It's just that I owed you a little 100 years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time here." The Stag King didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Don't look down on it. As far as I know, this is where my demon race used to cultivate the sun-devouring demon physique. Even if it's abandoned now, and no longer beneficial to my cultivation, perhaps the ancient rewards are still inside. If I can get my hands on some ancient pure bloodline, it'll be greatly beneficial to my cultivation." "I hope it's as you say." Zhu Mei stretched lazily and opened her mouth. A pillar of flame soared into the sky, dispersing the clouds in the surrounding 1,000 feet. "I can't believe that there's a bloodline purer than my Vermilion Bird clan here. This is an ancient bloodline," the Stag King muttered in a low voice. But seeing that Zhu Mei didn't seem to care, he didn't say anything. "When will that rat come?" Zhu Mei suddenly asked. "I don't want to wait any longer. He should be here soon." The Stag King looked in another direction and smiled apologetically. "Although old Demon Jifeng is skilled in wind travel, he's still a far cry from you. Looks like we'll have to wait a few more days." A light conjuring realm rat dares to call himself an old demon. What a joke. Zhu Mei really didn't care about old Demon Jifeng. "I really can't imagine why you're looking for him." Although his cultivation is low, he still walked step by step from the hair-shedding realm to where he is now. With his age, it's reasonable for him to call himself an old demon. The Stag King explained, "I invited him here because he knows wind travel. As far as I know, there's a requirement to enter the Cold Spirit Valley. My dear clan is skilled in plants and vegetation, but not wind travel. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept this a secret." Zhu Mei didn't comment. She looked coldly at the hills in the distance. Suddenly, a very cold primary will swept over from afar, like a person's gaze unscrupulously prying into another's privacy. "Who?" Zhu Mei shouted angrily. The feather on her forehead suddenly exploded, and a similarly strong primary will rushed out. Puff, puff, puff. A series of explosive sounds rang out. It was as though a falling tide had met a rising tide. The sky was filled with shockwaves. These shockwaves were either high or low. The high shockwaves shot straight up into the sky. Under the impact of these powerful shockwaves, the red clouds that were gradually calming down once again turned into many whirlpools. Within the whirlpools, hurricanes were stirred up. It was a phenomenon of wind and clouds surging. Swoosh! Zhu Mei spread her wings, and between her scarlet feathers, orange flames shot up into the sky. It was as if Zhu Mei had suffered a small loss and was preparing to use her divine ability. Ayo! At the same time, a loud dragon roar sounded from where the primary will came from. The dragon roar seemed to contain anger. Who dares to challenge Little King?" An obscure and loud voice came from afar. A ray of blue light flew over, and a dragon that was dozens of feet long streaked across the sky. The dragon's aura was like an arrow, and the dragon's tail was like a scissor. It pounced towards Zhu Mei and King Stag. "Of course it's me." Zhu Mei sneered. She spread her wings, turned into a ball of flame, and rushed out. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding," King Stag hurriedly shouted. At the same time, old monster Jifeng's figure also appeared behind the aqua-blue dragon. He shouted in unison, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Those who dare to attack Little King. How can it be a misunderstanding?" The blue dragon opened its mouth, and the heaven-earth yuan qi within 100 feet became chaotic. It fell towards the dragon that was dozens of feet long, and a spike-like whirlpool instantly appeared in front of the blue dragon's head. Chapter 3763. Little Prince, please wait. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the sky. Two figures flew over from behind old demon Jifeng. When they got closer, Stag King could see clearly that one was Ao Shuai, the inspector of the East Sea, and the other was dressed like a dragon general. He was taller than Ao Shuai, but Stag King didn't recognize his face. That voice came from this dragon general. Humph. The blue dragon seemed to be a little afraid of this dragon general. When it heard the voice, it coldly snorted and the light around its body faded away, turning into a humanoid figure. It stood there and looked provocatively at Zhu Mei, who hadn't transformed yet. Hee, Stag King Zhu Mei. Ao Shuai said as he flew. I'm late. Sorry. Well said. Stag King didn't dare to let Zhu Mei speak. He quickly bowed and said, I'm already very happy that the inspector came in time and brought helpers. I'm a king? Which Stag King are you? What right do you have to call yourself a king? Before Ao Shuai could say anything, the human figure of the blue dragon asked coldly. Stag King had heard the dragon general beside Ao Shuai call him Little Prince. He immediately smiled and said, Little Prince, of course I don't dare to call myself king in front of the dragon race. But in my stag race, I'm considered a lord with over 100,000 miles of territory. Other demons call me king, so I can't disagree. But that Little Prince wanted to say something, but the dragon general interrupted him. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Mulu King, I'm Ao Zhan, the dragon guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace. This is my fourth prince's wife's brother, Ao Qian. This time, I accompanied the little prince out to train. I heard that Ao Shuai wanted to explore the Cold Spirit Valley, so I brought the little prince here. I hope you can forgive me for not informing you beforehand. Ha, I thought it was some little prince. So it's a relative of the East Sea Dragon Palace. How pitiful. Zhu Mei laughed when she heard that. How dare you? Ao Qian was furious. The water around him flashed as if he was about to attack again. Oh, I wonder, where did you come from? How dare you mock my East Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan's face turned cold as he looked at Zhu Mei indifferently. Even if he's a relative of the East Sea Dragon Palace, ordinary demons can't look up to him. Oh, this is Zhu Mei of the Vermilion Bird Tribe's Scarlet Flame branch. Stag King hurriedly smiled. He's a genius of our Thousand Beasts sacred realm. He's only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he's already reached the moon-plucking realm. He's the demon with the highest chance of becoming a great sage in the Vermilion Bird clan. Humph, it's just advancing to the 5th level of origin energy in 1,000 years. What's the big deal? Such demons are everywhere in my dragon clan. Ao Qian snorted coldly, seemingly very unwilling to admit defeat. Zhu Mei smiled and flapped her fiery wings. The dancing flames were just like the provocation in her eyes. Other dragons are other dragons, not you. If you're not convinced, you can come and compare. Hee, why wouldn't I dare? Ao Qian was eager to try, and the water blue color around him gradually thickened. So it's Zhu Mei. Flying Feather Ni Kong Great Sage came to the East Sea Dragon Palace many years ago. My Dragon King once hosted a banquet to welcome her. When I was waiting outside the main hall, I heard the Great Sage praising you. Ao Zhan smiled. Oh! Zhu Mei's withered yellow eyes turned quickly, and there was shock in her eyes. The Flying Feather Ni Kong Great Sage was no ordinary demon. She was one of the 6 great sages of the Thousand Beasts sacred realm, and she was ranked 3rd among the 6 great sages. She was 2 ranks higher than the Scarlet Flame Vermilion Bird of the Vermilion Bird clan. How could she not be surprised? Flying Feather Great Sage. Zhu Mei hurriedly lowered her voice and said respectfully, Why did you mention me? Ao Zhan didn't hide anything and said word by word. The saint only evaluated these 7 words and said that if you can achieve the first 2 words, you will be able to devour the sun within 2,000 years. If you can achieve the 4th word, you will be able to conquer the heavens within 5,000 years. If you can achieve the 7th word, you will be able to devour the sky and become a saint within 10,000 years. Hiss. When Ao Zhan said this, all the demons were shocked. The cultivation of demons was not as good as that of humans. Not only were their lifespans longer than humans, but they also had a harder time cultivating. For humans, whether it was Taoism, Confucianism, or Buddhism, it would take them 50 to 60,000 years to cultivate from level 1 to level 9. However, for demons, it would take them more than 100,000 years to cultivate from hair shedding, wisdom opening, light gathering, star picking, moon swallowing, sky swallowing, and finally sky swallowing to become a great sage. In particular, the beginning of human cultivation was the most difficult. Towards the end, although it became more and more difficult, there would always be a trace of opportunity that prevented people from feeling despair. As for Yao cultivation, the beginning was very simple. This was especially true for Zhu Mei, who had an ancient bloodline. She could reach the enlightening and light-conjuring realms right after she started cultivating. However, once she reached the moon-plucking realm, the sun-devouring realm and the sky-conjuring realm were like two heavenly moats. Without 10,000 years of cultivation and accumulation, it was impossible to break through. Sky swallowing required even more opportunity to become a great sage. It was not something that could be achieved through cultivation. With Zhu Mei's enviable talent, it was possible for her to reach the moon-picking realm within 1,000 years. However, just as Ao Qian had said, there were many dragons with such talent. However, sun swallowing within 2,000 years and sky swallowing within 5,000 years was still under the condition of achieving mind closing. There was no need for opportunity at all. This was impossible in the eyes of other demons. As for the last 3 words, heaven's secret, it shocked all the demons so much that their eyeballs almost fell out. Other demons needed 100,000 years of accumulation to become a great sage, and this was still dependent on opportunity. Under the same conditions, Zhu Mei could actually become a great sage within 20,000 years. This was such an evaluation. Ao! General Ao! Stag King stuttered. Great Sage Feather became a great sage within 80,000 years, right? Yes. Ao Zhan smiled. At that time, my Dragon King also said the same thing. He did not believe it either, but the great sage just smiled and did not explain. Why didn't I know about it? Zhu Mei asked in a low voice in ecstasy. If not for the Dragon Clan, who would know about the matters of the Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan replied proudly. However, the Dragon King did not issue an edict regarding your matter. I believe there is no need to hide it. Thank you, General Ao. Zhu Mei bowed respectfully. In his heart, he understood that this was the Dragon Palace's goodwill. These words were enough to save him thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years of trouble. Ah, congratulations, fellow immortal Zhu. Old demon Jifeng sighed and cupped his hands. When I heard this, I felt jealous and envious. I have cultivated bitterly for 2,000 years and am only in the light-conjuring realm. I have just touched the threshold of the planet star. As for moon plucking and sun swallowing, I do not even dare to think about it. Perhaps one day when I am still struggling in the planet star, fellow immortal Zhu will have already become a great sage. Hee, fellow immortal Jifeng, you are overthinking. Everyone has their own destinies. I merely borrowed the power of my bloodline. I can't compare to fellow immortals' steady cultivation, taking one step at a time. Zhu Mei was in a good mood. She didn't hesitate to talk about fellow immortal and her. That's right. Ao Shui glanced at Ao Qian, who had a strange expression, and hurriedly blocked him. He said to old demon Jifeng, look at your cultivation, fellow immortal Jifeng. Last time, you were in the light-conjuring realm and only in the upper middle of the 4th stage of essence energy. After not seeing you for a few years, aren't you also on the verge of the planet star? When you come out of the cold spirit valley, even if you did not receive any rewards, you should be able to reach the middle of the 5th stage of essence energy if you assimilate the bloodline you obtained, right? What does this little bit of improvement count for? How can it be compared to all of you? Old demon Ji Feng's face showed a trace of excitement as he hurriedly waved his hand. Then the demons chatted for a while, and the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Stag King looked at the demons, cleared his throat, and raised his hand. Everyone, please look. The 5 hills in front of you are the entrance to the Cold Spirit Valley. After entering, it will be the place where my ancient demon race tempered their bodies. According to the inheritance I obtained, there is an ancient star gathering demon formation inside. The star energy is extremely abundant, and there is no impurity of the world's origin energy or noble qi. Using it to temper one's body is 10 times stronger than outside. Moreover, this training is divided into several stages. Every stage will have a corresponding reward, whether it is an inheritance fragment or a pure bloodline, which can allow our cultivation to reach a higher level. How come this king does not know of such a mysterious place? Ao Qian asked coldly. Ahem. Ao Zhan coughed and smiled. Young king, whether it is the thousand-demon sacred realm, the hidden immortal continent, or the pure land, there are many ancient demon race ruins. My dragon race. Perhaps it is a little different from the vermilion bird race or the deer race. These inheritances may be a little lacking, so it is normal that young king does not know. Looking at the unconvinced Ao Qian, the stag king smiled bitterly in his heart. The unruly Zhu Mei was already hard enough. Now, with Ao Qian, whose temper was on par with Zhu Mei's, he didn't know if this trip would go smoothly. However, since he was already here, he had to follow the plan. After all, these two demons. He could not afford to offend them. Ao Qian snorted and looked up at the sky. The red clouds there had started to snow again. I have already mentioned this place to old demon Ji Feng and Ao Shuai. Stag King said again. Us three demons and Zhu may have all searched for the ruins. However, the specific way to enter. Who? Just as Stag King was about to say the way to enter, Ao Qian suddenly roared. His body turned into a blue light and rushed out. In a few breaths, he flew hundreds of feet. Ao Qian's target was the surging river in the distance. Before his body landed, a cluster of blue crystal threads shot out from the demon Qi and hit the river thousands of feet away. Boom! The river water split apart and emitted a loud roar. Gravel that was 1,000 feet in size flew up from the river bank. Two water beasts that were dozens of feet long and 10 feet long were blown away by the crystal thread. When the corpses of the water beasts landed on the shore, they were riddled with holes and specks of blood. How could they still have any aura? At the same time, thank you to Flowing Water Ebe and other fellow Taoists for their support. Today, I wish all of you good luck and great success in the Year of the Goat. Chapter 3764. When Stag King and the others saw this, their expressions changed slightly. Zhu Mei sneered and said, Little Prince, you've killed these two upstream beasts. Who knows who ordered them to come here? These two things were found by me. I can do whatever I want with them. Ao Qian didn't care about Zhu Mei at all. Stag King, did these upstream beasts follow you? Zhu Mei glanced at Ao Qian and turned to ask Stag King. Stag King shook his head and said hesitantly, I don't think so. I already checked the surroundings when I came. Check again. Ao Zhan flew into the air without saying anything. His body flashed with golden light as he released his Yuan will. Okay. Ao Shuai also agreed. No matter who they came with, we'll go check it out first. According to Stag King, no one can enter without his inheritance and demon weapon. Let's take advantage of the break and go in. Okay. Zhu Mei also spread her wings and flew around the hills. All the demons went in different directions and checked for more than 1,000 miles. They didn't find anything, so they returned. Stag King didn't dare to delay. He quickly took out a piece of beast skin and handed it to old demon Ji Feng. Immortal friend Ji Feng, take a look. This contains some secrets of my stag clan's inheritance. It should be related to entering Cold Spirit Valley. Old demon Ji Feng's face flushed red. Although he was extremely arrogant in front of Xiao Hua, when facing Ao Shuai, he was no longer imposing. Now that he met Ao Qian and Zhu Mei again, he was even more cautious. He really couldn't compare to these heaven's favored ones in any aspect. Now that Stag King took out a piece of beast skin and let him take a look, his vanity swelled. This. Old demon Ji Feng was slightly reserved and said humbly, I didn't know immortal friend Zhu and immortal friend Ao were coming, so I tried to be brave. Now that the two of you are here, I don't dare to embarrass myself. Please take a look first. Stag King frowned. Old demon Ji Feng was right. After all, Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and Ao Zhan were the strongest. Some things should be decided by them. But the problem was to enter the Cold Spirit Valley, one needed the art of wind travel. King Mu Lu had already discussed this with old demon Ji Feng. Now that he proposed to let the two demons have a look, rather than saying that he was being modest, it was better to say that he was showing off. Sure enough, without waiting for the Stag King to speak, Zhu Mei said coldly, Little mouse, what do you mean? If you don't want to enter, then scram. Ao Qian laughed maniacally at Zhu Mei's words. Haha, if this king sees it, you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs and follow behind this king. Fortunately, the two demons didn't directly force him to hand over the beast skin. That old demon Ji Feng smiled apologetically and said, Yes, I made a mistake. I'll check it now. Looking at old monster Ji Feng's rat-like appearance, The Stag King was both angry and amused. He thought to himself, a rat is a rat. Even if it has cultivated for 10,000 years, it is still a rat. They had never heard of a rat becoming a saint in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. This is not only related to the bloodline, but also to the temperament. Although old demon Jifeng looked wretched, his strength was indeed very strong. He only released his primordial thought for a moment, and his small rat-like eyes were filled with doubt. Holding the beast's skin, he asked curiously, King Mulu, is it that simple? What we discussed before didn't seem to be just that. Fellow immortal, what you want to do is that simple. The Stag King smiled and said, when I was discussing with fellow immortal, this king didn't know that there would be other immortal friends coming. Old demon Jifeng looked slightly disappointed and handed the beast's skin to the Stag King. Zhu Mei, young prince, General Ao, inspector, entering the Cold Spirit Valley requires the help of 4 fellow immortal friends. This is the beast's skin that this king has just prepared. With that, the Stag King took out 4 more beast skins and handed them to the 4 demons. After the 4 demons took them, he said, this king originally thought that it would be difficult for the inspector, old demon Jifeng, and the 3 of us to open the barrier of the Cold Spirit Valley. So I invited Zhu Mei. Since young prince and General Ao are here, this king has full confidence that we can go in. Okay, Ao Shui took the beast's skin and looked at Ao Zhan and Ao Qian. He nodded and looked at it. In just a moment, the 4 demons finished looking at it. Zhu Mei said coldly, this barrier of the Cold Spirit Valley requires our essence blood. I need to think about whether we should go in or not. The Stag King smiled bitterly. He knew very well that humans and demons both needed essence blood to cultivate, but demons were different from humans. In order to break the barrier and refine magic treasures, Taoist cultivators could spit out large amounts of essence blood. The essence blood used for refining could be replenished in a short period of time. However, the Yao clan was different. The inheritance of the Yao clan lay in their bloodline. Not to mention large amounts of blood essence. They did not even dare to waste a single strand of blood essence. This was because even a strand of blood essence would require many years of cultivation to make up for. This was even more so for high-level demons like Zhu Mei. If there weren't enough benefits, Zhu Mei wouldn't waste her essence blood for nothing. Zhu Mei, I don't know what's inside. It's up to you. The Stag King said calmly, if you don't go, old demon Jifeng's essence blood should be useful. Damn it, isn't it just a drop of essence blood? Can't you just use the blood glory ginseng? Don't tell me your Vermilion Bird clan doesn't have such a treasure. Ao Qian was unhappy and shouted. Zhu Mei's eyes flashed with anger. She glanced at the 3 generals of the Dragon Palace and said, there are many treasures in the Dragon Palace, but there are also many prodigals. Damn it! Blue water rushed out from Ao Qian's dragon horn. He was about to get angry. Young prince, please wait. Ao Zhan quickly stopped him and asked, Zhu Mei, do you have other ideas? Zhu Mei didn't neglect Ao Zhan. She nodded and said, that's right. If I have to waste my essence blood to enter Cold Spirit Valley, I might as well return to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and explore Mount Cast Demon. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You think you can enter Mount Cast Demon? Ao Qian immediately shouted, if you want a bargain, why don't you find a good reason? Shut up. Ao Qian turned around and said, if you don't want to go in, I'll accompany you back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Don't. Ao Qian hurriedly smiled and said, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why would I return to the lifeless bottom of the sea? Well, since you don't want to go back now, then please listen to my arrangements. Whatever. Ao Qian put away the blue water and took a few steps back. He raised his claws and looked into the distance. Ao Zhan looked at Zhu Mei and said, actually, I have the same idea as you. It doesn't matter whether we go in or not. Moreover, this general had no intention of obtaining any benefits from it. It was only because of the little prince's experience that I followed along. I can't guarantee that I can make up for the essence blood you used. But when I think about how Cold Spirit Valley was where the ancient demons went to experience it, to be honest, I'm also curious. Although my dragon race has left the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, in ancient times, my dragon race was also part of the demon race. I'd like to see what kind of opportunities there are. Focus, concentrate. I understand. Although Ao Zhan didn't say those words, Zhu Mei realized something when she saw Ao Zhan's gaze. She nodded and said, maybe I can learn something from the experience? I don't know. Ao Zhan shook his head. How about this? Stag King struck while the iron was hot and said with a smile, let's not talk about what we get in Cold Spirit Valley based on our own opportunities. I'll give you half of what we get together. How about that? If that's the case. Zhume glanced at the three demons of the Dragon Palace and finally nodded. All right. Seeing Zhume agree, the Stag King was overjoyed. However, he still carefully glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Qian. After all, the two demons were not included in the previous discussion. Now that he added more to Zhume, who knew what the two demons would think. Fortunately, it seemed that Ao Zhan really brought Ao Qian here for experience and didn't care about what they got together. Thus, Stag King hurriedly said, if that's the case, let's do it now. Okay. When the demons heard that, they all put away their beast skins and urged their demon clouds to fly to the 5 hills. When the 5 demons stood still on the 5 hills, old demon Jifeng urged his wind escape and soared into the sky for more than 10,000 feet. Let's do it. Seeing that they stood still according to the previous discussion, Stag King carefully checked his memory again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he spoke. Although Zhu Mei and Ao Qian were arrogant and unruly, they did not dare to be negligent in the face of the ancient barrier. Hearing the Stag King's words, they turned around and faced the 5 faintly discernible beast heads on the hill. Pooh! The 5 demons opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. 1. Once the essence blood came out, there was no need to use any demon technique. 5 thin rays of starlight and moonlight fell from the sky into the essence blood. The entire essence blood swelled rapidly as if it was boiling. Then 5 hurricanes rolled up a whirlpool above the essence blood and countless chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. The power of the stars and moonlight couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but the hurricanes could see the difference in the essence blood of the 5 demons. Stag King's essence blood was the color of dead wood. In the thumb-sized drop of blood, a blurry antler could be faintly seen. The hurricane above the drop of blood was the size of a fist. Although Ao Shui, Ao Qian, and Ao Zhan were all dragons, their essence blood was different. Ao Shui's essence blood was earthy yellow and also had a blurry dragon head. The hurricane above it was also the size of a fist. Ao Qian's essence blood was water blue, and the dragon head inside was extremely clear. Even the dragon horn could be seen clearly. Of course, the hurricane above it was also close to a foot long. Ao Zhan's essence blood was more strange. It was silver-white, and not only did it have a dragon head, but it also had a dragon body. However, when Ao Zhan spat out the essence blood, he blocked it with his body. He even slightly raised his hand and shrunk the 3-foot hurricane to half a foot long. Zhu Mei's essence blood was very arrogant. It was actually a ball of scarlet flame. Moreover, this flame was in the shape of a vermilion bird. The hurricane that rushed into the essence blood was also more than 3 feet long. Oh! Zhu Mei didn't care about her own essence blood. She was closest to Ao Zhan and inadvertently glanced at the hurricane that had just shrunk. She was shocked. Why is Ao Zhan's blood so pure? Could it be that he... Chapter 3765. However, seeing that Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and Ao Shui had their backs facing each other, Zhu Mei immediately retracted her gaze. The secret of the Dragon Palace. Even someone as strong as Zhu Mei didn't want to get involved. Puff, puff, puff. Zhu Mei retracted her gaze and spat out several mouthfuls of demonic energy. Then she flapped her wings and flames fell into it. The entire essence blood slowly rotated, and the shape of the vermilion bird gradually turned into a strange talisman. It was very similar to the talisman on Xiaohua's white bones. Since Zhu Mei made her move, the other 4 demons naturally began to move as well. The talismans of the 3 dragons were very similar, but the Stag King's was different. Move. Seeing that the talisman was already clearly visible, the Stag King shouted. Zhu Mei and the others pushed their arms at the same time, and 5 talismans made of essence blood rushed towards the beast heads of the 5 hills. Shua. The essence blood fell into the stone walls of the hills, but there was no movement. In just a moment, boom. The 5 hills shook at the same time, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The earth was also shaking, and the 5 hills were actually pulled out from the ground. Patches of moss were cut off from the hills, and huge rocks rolled down from the top of the hills. Layers of bloody light spread over the hills, and the originally blurry beast heads on the hills became abnormally clear. Moreover, under the uprooted hills, the bodies of the strange beasts were revealed. Just as the bodies of the 5 strange beasts were revealed. Ao, 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 ao. 5 beastly roars resounded from the 5 stone walls that had already formed the mountain peaks. Immediately, the phantoms of the 5 strange beasts came out of the walls, and the red clouds that filled the sky instantly rolled away. 5 pillars of light that were invisible to the naked eye penetrated through the gaps of the 5 clouds, directly covering the phantoms. 5 abnormally fierce and desolate auras rushed out of the phantoms, not only making the 5 demons unstable, but also spreading out in all directions like a tide. Amazing! Zhu Mei's body flashed with flames, and her eyelidless eyes were filled with ecstasy. She stared at the phantoms without blinking. As an expert of the demon clan, it was very easy for her to capture the indescribable aura of an expert from the phantoms. Zhu Mei was like this, and in the sky, old demon Ji Feng's entire body was trembling. This kind of trembling was both afraid and excited. The aura of the phantoms was the power that he had dreamed of for thousands of years. Roar! After a few breaths, the 5 phantoms simultaneously roared towards the sky, and each rushed towards the center. Boom! The 5 phantoms collided together. There was no soaring chi, but tens of thousands of starlight fragments. These fragments were like withered leaves in front of the demons'. Immediately, totems and shadows and totems were produced flashing and flickering from the fragments. Zhu Mei and the others, the 9 dragons' body, were dazzling. The 9 dazzled their eyes. And the 9 dragons, its 9 claws dazzled this. And there was the head. There were the 9 claws of this, and the this to them, This is primeval dragon. Ao Qian, Ao Zhan, and Ao Shui were dumbfounded. Primeval dragon, the ancestor of the dragon clan. They didn't know how many legends they had heard about the origin of the dragon clan, but they had never seen the primeval dragon's appearance in the dragon palace. They hadn't even seen the primeval dragon's totem in their memories. What did this mean? No one knew better than them what kind of experience they were about to face. Heavenly phoenix. The primeval dragon's totem flashed and disappeared. Then a phoenix with a sharp beak, slender eyes, and 7 colored feathers appeared in the totem. This phoenix's eyes were filled with incomparable arrogance. Zhu Mei's body trembled. She was even more surprised than the 3 dragons. Then, the totems of the primeval demon clan's ancestors appeared one after another. Among them, there were some that the demons knew. In the end, each of the totems shocked the demons because these totems were beyond their knowledge. The 6 demons knew in their hearts that these ancient almighty and peerless experts might have been annihilated in the torrent of time. Other than the totems left behind from the ancient times, even some legends had disappeared. Suddenly, a totem similar to the Stag King appeared in the nebula. Zhu Mei couldn't help but cry out, "Stag King, is this?" "Yes, this is the totem in this king's inheritance." The Stag King was shocked and immediately realized. Seeing that the Stag King's totem was about to disappear, the Stag King shouted. He didn't dare to slow down. He waved his hand and took out something that looked like an antler from the heaven and earth bracelet on his arm. He hurriedly threw it, and the antler rushed into the Stag King's horn on the totem. Although the antler didn't completely match the one on the totem, and there was still an inch-long gap on the totem, the entire totem stopped. Then, the totem rapidly transformed into the shape of a huge cauldron and fell towards the river below. Boom! Water light rose from the sky, and the earth shook violently again. Countless rocks were torn apart, and a black hole that was dozens of feet in size appeared in the middle of the water pillar. Woo! A huge stream of air rushed into the sky and blew towards old demon Ji Feng, who was calmly standing thousands of feet in the sky. GG. At this moment, old demon Ji Feng was filled with pride. He opened his mouth and cried out a few times. He turned into a breeze and entered the stream of air, going against the current. "Everyone, please don't rush in." The Stag King saw that old demon Ji Feng had entered the stream of air and was flying towards the black hole. He hurriedly shouted, "This is the enchantment of the Cold Spirit Valley. If you don't have the wind travel technique, you can't enter. Everyone, please don't try." If it was a normal situation, why would Zhu Mei and Ao Qian care? However, after seeing the primordial dragon and heavenly phoenix, no matter how arrogant they didn't dare to touch this restriction that they didn't know how powerful it was. Old demon Ji Feng's progress was very smooth. In a short moment, he had already reached the side of the black hole. As old demon Jifeng stood in front of the black hole, woo! A whimper was heard. The totem and light disappeared, turning into tens of thousands of stars and falling towards the 5 mountains. At the same time, the 5 mountains slowly fell towards the ground. Go! The Stag King shouted. His figure flew out first and fell into the black hole. In fact, there was no need for the Stag King's reminder. The other 4 demons had already retracted their figures and followed the Stag King into the black hole. Boom! When the 6 demons rushed into the black hole fell along with the mountains and slowly closed. The water that rushed into the sky suddenly fell, and the entire river covered the black hole. However, when everything calmed down, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surging river. It didn't disappear for a long time. Strangely, not long after, Ao Shuai's figure actually peeked out of the whirlpool. He looked left and right, then shrank back. When he reappeared, it was Ao Shuai and the Stag King again. Looking at the whirlpool below him, the Stag King smiled bitterly. Inspector, this entrance isn't completely closed. I'm afraid it's because this king's token is missing. However, the entrance is still gradually shrinking. I think it won't be long before it completely closes. All right. Ao Shuai's Yuan will swept and nodded. Since it's a place for us demons to train, others might not know. Let's hurry down. Then the 2 demons disappeared again. Half a day later, the whirlpool shrank by half again. Suddenly, boom. Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan rushed out of the whirlpool. As soon as the 2 demons appeared, they immediately swept out with their Yuan wills. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 2 demons retracted their Yuan wills and looked at each other. Knowing that there were no humans or demons here, they didn't say anything and rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. Below the whirlpool was the black hole that was still a few feet wide. The 2 demons rushed into the black hole, their bodies slightly distorted and instantly elongated like long branches. This figure swam in a long, colorful passage. When it condensed again, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan's eyes lit up. The 2 demons rushed out of a fist-sized crack. At this time, the crack was on the ground, and the river water that emitted a strange smell was spurting out from this crack. How is it? Did the 2 of you find any clues? The Stag King hurriedly asked when he saw the 2 demons appear. No. Ao Zhan looked at the huge trees and rocks around him and answered, It's the same as when we came in. No demons came. So, the Stag King nodded. Only the 2 water beasts followed us, and no other demons? Of course. Zhu Mei looked at the floating antlers in the sky and said, You can take this token. See if you can close the entrance. Wait a moment. The Stag King was uncertain. If I take the token, we might be teleported away again. Won't the entrance be open for other demons to enter? Enter my ass. Ao Qian was already impatient. Looking at the vast wilderness and the 9 suns and stars in the sky, he shouted, Hurry up and take the token. I'm still waiting for my training. Young prince. Ao Zhan reminded him in a low voice. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder could be heard from afar, and it was getting closer and closer. Thunderflood dragon. Damn it, it's a thunderflood dragon. Zhu Mei scanned with her essence will and saw a 200 feet long flood dragon with lightning flashing around its body. It was flying towards them like lightning. She couldn't help but moan. This thunderflood dragon has the power to swallow the sun. Why isn't there any essence will? The demons were shocked and released their essence wills. Old demon Jifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Hurry up and leave. Our essence wills have already disturbed the thunderflood dragon. Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This thunderflood dragon is an opponent for us to train with. The reason why it doesn't have any essence wills might be because it can't condense essence wills in this barrier. Go. Hurry up and leave. At this point, the Stag King didn't care if other demons entered. He reached out and immediately took the token in his hand. When his hoof-like hand touched the antler token, a cryptic message was transmitted from the antler. Ah? The Stag King was immediately stunned. An inconceivable ecstasy appeared on his face. Chapter 3766. What's wrong? Zhu Mei hurriedly asked when she saw that the demons were not teleported away and the Deer King was so ecstatic. The Deer King took a deep breath and shouted, I'll let you know that this is indeed the cold spirit valley used by the ancient demon clan for training. These demons, no, we can only call them demon beasts. They grew up in the cold spirit valley and don't know how to cultivate. They don't have primordial thoughts. What? No primordial thoughts? The demons were overjoyed, but then old demon Jifeng shouted indignantly. Even if they don't have primordial thoughts, they don't have intelligence. No, demon beasts that aren't even in the hair removal realm have the strength of the moon-picking realm? Let's not talk about it. Let's go. Zhume flapped her wings and flew up, shouting, "Let's escape from the Thunderflood Dragon first. That guy is already flying over. Let's go." Ao Zhan raised his hand, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He hurriedly said, "We'll discuss how to face the enemy as we go." The 6 demons no longer dared to pay attention to the water flow at the entrance and hurriedly flew away on their demon clouds. In just a moment, the Thunder Flood Dragon flashed and fell. The Thunder Flood Dragon did not fall, but its violent aura scattered the water flow. The Thunder Flood Dragon stuck out its snake head and sniffed the water flow. Lightning flowed around its body as if it was about to rush into the entrance. Boom! A burst of star power exploded at the entrance, flipping the 200 feet long Thunder Flood Dragon over. Streaks of blood even appeared on the Thunder Flood Dragon's scales. Roar! The Thunder Flood Dragon let out a sorrowful cry and flew in the direction that the Deer King and the others flew in. After half a day, the fist-sized entrance became smaller and smaller. The water flow that rushed out became smaller and smaller. However, it was also much higher. At this moment, a white light flashed in the water. 2 ferocious-looking dragon figures appeared in the water. Swoosh! At this moment, a white light flashed in the water and 2 more ferocious dragon figures appeared in the water. However, as soon as these 2 dragons appeared, they immediately flew to the sides and did not stop at all. When the 2 dragons landed in the air, they looked at each other and then at the situation around them. They were really confused. One of them said, "Jiang Peng, is this the Cold Spirit Valley?" "I don't know." The dragon named Jiang Peng shook his head slightly. "There is no record of the Cold Spirit Valley in our clan. I only learned about it from the messages of the 2 water beasts. However, now is not the time to pursue the matter. Let's avoid it first and familiarize ourselves with it before acting according to the plan." It seems that what we discussed earlier was not like this. The dragon shook his head slightly. "We didn't have to come in, Zhang Che. When we came out, the elder had already said that you must listen to me. We must act according to the situation. Previously, the dragon bones didn't even stir up trouble between the Dragon Palace and Jai Xing Lu. Now we have to make up for our mistakes." Jiang Peng waved his claws. His body was almost crawling on the ground as he swam far away. The dragon named Zhang Che felt very helpless. He could only lie down and swim along. Although the 2 dragons were supported by floating clouds, Zhang Che still glared fiercely at the gradually falling water and the gradually shrinking entrance. The entrance to the Cold Spirit Valley had already been sealed. No human or demon would be able to enter anymore. Moreover, as the 2 dragons swam, a strange color emerged from their scales. This color gradually diffused around the 2 dragons. The 2 dragons had already fused with their surroundings. It was hard to see any dragon shape. It was as if the 2 dragons had mysteriously disappeared. Putting aside the fact that the demons had flown into the Cold Spirit Valley to train, just as Xiaohua and Fujiwen were about to move, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat again. He whispered, "Don't rush." "Ah!" Fujiwen was stunned. He clearly remembered that 3 years ago, when Xiaohua had just agreed under his urging, Xiaohua mysteriously went into seclusion. Fujiwen also mysteriously practiced. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. And now it was the same again. Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua strangely. He did not know why. "Come here quickly." Xiaohua hurried to the cloud bed. As he walked, he said, "Disciple, think carefully. Before we entered the Misty Mountain Maze, did you think that the 4 layers of formations were already very powerful? Did you not think that there were 2 layers of maze in this formation?" "Yes, master." Fujiwen nodded blankly. "Did you think that after the first layer of maze, the outer mansion would be Senior Tsonglang Zi's cave residence? Did you not think that there would be a second layer of maze?" "Yes, master." "Then when you entered the outer mansion for the second time, did you think that you had gone the wrong way and would not step into the same cave entrance?" "Yes, master." "Then when you entered the inner mansion, did you think that there was nothing in the cave residence? Were you very disappointed?" "Yes, master." "When you got the ink cloud pupil and the elixir from the 2 caves, did you want to leave? Did you not think that there was a jade rui on the cloud bed?" "Yes, master." And now, did you have some enlightenment and feel that there was nothing in the cave residence and want to leave? Yes, master. That's right. So, the biggest secret hidden in Senior Tsong Lang Zi's cave residence was not what I got before. The biggest secret is on the cloud bed. Ah, master, why? I don't understand. Xiaohua smiled strangely and pointed to the cloud bed, saying, "It's very simple. Because I can't take the cloud bed away." No way. What kind of reason is this? Fu Jiwen cried, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Of course, this is the reason. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with excitement. He pointed to the empty cave residence and said, the jade shelves, jade tables, jade chairs, and so on in the cave residence can be moved. Why can't the cloud bed be moved? Moreover, according to what I just said, every time Senior Tsong Longzi tried to hide something, it would only make it more conspicuous. Every discovery would be a pleasant surprise. This surprise was unexpected and joyful, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When ordinary people came to Senior Tsong Longzi's cave residence, their ultimate goal was to get Senior Tsong Longzi's orthodoxy and the way of formation. But now, I boldly speculate that the most precious thing in this cave residence is definitely not Senior Tsong Longzi's enlightenment of Taoism, but something else. Master, Fu Jiwen felt wronged and said, haven't I found Senior Tsong Longzi's orthodoxy? Didn't you gain some other enlightenment on the cloud bed? Isn't that the most precious thing? What's more precious? Hee, my disciple, to tell you the truth, the orthodoxy you got was left by Tsong Longzi and Ink Cloud Pupil. What I got is his real enlightenment, the crystallization of Taoism. But don't worry, when your cultivation is high enough, I will teach you. Xiaohua walked to the cloud bed with a smile. He looked at the huge cloud bed and said, I'm really looking forward to it. You and I have gained a lot from the trip to Misty Mountain, but we still haven't found the most precious thing in the cave residence. What is the most precious thing? It's something that Senior Tsong Longzi couldn't take away. Master, you're so careful. Fu Jiwen was completely defeated by the money grubber Xiaohua. He followed behind Xiaohua and walked to the front of the cloud bed. He looked up and down, looked left and right, and even walked to the inside of the cloud bed to take a look. He was still confused. It was just a cloud bed. Who would think that there was some mystery inside? Xiaohua laughed and said, Senior Tsong Longzi blocked his divine thought and Buddhist awareness in this cave residence because he didn't want others to find the secret of the cloud bed. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. He didn't expect that I would come here thousands of years later. Yes, master. You cleaned Senior Tsong Longzi's cave residence so well. This is Senior Tsong Longzi's way of thanking you. Fu Jiwen replied with a bitter smile. But he was really impressed by Xiaohua's ability. Humph. Xiaohua released his soul awareness and carefully examined it. He snorted and said, if you want by and to stay in the heaven's punishment prison crystal, then don't talk nonsense. Disciple was wrong. Fu Jiwen laughed. But his heart was moved. He hurriedly took off the wooden box from his neck and handed it to Xiaohua. Master, since this is the most precious treasure in Tsong Longzi's cave residence, the restrictions inside must be the most powerful. Master should take this heaven's punishment prison crystal. It might be useful. And that's a filial disciple. Xiaohua smiled and put it in his sleeve. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity, Master will help you rescue Bayan. Thank you for everything, Master. Fu Jiwen jumped down from the cloud bed and said, if there are any difficult restrictions, disciple won't go in. Disciple's magic power is weak. If I go, I'll be a burden to Master. Oh, you're not too greedy. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You're much better than Master. Xiaohua was a little surprised. If it was him, he would risk his life to charge in. But then Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, Disciple, are you trying to persuade Master? A little. Fu Jiwen's smile disappeared and he respectfully said, Master, Disciple has followed Master into Tsong Longzi's cave residence. Along the way, Disciple has gained a lot, far more than Disciple expected. This is something that Disciple didn't dare to imagine. If Disciple has gained so much, then Master's gains must be far greater than Disciple's. Disciple has been under Master's protection for a lot of time. I didn't see Master in any danger, but Disciple can imagine Master's narrow escape. Master, the so-called luck will come to an end one day. Master has already obtained Tsong Longzi's orthodoxy. Why don't you quit while you're ahead? Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen, who was worried about him, and his heart felt warm. He smiled and said, "Master's luck is far from what you know. Master's luck is comparable to the luck of a country, comparable to the luck of a province. Although the maze designed by Tsong Langzi is powerful, it is still nothing in Master's eyes." Chapter 3767. But Master. Fu Jiwen still wanted to say more, but Xiaohua continued, "Master's knowledge is very complex, and you can't imagine it. Senior Tsong Langzi seems to be similar to Master, and Senior Tsong Langzi's cave is the biggest opportunity Master has encountered so far. In other words, after getting out of this misty mountain maze, Master doesn't need to look for other ancient ruins, as they are meaningless to Master. What's more, Master doesn't feel any sense of crisis, which means that the biggest secret hidden in this cave won't pose a threat to Master's life." Okay. Fu Jiwen knew that he couldn't persuade Xiaohua, so he nodded and said, "Disciple can only say this. If Master insists on exploring, disciple can only wish Master a fruitful return. You don't have to wait here, you also have to follow Master." Xiaohua's words surprised Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen was surprised. This is Tsong Langzi's cave. Since Huang Shou and others can come in, others can also come in. Especially since Master obtained Senior Tsong Langzi's orthodoxy. You and I have been in this cave for 3 whole years. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong, and Zhang Daoran were also trapped in the maze for 3 years. When Master came down from the cloud bed, there seemed to be some changes in this cave, and the maze might have disappeared, and these people could come in immediately. If they come in, Master won't be here, and only you are here. How will you answer other people's questions? Fu Jiwen nodded. Moreover, Master calculated that you would be more scared than in danger. Previously, with Fairy Su Ming's self-detonation, you were indeed in danger, but that little bit of danger couldn't be seen in Master's eyes. Master feels that you should still follow Master to broaden your horizons. After all, this kind of opportunity is not available to everyone. Xiaohua explained. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiaohua was protecting him, so how could he not know what was good for him? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple thanks Master. You can stand on the side. First, let Master see what this restriction is." Xiaohua had already used his soul sense to clearly see that this cloud bed was not one with the stone wall. It was just that the cloud bed was extremely close to the stone wall. Relying solely on the naked eye, even a cultivator's naked eye would not be able to distinguish the two. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that there was no magic power fluctuation coming from where the cloud bed came into contact with the stone wall. He also didn't find anything out of place with his soul sense. After Fu Jiwen moved aside, Xiaohua slapped his forehead. The illusion breaker eyes flashed with a dark green brilliance and opened. When he saw that the stone wall before him was the same as before, Xiaohua was completely disappointed. He sucked in a breath of air and closed his eyes with his brows tightly furrowed. That's impossible. Xiaohua thought to himself, how could there be nothing wrong with this cloud bed? Could it be that Senior Tsong Langzi had set up an empty fort strategy here? But even if it's an empty fort strategy, what is he trying to hide? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes slightly blinked. A silver-white ring of light rippled from his eyes. Xiaohua pushed his illusion breaker eyes to the limit. Haha, here. Here. Xiaohua looked for a moment, then finally laughed loudly, so it was hidden so subtly. If it weren't for this Zhao's illusion breaker eyes and the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye, I'm afraid it really would be difficult to see this point of light that's even fainter than a needle's eye. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, Fu Jiwen was also stunned. With a tone of disbelief, he said, Master, you really found something? Of course. Xiaohua withdrew his heavenly eye. With a flick of his Taoist robe, he used universe-concealing sleeves and laughed. Take a look at Master's power. Rise. This time was different from the previous probing. Xiaohua used 70% of his magic power. Unfortunately, the cloud bed didn't move under his big hand. It didn't even sway. This really made Xiaohua stunned. That's impossible. Xiaohua knew the power of his universe-concealing sleeves. With his current strength, not to mention a cloud bed that was several zhang in size, even a small mountain would collapse. This old man understands now. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly withdrew his magic power and urged the heavenly laws embodiment technique. A huge golden body flashed with a dark golden brilliance. At this time, Xiaohua grabbed the two sides of the cloud bed. Relying only on the strength of his body, he shouted, "Rise!" Boom. The cloud bed was like a 10,000-gene mountain that was slowly lifted by Xiaohua. As the cloud bed was lifted, the entire immortal cave trembled. It was as if Xiaohua was lifting the entire cloud mountain. As it trembled, that cloud bed had only moved to a height of a few feet. Woo! A fishy wind blew out from under the cloud bed, enveloping Xiaohua's golden body and the wide-eyed Fujiwen at the side. A force so strong that even Xiaohua was unable to resist was generated. Without the slightest fluctuation of magic power, without the slightest splendor, the two people strangely disappeared just like that. Boom! The cloud bed fell. The entire cloud mountain shook. Every cultivator that stepped into the immortal cave also slightly swayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua and Fujiwen's feet landed on the ground. The scene in front of them changed greatly. Xiaohua didn't have time to withdraw his golden body. He immediately released his soul sense to explore. It was a space that was hundreds of feet wide. The walls of the space were covered with thick murals. On the murals, there were mountains and rivers, strange beasts and giants, vast forests and vast yellow sands. However, there were no ordinary people in the murals. There were also no towns or villages. Xiaohua's soul sense only roughly looked at these murals that were filled with a primitive aura. He left his soul sense at the end of this space. That place was 100 zhong in size altar. The altar was in the shape of a hill. Rugged bones were placed on top of it. Bloody and abnormal totems were smeared on the altar. These totems were very strange. Some were in the shape of flames, some were in the shape of glaciers, and some were in the shape of strange beasts. Even when they reached the top of the altar, there were skeletons, leg bones, ghosts, and other unimaginable shapes. Ouch! Just as Xiaohua was looking at the altar again, Fujiwen suddenly screamed from the side. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, and a seal was placed around Fujiwen. Fujiwen curled up on the ground in pain. He lowered his voice and groaned, "Master, disciple, use my soul sense to explore these murals." Countless images rushed into Disciple's mind. Disciple can't bear it, and now I have a splitting headache. "All right, you should take a rest." Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Fujiwen into it. He looked at the murals around him. He didn't release his soul sense, but still used his soul sense to check the altar. After Xiaohua finished looking at the last few strange totems, his soul sense fell on the top of the altar. It was an oval platform about a foot in size. There was a groove on it, and in the groove, there was a shabby oil lamp. Isn't this the shabby oil lamp that I obtained in Sky Patrol City? Isn't this the soul tool from Million Meng Mountains? How did it appear here? Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the oil lamp. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the oil lamp that he had forgotten in the corner of the space. Sure enough, although there were some slight differences in the style of the two oil lamps, they were the same in terms of texture and general style. No, this isn't a soul tool. Xiaohua suddenly realized. At that time, the cultivator said that this was an item from the 10,000 demon realm. He took it from a soul cultivator. Could this altar be related to the 10,000 demon realm? But even if it is related to the 10,000 demon realm, what's the use of this altar? Xiaohua was completely confused. Song Longzi is our Dao Sex Tribulation Stage senior. What does he mean by hiding such an altar in his cave residence? Could it be that Senior Song Longzi is related to the 10,000 demon realm? Then Xiaohua recalled again. It seemed that Song Longzi didn't have any records about this altar. Maybe it's recorded in the ink cloud pupil? Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out the ink cloud pupil that Fujiwen took. After a little hesitation, he looked at it again. However, Xiaohua didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil didn't have any records at all. This is one of Song Longzi's biggest secrets. Xiaohua put away the ink cloud pupil and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the strange altar thoughtfully. After a few minutes, Xiaohua temporarily moved his soul consciousness and eyes away from the altar and released his divine sense to explore the murals around him. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, as Fujiwen said, when Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the murals, vivid images fell into Xiaohua's mind like giant meteors. The impact made Xiaohua's blood vessels expand. This is also a kind of test? After Xiaohua finished looking at some of the murals gave off a strange light. Correspondingly, a totem on the altar flashed and had a faint color. Bloodline power? Looking at the murals one by one, Xiaohua discovered that they were all pictures of ancient times. Furthermore, every time an ancient picture entered his mind, Xiaohua's bloodline would be stimulated, and an indescribable power would gradually be born around Xiaohua's body. When Xiaohua finished looking at all of the murals, a desolate, boundless, and even bloody aura rushed out from the altar and filled the entire space. Could this altar be the remains of a soul cultivator? Xiaohua looked at the altar that seemed to have come to life, his eyes narrowing and narrowing. Although his soul cultivation was not shallow, he was still a little nervous when faced with the mysterious remains of a soul cultivator. But if I want to know if the Dawn Rain continent and the other 3 continents are in the same realm, I might have to take a trip to the remains of a soul cultivator. Maybe I can even find the passage to the Million Meng Mountains. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua looked at the oil lamp in his hand and waved it toward the altar. Unfortunately, when the oil lamp fell, the altar didn't move. Chapter 3768. Lamp Oil. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly took down the oil lamp and put a drop of lamp oil into it. After seeing that there was still no reaction from the lamp oil, he waved his hand, and a strand of spirit fire flew up to the altar and landed on the oil lamp. Swoosh. The spirit fire lit up the quaint oil lamp. Eolo! Under the light of the fire, the oil lamp trembled slightly, as if it was alive. Strange runes bloomed from the outer layer of the oil lamp, and then a strange beast with 7 colors appeared from the oil lamp. 7 light beast? Xiaohua looked at the familiar runes and then looked at the strange beast. He was almost dumbfounded. He didn't know about the 7 light beast before, but there were some marks in Little White's memory. It was a rare soul beast in the 10,000 demon realm. It was said that each of the lights of the 7 light beast could cause different damage to the soul of a demon or a human. He didn't expect that the oil lamp was actually a 7 light beast. The 7 light beast let out a desolate groan, and the 7-colored brilliance fell from the altar like a whirlpool. Every time it passed by a totem, the totem would turn into a strange beast. Even the totem that was difficult to understand turned into a strange beast that Little White had never seen before. When all the totems were lit up, all the strange beasts flew out of their totems and circled around the altar. Then a loud sound of a bugle horn came from the altar. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the strange beasts transformed into all kinds of strange shapes and swam in the air. These shapes were somewhat ordinary, such as triangular, square, and some were more strange, like swimming fish and hedgehogs. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. However, when a strange beast's mouth appeared in the air, and then a shape that looked like a square but wasn't a square, and under the square shape, there were 4 legs. Xiaohua was very lucky, and a flash of light appeared in his mind. Seeing Ding? This is the entrance to the legacy world. Xiaohua almost screamed out. Wasn't that strange beast's mouth the same as the one that appeared when he sacrificially refined the Seeing Ding in the sword tomb? Wasn't that the shape of a cauldron? Wasn't this 7-colored brilliance Seeing Ding's 7 colors? Xiaohua was ecstatic. He never thought that he would encounter the entrance to the legacy world here. At this time, there was only one question in his mind, Song Lang. Who is he? However, there was no time for him to think about it. Seeing Ding was immediately taken out from the space, and he didn't have any extra movements. The beast's mouth in the light made a strange sound, and the 7-colored brilliance turned into a strange beast. It rushed out of the altar, and the beast with Seeing Ding was in Xiaohua. Its aggressive aura made Xiaohua couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Roar! Seeing Ding fell into the beast's mouth, and the 7-colored brilliance of the strange beast disappeared in a flash. When the strange beast returned, Seeing Ding was exactly where it was before. Buzz buzz buzz! Seeing Ding fell, and the whole cauldron trembled violently. Waves of obscure fluctuations rushed towards the altar. Wherever the fluctuations passed, all the images and totems turned into fragments and crashed into the altar along with the fluctuations. Swoosh! The altar collapsed with a loud rumble, and the 7-colored brilliance also shattered. An aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth gushed out from these fragments. All of the fragments transformed into a powerful current that rushed towards Xiaohua. Metal escape technique. Xiaohua remembered clearly that the metal escape technique was the method to enter the legacy world. He immediately urged the metal escape technique to rush head-on into the torrent. Boom! Like a swimming fish, Xiaohua only felt countless grotesque illusions appear in front of his eyes. His entire body once again moved against the flow of these illusions. When he reached the altar, a vague barrier blocked in front of Xiaohua. As Xiaohua exerted all his strength to activate his magic power, Xiaohua's body passed through the barrier with some difficulty. Immediately, a powerful pressure fell from all directions, and a familiar feeling appeared in Xiaohua's heart. Shortly after, the silver-white brilliance turned into a revolving passage, and Xiaohua's body rapidly passed through this passage. The passage was extremely long, and also seemed to be extremely short. In a moment, Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled by a glaring light. He couldn't help but slightly close his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his body stopped. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, a familiar feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart, regardless of whether it was the scene before his eyes or the aura that filled the space. Raising his head, Xiaohua saw clearly that the entire sky was illuminated by 9 suns. It was extremely similar to the sky in his space, but the difference was that on the other side of the 9 suns, there were unexpectedly 10 moons. Moreover, the moons were several times larger than the suns. What was special was that the sky was densely packed with many stars. From the sun star, the moon star, and countless other stars, huge pillars of stars fell down. These huge pillars of stars covered the entire space, and the aura of desolation and the feeling of desolation were all emitted from these pillars of stars. The power of the stars and the moon. In an instant, Xiaohua cried out in surprise. I understand now. This is the power of the stars and the moon. In addition to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth used by the cultivators of my Taoism, and the awe-inspiring energy used by the scholars of Confucianism, the demon race of this world actually uses the power of the stars and the moon. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the 2 bones with mysterious talismans from the space. Sure enough, the talismans glowed under the power of the stars and the moon, and 2 powerful auras emerged from the talismans. Putting away the bones, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Wherever his divine sense passed, the scene within 1,000 miles fell into Xiaohua's mind bit by bit. It was a huge tree, a huge rock, a mountain peak, and a wilderness. It was exactly the same as the murals on the walls of the space where the altar was previously. Boom! Just as Xiaohua was exploring, a powerful vibration came from the top of his head. Xiaohua's figure flashed, and just as he dodged, a huge sea cauldron fell from the sky, landing right under Xiaohua's body. At this time, the sea cauldron was probably 100 feet tall, and in front of it, Xiaohua looked just like an ant. Roar! Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the strange runes on the sea cauldron. With a loud roar, he used the heavenly law embodiment technique and the immortal body bestowment technique. The pillar of light from the stars and the moon turned into crystal threads visible to the naked eye and fell into Xiaohua's body. Along with the pillar of light, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was born with a loud bang. It grew bigger by a zhang, and in just a moment, it was actually 200 feet tall. The immortal body bestowment technique is indeed the immortal body bestowment technique. Xiaohua felt that the power of the stars and the moon was even smoother than the energy of heaven and earth as it tempered his body. He couldn't help but sigh. This is a divine ability used by the immortal body bestowment technique. What it tempered was not the energy of heaven and earth, but the power of the stars and the moon. It's just that the immortal body bestowment technique is no longer the immortal body bestowment technique, and the power of the stars and the moon is no longer the power of the stars and the moon. It can only be barely replaced by the energy of heaven and earth. The current Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to use the power of the stars and the moon. He could only wave his hand, and the sea cauldron fell into his hand again. When the sea cauldron fell into his hand, some information from the sea cauldron entered his mind. What? Holy bloodline? What does this mean? The moment the information appeared, Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. When he finished reading it, an inconceivable feeling arose in his heart. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. This so-called legacy world wasn't just a barrier jointly set up by the ancient demonic beasts for their descendants. In this barrier, the purest bloodline of the ancient demonic beasts was preserved, allowing their descendants who had lost their bloodline to come here to find their bloodline and pass on the glory of the demonic beast race. Furthermore, in this barrier, they used the bloodline of the 10,000 races to carry out a plan that spanned hundreds of millions of years. They wanted to give birth to the holy bloodline that the demonic beast race had never had before, a bloodline that could surpass the 10,000 races and 10,000 saints of the demonic beast race. This is too crazy, too inconceivable. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua looked towards another direction with a strange expression, and shock appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? How do I know the location of the holy bloodline? I found out from the Seeing Cauldron that the location of the bloodline of the Yu family in Fallen Gold Mountain is normal. The Seeing Cauldron didn't have any information about the location of the holy bloodline. How do I know? Moreover, I just entered this legacy realm. Although I have seen all the scenery on the murals outside, it's normal for me to feel a sense of familiarity. But this kind of desolate aura, how can I be familiar with it? Could it be that I've been to the legacy realm before? Or perhaps this memory came from Little White? A series of questions naturally arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart, leaving him at a loss. What should I do now? Xiaohua put away the Seeing Cauldron and looked at the two directions with some hesitation. He didn't know where he should go. Roar. Before Xiaohua could make a decision, an ear-piercing cry sounded. A bird that was several hundred feet in size flapped its wings and descended from the sky. Its sharp beak, which was several hundred feet in size, pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. In midair, wherever the beak passed, cracks appeared in the void, and a ferocious killing intent that seemed to have materialized penetrated Xiaohua's golden body. Damn it! Seeing that the thin, fleshy wings of the bird were covered with talismans and countless beams of starlight and moonlight rushed into these talismans, how could Xiaohua not know the power of this bird's attack? He roared and took out the wishful staff. Grow, 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 grow. At the same time, Xiaohua released the godly power centipede. In an instant, the wishful staff turned into 100 feet in size. Xiaohua's body surged with lightning, and his figure rushed into the air like lightning. The wishful staff was raised to meet the falling bird. The godly power centipede also borrowed the power of Xiaohua, and wisps of demon clouds surged around its body. Under these demon clouds, the godly power centipede's body suddenly expanded, growing to several hundred feet in size. It rushed aggressively towards the bird. Chapter 3769. Boom. A loud sound came from the sky. The ferocious bird was hit back and forth in the air. Xiaohua's golden body was hit by the ferocious bird and fell to the ground. Hundreds of giant trees were broken. A towering mountain was also hit by Xiaohua's golden body, and half of it collapsed. On the land that no one had set foot on for many years, a deep pit of hundreds of feet in length and dozens of feet in size was impressively visible. Although the movement of the fight was great, it was somewhat insignificant in the space of the untainted land. As for the divine power centipede, although its size had become bigger, it was still less than 100 feet away from the abdomen of the ferocious bird like lightning. It was about to wave its claws and cut into the wings of the ferocious bird, but the powerful air wave and the ferocious bird's breath suddenly knocked the divine power centipede upside down. As the saying goes, hooligans are not scary, but hooligans with culture are scary. If it was the divine power centipede, it would be, monsters are not scary, but monsters with spiritual wisdom are scary. However, when the dangerous breath arrived, the divine power centipede's body immediately shrank and curled up extremely. Not to mention that the ferocious bird's wings did not hit the divine power centipede. Even if it hit, the divine power centipede would not be hurt. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua angrily cursed. He climbed up from the ground and stamped his feet. The whole earth trembled. His figure rushed into the sky again. When he took back the divine power centipede, he waved his hand again, and the seal of the sea flew out of the space, and was about to hit the ferocious bird in the distance. However, when the seal of ocean overturning seal landed in midair, it didn't have the surging of 10,000 jade talismans that Xiaohua had imagined. Even the copper-colored light seemed weak. Not good. Not only can my monster not be compared to this ferocious bird, but I can't use my magic weapon. Xiaohua took out his magic weapon, and the ferocious bird also felt the danger. It spread its wings and prepared to attack again. Under the stimulation of Xiaohua's spiritual power, he immediately found that the qi of heaven and earth in this space was extremely weak. I neglected it. This is the world of the legacy created by the monster clan. Although it is similar to the untainted land, it is not the untainted land. There is only the power of the stars and the moon in this world, and there is no qi of heaven and earth. Even the qi of righteousness does not exist. This Xiaohua's Taoist and Confucian magic cannot be used. But, so what? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. The entire legacy realm was vast and boundless, and everything was incomparably huge. Even his small and cautious heart was now fermenting like a lofty ambition that soared to the clouds. A surge of arrogance that soared to the heavens was born from Xiaohua's heart. With this Zhao's cultivation, would I still be afraid of these flat birds? Ah! Xiaohua raised his head and yelled. The muscles on his golden body rapidly overflowed. At the same time, his entire figure once again pounced forward, and at the same time, his spiritual hammer was activated. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky where the ferocious bird was flying, the invisible giant hammer let out a whimper of the wind, completely enveloping the several acres of space to the left of the ferocious bird. This hammer of divine will was extremely mysterious. That ferocious bird immediately felt a dangerous aura. Both of its wings rapidly flapped, and a powerful whirlwind rushed out from both of its wings. At the same time, the ferocious bird let out a long cry. It raised its head, and a talisman that was several zhong in size rushed into the air and quickly met the hammer of divine will. Boom! A fireball that was several times stronger than Xiaohua's talisman exploded under the hammer of divine will. Woo! It was at this time that Xiaohua's wishful staff came over and hit the neck of the ferocious bird. Ayo! The ferocious bird's figure was once again hit and flipped in the air. The sharp claws that were exposed in front of Xiaohua's eyes also had traces of strange talismans. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. When he was about to rush over again, he saw the ferocious bird suddenly let out a sad cry. It spread its wings and flew in another direction. Its speed was extremely fast. Xiaohua had just noticed that the ferocious bird had already flown 1,000 feet away. If the world's essence was abundant, Xiaohua's thunder escape technique might be able to catch up, but at this time, Xiaohua could only look at it from afar and frown. Ancient ferocious beasts are also powerful? Xiaohua not only could not catch up, but he also did not dare to. Looking at the hot aura in the air that had not yet dissipated, he thought, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this ferocious bird. Its attack is not systematic. It only relies on instinct. It only uses its beak and has not used its claws or wings. Even when this ferocious bird saw Xiaohua's spiritual hammer and was hit by the wishful staff, it immediately retreated. This is obviously the meaning of cowardice. In other words, this ferocious bird is not a ferocious bird at all. It is just the most ordinary bird in this relic world. However, this lowest level bird was born with such magical powers. The talisman in its mouth is more powerful than Xiaohua's fire talisman. Fire talisman, that is a jade talisman that has been lost in the Dawn Rain continent. Unexpectedly, it was actually defeated by a bird here. I really don't know how powerful ancient demonic beasts can be. Xiyinding also did not record that there are demonic beasts in the relic world. These demonic beasts should not be originally in the relic world. Perhaps they were brought in by the descendants of the demonic beasts, or perhaps they grew in the relic world. In short, these demonic beasts should have nothing to do with the inheritance of the bloodline. They also have nothing to do with the bloodline of the Supreme Saint. Xiaohua pondered again. It's just that with these demonic beasts, it will be somewhat troublesome for Xiaohua to go to those two places. There will be a lot of demonic beasts along the way. In the end, where should I go? Or both places? If I think about it simply, Xiaohua has nothing to do with the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Even if Xiaohua obtains their bloodline, it may not be useful. Xiaohua should go directly to find the Supreme Saint's bloodline. But the problem is that it is the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Even the real ancient demonic beasts do not dare to say that they can accept the Supreme Saint's inheritance. How can Xiaohua, a human, dare to say that he can accept it? If Xiaohua only wants to find the inheritance of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, then what about the memories in Xiaohua's mind? Who knows? Maybe Xiaohua will be able to find his own origin in the location of the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Of course, if I can get the bloodline of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, even if I can play with it for myself, wouldn't it be better than leaving it to their descendants? Xiaohua thought and thought, then began to think dirty again. It's a pity that Xiaohua only has Xiyinding as a keepsake. If I have other keepsakes, maybe I can help Fairy Hong Xia and Huang Mengxiang find their ancient bloodline. Forget it. I'll look for the Supreme Saint's bloodline first. Things that harm others without benefiting myself should be left for last. After thinking, Xiaohua withdrew his golden avatar and very carefully released his soul sense. He even used a soul cultivator's flying technique to fly at a low altitude. Although Xiaohua had already deliberately lowered his altitude to fly, he had only just flown 1,000 feet when a killing intent several times stronger than the previous flying bird quickly rushed over from a direction. Xiaohua hurriedly swept his soul sense in that direction, only to see a several hundred feet large dauntless bird, with its wings spread open, practically covering the sky as it flew towards him. "Granny, I'm afraid it's at the 6th or 7th level of elemental energy." Xiaohua immediately understood that the vicious bird just now wasn't afraid of him, but was scared away by the dauntless bird. Moreover, seeing that the dauntless bird's body was much stronger than the previous vicious bird, and its pair of fleshy wings were even more robust, how could Xiaohua not know that this dauntless bird was even more powerful? Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and hurriedly used his wind escape technique to fly in the direction of the vicious bird from before, who didn't know how to use the tiger's might to intimidate others. Who knows, he might even be able to pull off a disaster. Xiaohua's wind escape technique had actually been cultivated to an extremely high level within the rockfall matrix. When he flew, it was like a cool breeze passing through a mountain, without a trace, extremely miraculous. However, this wind escape technique was somewhat lacking when compared to the dauntless bird's wings. But seeing the dauntless bird spread its wings, it instantly traveled several tens of li, its enormous body not the slightest bit clumsy. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua still dare to have any other misgivings? What magic power consumption, what insufficient elemental energy of heaven and earth, what too big of a movement, he didn't even bother to think about it. Lightning surged around his body, and the leaping thunder realm technique was used, and like a whirlwind, he flew into the distance. The sound of thunder resounded, and that dauntless bird was clearly frightened, somewhat afraid of the lightning around Xiaohua's body. But in the dauntless bird's moment of hesitation, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. "Caw!" The dauntless bird let out a long cry, spreading its wings and flying away, seemingly no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. And when Xiaohua's released soul sense saw the dauntless bird fly away, his heart was greatly relieved. Just as he was about to take a breather, roar, "Ayo!" Dozens of cries came from within 100 li. Xiaohua's soul sense swept out, and his complexion instantly became deathly pale. He saw from behind giant rocks, giant peaks, and giant trees, monstrous beasts several hundred zhang in size emerged. Each and every one of these monstrous beasts had a robust physique, and their appearances were all different. Some were rapidly crawling on the ground, some were riding on monstrous clouds and rushing into the air, some were spreading their wings and flying out. Their eyes, which were larger than ordinary people's, were filled with greed and savagery, and their target was precisely the dazed Xiaohua who was standing in midair. At this moment, Xiaohua was like a little wife who had been bullied, his face full of grievances. "That's right, didn't I just use the lightning escape technique? Did it have to be like this?" Dozens of savage auras rushed over from all directions, sweeping back and forth within 100 zhang of Xiaohua's body. Although they weren't elemental thoughts, they were more sensitive than elemental thoughts. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and he used the wind escape technique to descend to the ground. After all, he could use the earth escape technique in the mountain rocks, and he could use the wood escape technique in the giant trees, which was much stronger than the lightning escape technique. "Ayo, ayo!" Xiaohua had just landed, when bursts of roars came from the sky. Xiaohua only had time to turn his head to take a look, but he saw that most of the dozens of giant beasts were already tearing at each other, and only a small portion of the strange beasts were chasing after him. Immediately, Xiaohua used the wood escape technique and disappeared into the giant trees. Hiss hiss! The giant beasts descended, and a few of them sniffed at the side for a moment before swaggering away. There were also two that chased after Xiaohua's escape route. Boom boom boom. One by one, the giant trees were knocked flying by these giant beasts. Wood shavings splashed everywhere and gravel danced in the air. The strange beasts that were hiding in the giant trees were also blasted out. Chapter 3770. Damn it! After running blindly for an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hid behind a boulder and rested for a while. He pondered in his heart, this legacy realm is really not a place for people to stay. Why are the demon beasts here so strong? Each of them has rough skin and thick flesh. Even their souls are very solid. This old man's Taoist divine ability and Confucian divine ability are all useless. My only soul technique is also not enough. When the wishful staff hit them, it was simply like scratching an itch. No matter what, this old man is still a great grandmaster with 5th level essence energy. Why am I like a grandson here? No. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua made a decision. I must get the holy bloodline. Damn it. Only with the holy bloodline can I leave safely. Who is it? Just when Xiaohua had just calmed down, he was suddenly shocked again. He saw that on the ground less than 1,000 feet away from him, there was a winding flood dragon that was slowly floating and attacking him. Damn it! Seeing this snake-like demon beast, Xiaohua unconsciously burned with anger. He secretly released his soul consciousness to look around. There were no other demon beasts. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he unconsciously sneered. That flood dragon was naturally not a demon beast of the Legacy Realm, but Ao Zhan of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, Ao Zhan and the others were also 5th level essence energy. In the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm and the Hidden Immortal Continent, they were demons that could do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, when they came here, facing a demon beast that had lived for who knows how many years, they could only flee in panic. The first demon beast to enter the Legacy Realm was a Thunder Flood Dragon. That Thunder Flood Dragon was extremely sensitive to the aura of the Dragon Clan. It roared and urged the lightning to chase after Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and Ao Shui. It even left behind a low-level demon like Old Demon Jifeng. Zhu Mei and the other demons wanted to help the 3 dragons. Unfortunately, when the 6 demons were about to join forces to kill the Thunder Flood Dragon, there were immediately other demon beasts that flew over to help. As such, the 6 demons had no choice but to flee. What made Ao Zhan feel the most humiliated was that the 3 demonic beasts were being watched closely by the Thunder Flood Dragon. However, after escaping for half a day, the Thunder Flood Dragon summoned the other demonic beasts to attack them again. For the sake of Ao Qian's safety, Ao Zhan had no choice but to stay behind to fend off the enemies. He even used a secret technique to lure the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts to the side. At this moment, he had just escaped the pursuit of the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts. He revealed his true form and hid here to catch his breath, just like Xiaohua. Of course, for his own safety, Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his Yuan Shen. This was because he realized that although the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley didn't have Yuan Shen, they were very sensitive to Yuan Shen. Their kind of instinctive aura was also very effective. Die! Ao Zhan suddenly heard the words of a Confucian cultivator from the Hidden Immortal Continent. Then, dozens of heavy blows fell from the sky like falling stars. There was even a human figure wielding a long staff falling from the sky. You? Who are you? Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. Are you also here to train in the Cold Spirit Valley? Unfortunately, in a hurry, Ao Zhan instinctively spoke in the dragon language. How could Xiaohua understand? Boom. The divine will hammer angrily fell, smashing right on top of Ao Zhan's scales. The scales that originally had some scars sank deep with a poofed sound, and a trace of blood seeped out. Ao Zhan screamed, no longer caring about hiding his body. The huge dragon body rolled, and the dragon tail rolled towards Xiaohua. Hit! Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was originally aimed at Ao Zhan's dragon head. Now he could only turn around, and the wishful steel staff swept the dragon tail. Woo! Ao Zhan cried out in pain. His dragon tail rolled back, and Xiaohua was also sent flying into the sky by the dragon tail. At the same time, dozens of divine sense hammers landed on Ao Zhan's body one after another. Ao Zhan either waved his silver spear to block or raised his fist to strike back. However, there were still some divine sense hammers that landed on Ao Zhan's face. Damn it! Xiaohua rushed into the sky and saw that the divine will hammers were not effective. His body flashed with golden light, and the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. The wishful steel staff in his hand turned into nearly 100 feet in size. The 100 feet tall Dharma body raised the wishful steel staff and said anxiously, "Evil creature. Hit him as well." Wang Wang. Ao Zhan also couldn't take it anymore. His dragon body curled up and returned to his original size. His several hundred feet long body was like a giant mountain that rushed towards Xiaohua. Moreover, his dragon head opened and a dragon aura that was several hundred feet long mixed with thousands of strands of golden energy shot towards Xiaohua like an incomparably sharp flying sword. Go! Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and took out the seal of the Overturn the Sea. Although it was not as arrogant as outside the relic world, under the urging of the nascent soul, it also turned into 100 feet in size, ready to block in front of the dragon Qi. But at this moment, caw-caw, there was a piercing sound, and a big bird fell from the sky like lightning. This big bird was very strange. Its wings flashed with golden light, and the purple-gold sarcoma on its stork-like head was particularly obvious. This caw-caw bird's cry fell into the ears of Xiaohua and Ao Zhan. Whether it was a human or a demon, they all felt a sense of numbness in their bones. Damn it! This strange bird seems to have the bloodline of the golden-winged Peng. Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to continue fighting. His whole body flashed with a dark golden light, and he flew in one direction. Seeing Xiaohua escape, Ao Zhan also wanted to escape, but with a sweep of his primordial thought, the fierce battle between the human and demon just now had already attracted the attention of other strange beasts. Besides the direction Xiaohua fled in, there were other demon beasts approaching, and those demon beasts were all very strong. Damn it! Ao Zhan also cursed. His dragon body hurriedly shrunk, and he followed Xiaohua's back. However, Ao Zhan had just flown for half a meal's time when Xiaohua took the time to release his primordial thought. He saw a small dragon actually chasing behind him, even more infatuated than the golden-winged Peng, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He slapped the top of his head, and the green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul to fly out. A beam of light shot out, and it was precisely Ao Zhan's dragon head. Damn it, you actually want to eat me. I can't deal with the golden-winged Peng, but killing you is not a big problem. Seeing the beam of light shoot out, Xiaohua thought fiercely. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Hiss! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's beam of light shoot over, Ao Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he not know the power of this Taoist magic treasure? In his heart, he was already sure that the one fleeing like him must be a Taoist cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Woo-woo. Ao Zhan didn't dare to be careless. His dragon horn flickered with a silver-white brilliance, and a silver shield that was almost 3 meters in size appeared. It flew towards the beam of light, and there was an ancient talisman on the shield. Boom! The beam of light struck the shield, and the ancient talisman suddenly absorbed the abundant energy of the stars and moon in the surroundings. The silver brilliance shone brightly, but under the beam of light, the brilliance was still shattered into pieces and scattered into a myriad of stars. Spirit. Spirit weapon? A very ancient legend suddenly appeared in Ao Zhan's mind. Ao Zhan couldn't help but groan. He looked at Xiaohua's back with extreme astonishment. Damn it! Ao Zhan's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He was blocked by Xiaohua, and the golden-winged Peng and other demonic beasts chased after him. Ao Zhan cursed in a low voice, and his figure flew up. Unfortunately, when he swept with his essence, he complained in his heart. In front of him, there were already other demonic beasts beginning to block his path. Only the direction Xiaohua flew in was free of demonic beasts. Ao Zhan had no choice but to chase after Xiaohua again. Damn it! You really want to die. Xiaohua didn't understand, and unconsciously became furious. Xiaohua, who was already anxious from being chased by demonic beasts, couldn't help but rush out. With a shake of his hand, the soaring dragon shears appeared in his hand. His fleeing figure began to slow down, and his soul sense slowly swept out, preparing to catch Ao Zhan off guard without attracting his attention. Fellow immortal. At this time, Ao Zhan couldn't care about anything else. Since the golden-winged Peng was here, preserving his life was more important. He hurriedly transmitted, "This one is a dragon guard of the Dragon Palace." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiaohua wave his right hand, and a golden light scattered out. A kind of feeling that made Ao Zhan involuntarily tremble was born. Damn it! Ao Zhan was also angry. He was about to raise the silver spear in his hand, but suddenly he was slightly stunned. He suddenly understood, and hurriedly transmitted in the language of the hidden immortal continent. "Fellow immortal, I'm not a demonic beast. I'm from the dragon clan of the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ah! When Xiaohua heard Ao Zhan's words, he was even more astonished than Ao Zhan. He didn't expect that there was actually a non-demonic beast in the legacy world. Moreover, this demonic beast was actually from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ouch! Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the soaring dragon shears. Seeing that unbelievably sharp golden light flash back in front of his eyes, Ao Zhan's heart slightly jumped. Normally, he wouldn't care about Xiaohua's attack. But now his body was injured, and there was a demonic beast chasing behind him. He didn't want to fight with Xiaohua head-on. You're a dragon of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua withdrew the soaring dragon shears, and his figure was still flying. He asked while being on guard. Ao Zhan withdrew his dragon form and turned into his human form. He replied, "Yes, this one is a dragon guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zhan. I wonder if fellow immortal," without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted, "Shoo, quickly hide with me, there's." Then, Xiaohua didn't finish speaking, and his figure landed beside a huge rock. His figure rapidly shrank and stood there like a stick. At first glance, it was absolutely impossible to find him. How could Ao Zhan have Xiaohua's rich experience in escaping? He quickly scanned with his elemental will, but he still couldn't find the place. "Quickly go, there's a tree hole above the huge tree. It'll be good if you can slightly hide your aura." Xiaohua saw Ao Zhan still standing there foolishly, and couldn't help but shout while pointing at a huge tree. "Oh, okay." Ao Zhan followed Xiaohua's finger and flew over, not even using his elemental will to look. Swoosh! Ao Zhan was indeed a great master with 5th grade elemental energy. Although he didn't cultivate the disguise secret technique like Xiaohua, he still shrank his figure and hid in the tree hole. However, Ao Zhan was still nervous. He didn't have the confidence to conceal his aura and not be discovered by the golden-winged Great Peng. Chapter 3771. Ao Zhan felt a little sad when he saw the auras surging towards him from all directions. He started to blame himself for trusting Xiaohua so easily. Ao Zhan couldn't help but want to transform and escape again. However, at this moment, there was an angry roar. Another giant beast flew over from the distance. This giant beast was also a few hundred feet in size. There were a few broom-like wings on its back. Its body emitted a dark gray light. Once the giant beast appeared, it immediately pounced towards the golden-winged Great Peng. Jie! How could the golden-winged Great Peng be afraid? With a scream, it gave up on Ao Zhan and pounced towards the mutated beast. The other 10 demonic beasts also stopped at the same time. They either hid at the side or quickly escaped. Run. Ao Zhan was still dumbfounded as he watched the 2 mutated beasts fight. While he was dumbfounded, Xiaohua's voice transmission rang in his ears. Xiaohua's figure swayed like the wind and quickly escaped in a direction. Ao Zhan really admired Xiaohua's godlike escaping ability. He didn't hesitate to follow behind Xiaohua. It was unknown whether Ao Zhan's luck was too bad or Xiaohua's luck was exhausted. The two of them only escaped for a moment. Rumble! A thunderous sound came from the side. The thunder flood dragon that was shaken off by Ao Zhan was chasing after him at lightning speed. Its ferocious eyes contained a kind of anger, as if it was being teased by Ao Zhan. "Immortal friend, run!" Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. "This thunder flood dragon can smell my aura. It's not easy for me to hide. I can't implicate you." As he spoke, Ao Zhan took out an extremely small pearl from the heaven and earth bracelet on his arm. Inside it flashed lightning. "What is this?" Seeing Ao Zhan take out the pearl, Xiaohua's yuan will swept across the thunder flood dragon and then looked at the thunder pearl in Ao Zhan's hand. His heart moved and he asked curiously, "Immortal friend, what are you doing with this item?" "The thunder flood dragon likes to eat lightning. This is condensed from the lightning of the 9 heavens. I'm using this item to lure the thunder flood dragon away." Ao Zhan looked at the thunder flood dragon nervously and said absent-mindedly. Xiaohua smiled and shouted, "Immortal friend, I see that you have injuries on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be injured by the thunder flood dragon. If you use the thunder pearl, I'm afraid it won't work. How about this? I'll help you lure the thunder flood dragon away, and you only need to pay a small price." "Oh, you." Ao Zhan couldn't believe it. Although Xiaohua's ability to escape was high, his strength couldn't compare to his. "The thunder flood dragon will be here soon. Is fellow immortal still hesitating?" Xiaohua hastily urged. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and asked, "Speak." Xiaohua smiled like a little fox and said, Immortal friend, you only need to give me a copy of the Jade Eyes book regarding the dragon language. What do you want these jade eyes for? Ao Zhan was truly puzzled. Xiaohua's request was far beyond his expectations. He even kindly reminded him, the dragon language can only be used with a dragon body and dragon qi. Not only is it useless for immortal friend, it's also useless for the demon race. You don't have to worry about what I do. If your dragon palace doesn't have this taboo, fellow immortal can consider giving it to me. Xiaohua hastily pointed and said, the Thunderflood dragon will arrive in an instant. There isn't much time left for fellow immortal. Ao Zhan pondered for a moment, then took out a jade eye from his universe bracelet. He handed it over to Xiaohua as if he was holding a chicken rib and said, thank you, fellow immortal. After he finished speaking, Ao Zhan didn't dare to reveal his dragon body and quickly flew towards a place. Fellow immortal, return to the place where the golden-winged Peng and the demon beast were fighting in less than an hour. That place is definitely safe. Seeing Ao Zhan flying away in a hurry, Xiaohua satisfactorily threw the jade eye to the dragon vein Xiaohua and kindly reminded him. Ao Zhan, who was flying far away, was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood in his heart. Without turning his head, he raised his right hand and gave Xiaohua a thumbs up. However, why does the thumb of the dragon claw look like a bent branch? Rumble. Xiaohua faintly smiled. Lightning surged around his body, and he actually flew towards the Thunderflood dragon. Roar. The Thunderflood dragon opened its big mouth and spat out lightning. However, not only was Xiaohua's escape technique fast, his figure was even more nimble. He practically dodged the lightning in the nick of time. Then his divine sense struck the Thunderflood dragon like a hammer. Without caring whether it succeeded or not, he flew towards the golden-winged Peng without turning his head. Roar. The Thunderflood dragon was once again teased. It couldn't help but become furious. It roared and pounced towards Xiaohua. However, who would have thought that when Xiaohua took the risk to fly closer, he suddenly fell to the ground like a small stone. After that, there was no after that, because a crazy pillar of fire sprayed towards the Thunderflood dragon from the place where Xiaohua disappeared. The Thunderflood dragon was caught off guard and was actually sprayed all over. The Thunderflood dragon didn't have the time to look at Xiaohua, who had already used the wood escape technique to quickly escape from the huge tree. Lightning surged around its body, and it joined the battle. In no more than a moment, the surrounding several hundred li was a mess. There were countless deep pits on the ground, gravel was everywhere, and chunks of huge trees were lying in disarray. In particular, a chaotic and tyrannical aura was flowing incessantly. There weren't any demonic beasts that would linger in the vicinity. This kind of large-scale battle was not uncommon in the legacy world. It didn't matter who won or lost. The victor would be complacent and take this place as their own territory. However, the victor wouldn't stay here for the time being. They could only return to their lair to recuperate. The wind was calm and the waves were calm just now. Therefore, the instigator, Xiaohua, stealthily used the wind escape technique. His figure stuck close to the ground and flew over. The messy huge rocks and huge trees were the best cover. Xiaohua's soul consciousness also wasn't easily detected by demonic beasts. All of this ensured that he wasn't in any danger for the time being. Damn it! Xiaohua flew while looking for a suitable place to hide. His mouth was still cursing. After flying around randomly, I seem to only know the whereabouts of the holy bloodline. Even if I want to find the other bloodlines, it's impossible. Also, the ground of this legacy world is too shameless. There's actually no way to use the earth escape technique. Thinking about how he wanted to use the earth escape technique after using the wood escape technique, he unexpectedly encountered many small demonic beasts that could attack magic-powered defense within the huge rocks of the mountain peak. Xiaohua was secretly unhappy. Fellow immortal, fellow immortal. Xiaohua saw that there was a gap between several huge rocks. Just as he was about to fly over, he heard Ao Zhan's voice. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Ao Zhan's body had shrunk to a very small size, curling up in the gap. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Hee, fellow immortal, you've arrived first. Xiaohua smiled and also flew to the other side of the huge tree. Seeing that it was safe, he hid there. Ao Zhan transmitted his voice. Thank you for your help, fellow immortal. Hee. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhan, thought about the jade eyes in his meridians, and said with a smile, I'm Xiaohua of the Dao sect. I didn't know that fellow immortal Ao was a dragon general of the Dragon Palace. I've offended you. Hee, it doesn't matter. Ao Jean didn't care and said with a smile, the ignorant are not guilty. I'm indeed somewhat similar to the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley. You can't blame fellow immortal Xiao. Cold Spirit Valley? Xiao Hua frowned, but immediately felt relieved. It was indeed normal for the human race and the Dragon Palace to have two names for the same place. After thinking for a while, he felt that although his goal was the same as Ao Jean's, his bloodline was definitely different. There might not be any conflict. Moreover, Ao Jean gave Xiaohua a good impression, so Xiaohua probed, when did fellow immortal Ao come in? Can you find the path to that place? That place? Path? Now it was Ao Jean's turn to be surprised. Ao Jean wasn't stupid and felt that it was a little strange. He said with a smile, I came with a few fellow immortals. I'm afraid we've been here for several hours. However, I came here to accompany my family's little prince to gain experience. I haven't reached the place that fellow immortal mentioned, to gain experience. Oh, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought to himself. He had some connections with the Dragon Palace. Previously, there was Xian Cheng from the West Sea Dragon Palace, and then there was Ao Shuai from the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, both of them were cunning and weak. They might not know the secrets of the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Island. In particular, Xiaohua and Ao Shuai had some grudges. Xiaohua wanted to shape Little White's body, so he had to deal with the Dragon Palace and find out the secret of shaping the body from the Dragon Palace. Ao Jean, the Dragon Guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, didn't look much different from Ao Shuai, but he acted in an open and upright manner. Xiaohua didn't know much about Ao Jean, but just now, Ao Jean took out the Thunder Pearl and was willing to lead the Thunder Flood Dragon away. Also, whether the dragon language Jade Eyes was important or not was also important. If it was Xian Cheng or Ao Shuai, they might not have dared to give it to Xiaohua casually. However, this Ao Jean didn't say anything and gave it to Xiaohua decisively. His position in the Dragon Palace was also very high. Therefore, Xiaohua thought for a moment and made a decision. He asked with a smile, although this is the first time I met fellow immortal Ao, this Xiao can be sure that when fellow immortal Ao and your young prince entered the Cold Spirit Valley to gain experience, they were brought in by someone else. Oh, or a demon. Ao Jean's round eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. His ability to escape might not be as good as Xiaohua's, but he was definitely more scheming than Xiaohua. He asked with a smile, fellow immortal Xiao, do you mean that the demon who brought me in has some secrets about me? This Xiao doesn't dare to say whether there are secrets or not. I wonder if fellow immortal Ao can answer a few questions of this Xiao first? Xiaohua asked with confidence. Of course. Ao Jean nodded. Fellow immortal Ao, you don't have to tell this Xiao where you came in, but can you tell me how you came in? Xiaohua threw out the first question. Ao Jean thought for a moment and briefly explained. It seems that the demon who brought fellow immortal Ao in also had a token of this place. Xiaohua said with a smile, I just don't know if he could get the token again after coming in. Was there anything strange on his face? Of course. Ao Jean said again. Okay, then this Xiao will ask fellow immortal Ao again. Does fellow immortal Ao know a way to let the dragon's soul reconstruct the dragon body? Xiaohua asked with a very calm face. Of course. Ao Jean answered without hesitation. Chapter 3772. However, after answering these two words, Ao Jean didn't say anything else. Xiaohua, who was at the side, almost stretched out a hand from his ear. The specific method. Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He knew what Ao Jean meant and asked, Can fellow immortal Ao tell me? No. Ao Jean shook his head slightly. This is a secret of my Dragon Palace. I can't reveal it. Moreover, I don't know what this has to do with that demon. Of course not. Xiaohua didn't dare to ask more, and said with a smile, however, from fellow immortal Ao's analysis, I can conclude that that demon must be hiding something from fellow immortal Ao. As for what purpose, I don't know. Impossible, right? How could he be so daring? Thinking about King Mulu, Ao Jean didn't dare to believe it and asked in a low voice, if possible, can fellow immortal Xiao tell me what he's hiding? That place, what is it? Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't hide anything. Moreover, with the original intention of casting a long line to catch a big fish, Xiaohua didn't interrogate Ao Zhan about the secret of the dragon body remodeling and told him about the legacy world in detail. See, legacy world. How is this possible? Ao Shuai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. The legacy world is just a legend. A legend? Xiaohua asked back with a smile. There's no need for me to say more. Look at the desolate land. There are so many demonic beasts and such large bodies. Can it be a simple place for the demonic race to train? Fellow immortal Xiao should be a human, right? Ao Shuai didn't answer and asked instead. Of course. Xiaohua nodded. Anyone with eyes can see that. Ao Shuai smiled helplessly. Then how did fellow immortal Xiao come in? What does this legacy world have to do with fellow immortal Xiao? Of course I came in with a token. Xiaohua explained. I have a true bloodline, and the token was passed down by my ancestors. My ancestors have been looking for the legacy world to purify the bloodline of my clansmen, but they couldn't find it. I was just lucky. I advise fellow immortal to give up on this idea. Ao Zhan smiled and said, this legacy world does have the bloodline of a primordial great demon, but that bloodline is incomparably pure and powerful. Only demons with extremely close bloodlines like us can withstand the violence within. Fellow immortal, you are a human. Although you have the bloodline of the true bloodline, your fleshly body is incomparable to that of us demons. Once you come into contact with the true bloodline, your fleshly body will explode. Fellow immortal, you don't have to worry about that. Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm just asking fellow immortal Ao. I don't have any conflicts of interest with fellow immortal Ao, right? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, even if fellow immortal Xiao obtains the true dragon's blood, don't worry. This Xiao does not covet the true dragon's blood at all. If I obtain it, I can even give it to fellow immortal Ao. Xiaohua's words were ambiguous, making Ao Zhan feel that he knew where the true dragon's blood was. Fellow immortal Xiao, you mean? Ao Zhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we separate, we will both suffer. Why don't you and I work together? Xiaohua said, hitting the nail on the head. Yes, fellow immortal Xiao is a benevolent and righteous person. Although he likes to take advantage of others, he is trustworthy. Ao Zhan nodded. I feel that this matter can be done. All right, since fellow immortal thinks it can be done, we will discuss it further. When Xiaohua heard Ao Zhan say that he likes to take advantage of others, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, Fellow immortal, you can tell me who the demon that brought you here is. We can discuss how to deal with it. When Ao Zhan just said the name of the Stag King, Xiaohua looked as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately thought of Ao Shuai and almost lost his voice. Fellow immortal Ao. You didn't come with Ao Shuai, right? Oh, fellow immortal Xiao knows the inspector of my East Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan was slightly stunned. Is there a rat beside you? Xiaohua was completely convinced. Ao Zhan nodded. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. Really, enemies are bound to meet. Since Xiaohua wanted to cooperate with Ao Zhan, he naturally couldn't hide it. He briefly explained the previous matter. Ao Zhan didn't have any strange expression. He nodded and said, So fellow immortal and Ao Shuai have such a relationship. I only know about the star-picking tower's dragon bone and the longevity-guarding Paradise River. I didn't know that fellow immortal Xiao was also involved. Fellow immortal Zhao's words also confirmed what Ao Shuai said. This matter is very important to my dragon palace. Compared to these matters, fellow immortal Zhao's conflict with Ao Shuai is nothing. As for old demon Jifeng, he is just a little rat. It's fine to ignore him. Good. Xiaohua was very happy. He smiled and said, Then let us discuss how to get the true blood. Of course we have to discuss. Ao Zhan said with a double meaning. We might even need fellow immortal Zhao's help. He understood. Once Xiaohua heard Ao Zhan's words, he knew that the so-called East Sea Dragon Palace's young prince was involved. He had never seen any bullshit young prince. That young prince might be able to help him. But who told Xiaohua to have no fate with the young prince? The two communicated with each other for almost an hour. Sure enough, no demon beasts came to disturb them in this messy land. After the two finished their discussion, they rested for a meal. Gradually, slightly smaller demon beasts appeared in the surroundings. Fellow immortal Ao, I'm leaving. In a while, we will act according to our previous agreement. Xiaohua released his soul awareness. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, there seems to be a vermilion bird coming over from your left. It must be the Zhu Mei that fellow immortal mentioned. This demon beast was invited by the Stag King. I don't know if she already knows about the Stag King's scheme. You better not tell him." Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his soul awareness. He was a bit curious as to how Xiaohua knew about Zhu Mei's arrival. This was because he didn't sense Xiaohua releasing his soul awareness. However, this wasn't what he was most curious about. He transmitted his voice again. "Fellow immortal Xiao, you and I don't need to make a demon alliance or a blood oath." Xiaohua knew that the demon alliance was the same as the scholarly oath and the Dao sect's blood oath. They were all guarantees when forming an alliance. He smiled and said, "If I didn't believe fellow immortal Ao, I wouldn't have met fellow immortal Ao. However, since you believe me, I'm not afraid that fellow immortal will go back on his word. After all, this matter is led by me. Fellow immortal Ao, do you think you will go back on your word?" Ao Zhan hesitated and nodded slightly. "If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't go back on his word, I probably won't. However, the human race has always been cunning. Without an alliance, I'm a bit worried. Haha, I don't dare to talk about other people, but this is the first and only time that fellow immortal Ao will cooperate with the Demon League." After saying that, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he went in the opposite direction of Zhu Mei. Ao Zhan slightly raised his head and looked in the direction Xiaohua disappeared. A smile appeared in his eyes. This guy seems stingy and calculative, but he's actually so straightforward when it comes to important matters. This really makes me curious. However, not cooperating with the Demon Alliance, it doesn't seem to affect me much, right? Roar. Ao Zhan roared in a low voice and released his origin sense. In the distance, although Zhu Mei wasn't as miserable as Ao Zhan, she still seemed to be a bit cautious. When she heard Ao Zhan's voice and sensed his origin sense, she hurriedly sped up and rushed to Ao Zhan's side. When she saw the emotions in the surroundings, Zhu Mei's expression changed slightly. She asked in surprise, "General Ao, you're seriously injured? What kind of demonic beast did you fight with?" Ao Zhan came out from his hiding place and waved his hand. "I'm not that strong. This is the result of a fight between a golden-winged roc and a thunder flood dragon, as well as a few other demonic beasts." See, golden-winged roc. When someone as strong as Zhu Mei heard this, she shrunk her neck that couldn't be seen. As a member of the Vermilion Bird clan, how could she not know how strong a roc was? She then looked at Ao Zhan and smiled bitterly. "General Ao, you're really lucky to be able to escape from the claws of the golden-winged roc. Fortunately, this golden-winged roc isn't a pure roc. It might have some of the golden-winged roc's bloodline." Ao Zhan also had a lingering fear. He looked into the distance and said, "We haven't even started training yet, but we've already encountered so many demonic beasts. What do you think we should do next?" Although Ao Zhan didn't look at Zhu Mei, he glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and waited for her reaction. Zhu Mei didn't notice. She didn't have eyelids or eyebrows, so there was no obvious expression on her face. She replied, "I don't know either. Let's go find the Stag King first and see what arrangements he has. However, it seems that this Cold Spirit Valley is a bit strange. It's not particularly suitable for training. Oh, maybe. The Stag King said that this is where the Sun Devourer demons train. It's normal for these demonic beasts to be so strong. Then what about the so-called reward?" Ao Zhan probed again. Zhu Mei also withdrew her origin sense and said curiously, "Of course it's the demonic cores of these demonic beasts. Could there be something else?" "Damn it." Ao Zhan cursed. "Do you think we can kill the Thunder Flood Dragon? Even without the Thunder Flood Dragon, we can still kill demonic beasts with the strength of hair removal, intelligence opening, and light gathering." Zhu Mei seemed a little excited. "These demonic beasts don't cultivate. They purely rely on the power of the stars and moon. Their naturally formed demonic cores, skin, flesh, and blood are all good things. If they don't cultivate, they don't have the qualifications to be included in the ranks of hair removal, intelligence opening, and light gathering." Ao Zhan sneered, knowing Zhu Mei's plan. "Ga." Zhu Mei's beak moved up and down, as if she was smacking her lips. She was very disdainful of the Dragon Clan's arrogance. Of course, the Dragon Clan was included in the ancient Demon Clan. However, no one in the Demon Clan today knew why the Dragon Clan separated from the Demon Clan. However, it was obvious that the dragon clan looked down on the ordinary demon clan and was unwilling to be associated with them. Everyone could see their arrogance. "Where's the Mulu king?" Ao Jean asked again. "Where did you agree to wait with him? Like you, we were separated. We were in a hurry and didn't agree to a place." Jume looked at some low-level demonic beasts in the distance and said, "It's just a general direction." Chapter 3773. Let's go. We'll kill our way over. Ao Jean's figure gradually flashes with auspicious clouds. The more powerful strange beasts in the valley have just fought. We can take advantage of this opportunity to enter. Kill. Jume coldly shouts. Flames shoot out from her body in all directions as she flies towards the battlefield. However, under Jume's intentional control, the flames that can soar to the sky are not particularly conspicuous. Hee, as expected, I can hear it. Although it's a bit vague, when I cultivate it in the future, I'll definitely be able to hear it clearly. Xiaohua has already flown far away, leaving only a trace of soul consciousness to scout the surroundings. Seeing Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan fly out to kill strange beasts, he also smiles evilly. Damn it, why didn't this old man think of it? Even if I can't get any holy bloodline, it's also good to get some demon beast flesh and demon core. Who knows, these flesh and bones might have some uses. Speaking of this, Xiaohua naturally thinks of the Mo Zhao corpse he obtained in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. The brain matter is really useful. The Buddha's heavenly eye was successfully cultivated in this way. Moreover, he obtained the essence of the void-penetrating beast in the void. At this time, the essence was gradually absorbed by the delirium transcendence eye. Although the heavenly eye was cultivated by the Buddha's relic Bodhi, Xiaohua's delirium transcendence eye can also borrow it. What makes Xiaohua especially happy is that in addition to seeing further, the delirium transcendence eye has a new function, which is to hear some secret sound transmissions. Just now, Xiaohua left his soul consciousness to try out this newly obtained ability. Although he is far away from Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei and might not be able to hear anything clearly, this is enough to make Xiaohua jump for joy. The delirium transcendence eye itself doesn't have this ability. It should be the Buddha's heavenly eye. The so-called heavenly eye can see everything in the world. Everything is not just an illusion, it can also be sound and so on. In the past, didn't Master Qing Chun of the Snowy Mountain use heavenly ear to see everything? It's normal for this Xiao to hear everything with heavenly eye. Some Mo Zhao have such an effect. Then what about the strange beasts in the legacy world? Thinking of this, the greedy Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. Nowadays, primal stones could no longer move him. What he loved the most was the flesh and yao cores of these strange beasts. The legacy world was naturally a barrier. Unlike the outside world, the sun star and the moon star in the sky didn't rise and fall alternately. Xiaohua's soul consciousness was also very useful. After killing for half a day, he had a lot of harvest. Although he also encountered a few extremely powerful strange beasts, Xiaohua relied on his soul consciousness and escape technique to escape. He simply couldn't bear the brunt of their attacks. Facing such an opponent, those strange beasts could only respond with a roar and chase to the edge of their own forces before stopping. Haha, what a great harvest! After escaping from a strange beast that looked like an earthworm, but was even larger than the thunder flood dragon, Xiaohua watched from afar as the strange beast spat out strange bubbles. When the bubbles landed on the ground, they corroded the huge rocks on the ground. Xiaohua stretched his body and laughed loudly. Then, Xiaohua looked to the left and said with a bitter smile, "This direction seems to be where Ao Zhan and I agreed to meet. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to let Fuji win out. Otherwise, I would have been able to confirm it." Oh, it should be right. Right at this moment, several roars and wails could be heard in the distance. Several streaks of demonic aura and multicolored light soared into the sky. It was rather chaotic. Xiaohua smiled. He knew that it was Ao Zhan and the others who had arrived. He urged his body and flew into the distance. Not long after, a strange beast that looked like a mantis flew out of the giant forest. Its long forearms had sharp pincers that were more than 10 feet long. Every time it waved, thin and long black lines appeared on the edge of the pincers, as if it was tearing the void. The strength of this strange beast was evident. This thing is somewhat similar to the strange beast I encountered in the void. Xiaohua urged his transcendence golden body and took out the wishful steel rod. Looking at this strange beast, he secretly thought, It's a pity that the spirit-killing light hasn't been refined yet. Otherwise, I could try using it. Fight! Seeing that the strange beast's wings were emitting a breathtaking noise as it flew over aggressively, the aura used to perceive the enemy had already swept over. Xiaohua raised the wishful steel rod and rushed over with a loud shout. Strange beasts that could occupy their territory were, of course, powerful. Although this strange mantis-like beast could not be compared to the strange beast in the void, its body was also tough. The sharpness of its pincers and the strength of its arms were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua could only fight this strange beast to a draw with the wishful steel rod and the heavenly staff technique. Of course, while Xiaohua was surprised, he still followed his plan and retreated in the direction of Ao Zhan and the other demons. Ao Zhan and the other demons were naturally in the distance. With the experience of killing mutated beasts and the tactic of roaming, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan did not spend much effort to find old demon Jifeng, Ao Shui, and the other demons. As for King Mulu, there was no trace of him at first. Ao Zhan did not know whether the Stag King was intentional or not, but he already believed Xiaohua's words. However, Ao Zhan's purpose was to accompany Ao Qian to gain experience. It would be best if he could obtain the so-called true dragon bloodline. Even if he could not, he would not have too many regrets. After all, the foundation of the Dragon Palace was not what Xiaohua thought. Ao Zhan had many means to cultivate. With Zhu Mei, a similarly proud demon, beside him, Ao Qian was also domineering. He took out his full spirit to attack and kill monsters. In this half a day, although Ao Qian and Zhu Mei did not compete, the two demons' harvest was far more than Ao Zhan, Ao Shui, and old demon Jifeng. As for the old demon Jifeng, although he had some fortuitous encounters after the Bronze Pillar Country auction, and his strength was no longer the same as before, he was still a far cry from the likes of Ao Qian and Zhu Mei. He did not dare to snatch any demonic beasts from the two demons, and only dealt with some small demonic beasts nearby. When there were any abnormalities, he would immediately meet up with the three dragons and the vermilion bird, and his harvest was not small. Things were quite strange. Just when Ao Zhan thought that he would not meet the Stag King after meeting Xiaohua, the Stag King appeared. Moreover, it appeared with a fierce beast that looked like a fierce wolf. The huge fierce beast was surrounded by light brown demon clouds. Its eyes were filled with blood-red filaments. Its flying speed was much faster than the Stag King. However, this fierce wolf did not have much spiritual intelligence. It was not as cunning as the Stag King. Every time it was about to catch up to the Stag King, he would escape. The Stag King did not dare to release too much of his Yuan Shen. When he saw Zhu Mei and the other demons, he did not care about anything else. Without hesitation, he shouted and rushed over. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian naturally would not save him. However, this fierce wolf was indeed powerful. When it saw that the Stag King had helpers, it howled and attracted a pack of wolves. Facing the powerful wolf pack, Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had no choice but to escape again. Of course, the 6 demons were lucky this time and did not scatter. It was when they escaped the fierce wolf's pursuit that, under Ao Zhan's intentional guidance, they encountered 4 strange beasts similar to spirit apes. These 4 spirit apes were slightly weaker than fierce wolf. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian, under shame and anger, had already used all of their strength. With the help of Ao Zhan, they killed one of the spirit apes. Just as they were about to attack again, they heard a clear GA sound. The golden-winged rock appeared again. Although it was still far away from Ao Zhan and the others, its fierce aura had already scared the 3 dragons. Without any hesitation, the 3 dragons broke away from the battle of the 3 spirit apes and flew towards the direction of Xiaohua. Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the others naturally did not continue to fight. The 3 spirit apes got the upper hand and roared behind the 6 demons, beginning to chase after them. Ao Qian turned into a light blue dragon form. He did not dare to be too arrogant and was only a few hundred feet long. Just as he was heading forward, he suddenly heard a roar and a strange ca sound. He almost shouted without hesitation, Ao Zhan, there are strange beasts in front. Before he could finish, Ao Zhan had already released his Yuan Shen and shouted, don't panic, little prince. There seems to be a demon that came in to train in front. He's fighting with a demon that looks like a Zhou beast. While speaking, Ao Zhan had already looked at the Stag King and Zhu Mei who were not far behind him, carefully observing the expressions of the 2 demons. How is that possible? The Stag King, who had suffered a lot, naturally did not dare to release his Yuan Shen. At this time, when he heard Ao Zhan's words, he could not help but have a trace of surprise on his face. This surprise also had a flash of panic. Although this panic was very subtle, it was clearly seen by Ao Zhan. It can't be? Zhu Mei also found it strange and hurriedly released her Yuan Shen. When she saw it clearly, she said in surprise, "No, that's not right. This does not seem to be a demon. It's a human." Human? As they spoke, all the demons released their Yuan Shen. When they saw the appearance of the Dharma body clearly, whether it was the Stag King, Ao Shuai, or the old demon Jifeng, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Xiaohua? This is Xiaohua. No, it can't be Xiaohua. The old demon Jifeng really did not dare to see the awe-inspiring Xiaohua actually gamble with a Zhou beast. This human strength is not bad. Zhu Mei spread her wings and said hurriedly, "Although he is not a match for this Zhou beast, and may be able to escape from the claws of the Zhou beast, he will be of help. Let's go meet him and train together." No, the Stag King did not hesitate to stop her. "Zhu Mei, this Cold Spirit Valley is the sacred training ground of our demon race. It was left behind from the ancient times. No matter how strong this human is, he should not covet the ancient grace of our demon race. Moreover, in my opinion, it is precisely because of this human's appearance here that it caused the demon beasts to mutate and caused our training to become so unpredictable. If we want to train here and let the demon beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley settle down, we must first kill this human." Ao Zhan laughed. The old demon Jifeng gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. If it was someone else, this old man may be able to tolerate it a little. However, this Xiaohua has repeatedly ruined this old man's plans. Now that I have seen this demon here, it is his death." Chapter 3774. Ao Zhan saw that old monster Jifeng was so angry that he actually called himself Old Man. Obviously, he hated Xiaohua to the bone. He couldn't help but look at Ao Shuai. "What do you think?" "Me." Ao Shuai was startled and hurriedly smiled. "Little Prince and General Ao are here. I don't have the right to speak. Little Prince, please make the decision." "Kill. You must kill." Ao Qian shouted proudly. "This is the training ground for us demons. How can we allow humans to covet it?" "All right." Ao Zhan nodded. "Since Little Prince wants to kill, then let's kill." As he spoke, Ao Zhan raised his dragon head to the sky and was about to roar. But at this moment, Zhu Mei, who had always been at odds with Ao Qian, sneered. "What a bunch of idiots. Strange beasts are everywhere in the Cold Spirit Valley. We were chased away by the strange beasts before we even started our training. Now that a helper has finally appeared, regardless of whether he is a human or a demon, we should try to rope him in. How could we kill him without even asking? Don't you want to leave this Cold Spirit Valley? Don't you think so, Stag King?" This Stag King obviously knew that Zhu Mei was being serious with Ao Qian. He definitely had to stand on Zhu Mei's side. But if he let Xiaohua go, who knew if Xiaohua knew about this legacy realm? Stag King was very hesitant. He didn't dare to gamble. "Oh right, Stag King." Ao Zhan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "I haven't asked you yet. Why is this Cold Spirit Valley training only the beginning? How can we get out of this Cold Spirit Valley? I don't care about training. I want to ensure the safety of my little prince." "That's right." Ao Shuai suddenly realized and hurriedly asked, "Mulu King, where is the exit of this Cold Spirit Valley? The entrance from before is already gone. Do we still need to rely on? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Ao Qian said angrily. "Ao Shuai, go and kill that human." "Humph. Let's see who dares." Zhu Mei snorted coldly as the flames around her body surged out. Ao Qian was furious. He hesitated as he looked at Ao Shuai. Jifeng shrank his head back and was about to fly out when Ao Zhan chuckled from the side. "Young Prince, this general feels that Zhu Mei is right. Although we can't possibly be in the same boat as this human brat, wouldn't it be better to let him be a shield and charge at the front?" Ao Qian was naturally afraid of Ao Zhan. Hearing Ao Zhan's words, he said coldly, "Your despicable methods really make this king feel uncomfortable. Forget it, do as you please." Seeing that Ao Qian had agreed, Stag King felt even more uneasy. He really regretted hiding it from him earlier. Unfortunately, at this point, he couldn't explain himself. He thought of an old saying of the human race. It's easy to tell a lie, but it's difficult to make up 100 lies to cover it up. Let's go, the golden-winged rock is chasing us. Ao Jean sneered in his heart. He raised his head and roared a few times. He urged Zhu Mei, we'll go help this human cultivator first, and then ask him if he has a way to avoid the golden-winged rock. He's just a human cultivator. How would he know? Stag King bit his lips and said hesitantly, besides, will he cooperate with us? Zhu Mei glanced at Stag King and said, why not? Since he can enter Cold Spirit Valley, he naturally has other tokens. Maybe he knows other entrances and exits. You discuss with him and choose the safest exit. Oh, okay. Stag King secretly complained and could only nod in agreement. He followed the demons and flew towards Xiaohua. You human cultivator, I'll help you. Zhu Mei used hidden immortal continent's human language to send a message. She spread her wings and rushed towards Xiang and Beast. The red flames in her mouth flew out like a fireball. Ah? You. Xiaohua naturally looked at the flying Zhu Mei with surprise. He almost smashed the wishful staff in his hand. Don't be afraid, I'm not a demon beast of Cold Spirit Valley. I'm Zhu Mei of Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm. Zhu Mei blocked the sharp claws of Xiang and Beast for Xiaohua and shouted, I'm training in this Cold Spirit Valley. At this time, Stag King also flew over and shouted, Xiaohua, why did you come to my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley to train? Xiaohua saw Stag King, and his face turned pale with fright. He then scanned the distance with his divine sense, and was even more surprised. He urged his spiritual power, as if he was about to activate an escape technique. However, Xiaohua still said curiously, This is clearly the 100 Demons Mountain used by my human race for training. How did it become the demon race's Cold Spirit Valley? Stag King heard, and his hanging heart immediately calmed down. Seeing Xiaohua's cautious look, he hurriedly smiled and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, don't be afraid. Whether it's your human race's 100 Demons Mountain or my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley, both are places for training. Moreover, it's not the first time we've met. Although there were some grudges before, since we've met again, what do those grudges count for? Why don't you and I work together in the same boat and complete this training to the end? How could Xiaohua believe Stag King? While his figure flew into the distance, he shouted, Fellow immortal Zhu, thank you for your help. However, there's a difference between you and me, humans and demons. I just happened to get an opportunity and inexplicably barged into this place. It's better if I don't disturb your training. I'll find the exit myself. Roar. Ao Jean was already impatient. He scanned the approaching golden-winged great Peng behind him with his divine sense. He flew and landed not far from Xiaohua and shouted, You human race. I'll give you a chance to choose. Do you want to die in my hands, or do you want to train with me first? Roar. While speaking, Ao Jean also flew to the left of Xiaohua and blocked his escape path. Xiaohua's face revealed bitterness. He pondered for a moment and said, Fellow immortals, you're all-powerful. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small human cultivator? If fellow immortals let me go, I can give you all the gains I've obtained from the trial. Ao Jean said with a smile, The gains from your training are yours. We don't need them. You just need to tell me how to get out of here. When Stag King heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. At first, he felt that Ao Jean was suspicious of him. However, when he saw the look of realization on Xiaohua's face, he also understood that this was Ao Jean's stalling tactic. He couldn't help but laugh at his own suspicious thoughts. Fellow immortal, you must be from the dragon race of the Dragon Palace, right? I wonder which dragon palace of the 4 seas you belong to? Xiaohua seemed to have seen through Ao Jean's thoughts and said with a smile, I naturally know where the exit is. However, do you think I'll tell you? Oh, fellow immortal, you don't have to think about soul-searching. I'm a Dao sect cultivator. I'm much more proficient in this aspect than you. As long as I'm willing, I can erase the memories of this place in a few breaths. Damn it. Let's go. Zhu Mei forced the Xiangyi beast away with a mouthful of scarlet flames and even shattered its claws. He might not be afraid of the Xiangyi beast, but he was afraid of the golden-winged rock that was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but curse and urge, I don't want your exit. I know where the exit of this Cold Spirit Valley is. When Xiaohua heard this, his expression changed again. He seemed to understand that his value had decreased by a bit. He looked at the aggressive golden-winged rock in the distant sky and gritted his teeth. Fellow immortals, follow me. I've already gotten rid of this golden-winged rock. After speaking, Xiaohua took the lead and flew towards a place. All right. Ao Zhan also flew up and said, if you can take us away from this golden-winged rock, I'll spare your life. The direction Xiaohua was flying in was naturally where the golden-winged Great Peng was previously injured. As he expected, the golden-winged Great Peng had already begun to slow down when there was still quite a distance between them and that place. When the demons and Xiaohua had completely flown into that place, the golden-winged Great Peng let out a few cries in midair in a very unwilling manner before turning around and flying away. Sure. Xiaohua's expression didn't relax at all. He said in a low voice, fellow immortals, don't release your origin sense. Follow me and fly in that direction. After speaking, Xiaohua flew to the ground in a serious manner. Sometimes he flew to the left, and sometimes he flew to the right. When he flew to a place where huge trees grew, he carefully instructed the demons to hide. In a short moment, a strange centipede-like beast that was 1,000 zhang long flew across the sky. Its fierce aura swept across the sky and the ground, as if a king was inspecting his territory. After the centipede flew away, Xiaohua hurriedly led the demons to fly for a little less than an hour before stopping. He pulled away from Ao Zhan and the other demons and said with a smile, all right, this place should be safe for the next 2 hours. That's right. Zhu looked at Xiaohua and nodded. Human cultivators are indeed astute. My foresight is still extremely accurate. I'm afraid we 1,000 demons, sacred realm demons, wouldn't be able to grasp the timing so accurately. I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua replied, I've also almost lost my life several times before I learned a lesson. Perhaps I can use this to escape. Seeing that Xiaohua was valued by Zhu Mei, old demon Jifeng knew he couldn't make a move here. He had no choice but to restrain the overflowing hatred in his heart and lowered his rat eyes to look at the ground. Stag King was still worried and asked in a low voice, fellow immortal Xiao, how did you enter the 100-demon mountain? Where is the exit that you know of? I'm sorry, Stag King. Xiaohua refused without hesitation. This is my privacy. It's not convenient to tell everyone. However, since everyone can enter this place, you should also have your Demon Race's ink cloud pupil, right? Where is the exit? It should be clearly recorded inside. When Stag King heard this, he was already 90% relieved. He looked at Zhu Mei and the other demons with certainty and nodded with a smile. Fellow immortal Xiao is right. We naturally know how to get out. Now, what this king wants to discuss with you is how we should live together, train together, and safely leave this place together. Chapter 3775. Ao Zhan looked at Stag King and thought to himself. According to Xiaohua's words and Zhu Mei's performance, he could basically determine that Stag King was indeed hiding something. And this concealment was something even Zhu Mei didn't know about. Of course, he couldn't be sure if Zhu Mei really didn't know. At this moment, Ao Zhan was in an extremely difficult position. Although Xiaohua wouldn't fight with him for the true dragon's blood, Xiaohua wasn't willing to tell him the way out. Obviously, this was Xiaohua's secret. If he wanted to leave this legacy world, he had to rely on Stag King's keepsake. However, he wasn't sure if he would know how to use the token he took from the Stag King. Even if he captured the Stag King, it was still unknown if he could get the method to leave the relic world from the Stag King's memories. Perhaps Ao Zhan was looking forward to some unforeseen event after he obtained the true dragon's blood, but he didn't dare to place his hopes on it. He didn't dare to gamble with his life and Ao Qian's life. Moreover, there was Zhu Mei next to him. He didn't have full confidence in capturing Zhu Mei. Why are you so long-winded? Ao Qian said coldly. Xiaohua, Ao Shui just told me about the enmity between you two. To be honest, this isn't a special enmity. Isn't it just a broken Pegasus? Is there a need to go so far? Yes, what little prince said is right. Old demon Jifeng, who was at the side, hurriedly expressed his position. Actually, it's all this lowly one's fault for being too shallow and scheming against fellow immortal Xiao. Today, this lowly one will speak openly to fellow immortal Xiao in front of the young prince. The grudges between fellow immortal Xiao and this lowly one will be written off. That's right, this is a true monster of my 1,000-monster sacred realm. Zhu Mei had the same opinion as Ao Qian and said with a smile, there's no need to worry about such a small matter. Damn it, how can that be a small matter? Old monster Jifeng's heart was bleeding. That's the blood essence of a radiant beast. You guys can't see it, but I care about it very much. All right, since fellow Taoist Jifeng has spoken like this, then I have no choice but to express that I'm willing to advance and retreat together with all fellow Taoists and pass through this period of tempering in the 100-Demon Mountain. Xiaohua spoke out hurriedly, seeming to be deeply afraid that old demon Jifeng would change his mind. The Stag King pondered on the side. Seeing that the situation was unstoppable, he smiled and said, "Immortal friend Xiao, you're training here alone. If you stay with us, you'll have a great advantage. Don't you think you should show some sincerity?" This, Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "How about this? It's not convenient for this Xiao to tell everyone where the specific exit of the 100-monster mountain is, but this Xiao can point out a general direction. What's the use of pointing in a direction? Besides, this king will not use your human race's exit." Aog said coldly. "Don't worry, little prince." Stag King laughed. Xiaohua pointing out a direction can at least be considered as sincerity. And if it's because of me, the exit I know of is not suitable, we can find another exit. Xiaohua, speak quickly. Ao Zhan said impatiently. "If you're unwilling, then you can leave by yourself." Yes. Xiaohua nodded with a smile, then hurriedly pointed at the 3 places that didn't have the bloodline of the absolute saint. "It's there." The Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He smiled and said, "Seems like immortal friend Zhao's exit is completely different from my monster race's." "Oh, so there's another exit?" Xiaohua was also stunned, a strange expression appearing on his face. "Nonsense, the entrance is different, so the exit is naturally different." Ao Zhan sneered, but suddenly he was startled again. He looked at Xiaohua fiercely and shouted, "Speak. Did you follow behind us into the Cold Spirit Valley?" That's right. At this moment, old monster Jifeng also woke up and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. He hid behind us and entered the Cold Spirit Valley. "Otherwise, you waited behind us?" Xiaohua's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile. He clapped his hand and took out an ink cloud pupil. He said, "This Xiao naturally has my human race's ink cloud pupil. There's no need for me to follow behind you. Besides, with this Zhao's cultivation, can I hide behind you without being discovered?" This king wants to see this ink cloud pupil. The Stag King stretched out his hand and said. Xiaohua retracted his hand and kept the ink cloud pupil. He replied indifferently, "Impossible. If you don't believe this Xiao, then just pretend you never saw this Xiao. Do you think you can still escape from our hands?" Old monster Jifeng sneered. Demonic clouds appeared under his feet, ready to pounce at any time. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. "This Xiao can't escape, but in a moment, the strange beasts in this territory will come. This Zhao's spiritual sense can attract the attention of these strange beasts. Immortal friends, your spiritual sense shouldn't be able to escape their attention, right? Without this Zhao's secret technique, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to reach the exit, right?" Ao Qian was furious. Just as he was about to jump out, Ao Zhan hurriedly said, "Forget it. Since you're useful, why can't we train together?" Ao Qian was a bit angry. He glanced at Ao Zhan with dissatisfaction. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. He couldn't tell Ao Qian about his agreement with Xiaohua. With Ao Qian's temper, wouldn't he immediately fall out with the Stag King? Even Zhumei was involved. "Good." Xiaohua clapped. "Will do as you say. How should I address you, immortal friend?" Ao Zhan immediately reported his name to Xiaohua, but didn't reveal Ao Qian's identity. Xiaohua didn't care. He looked around and his expression changed. He hurriedly urged, "Not good, that strange beast has already come out. Let's go." Zhumei's expression changed even more. He didn't know how Xiaohua sensed the strange beast's movements, but he didn't dare to release his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, a world-shaking roar sounded. A terrifying aura rushed towards them from afar. Who released their spiritual sense? Zhumei angrily scolded. Ao Qian shouted without any trace of politeness. "Of course it's this king. If I don't look, who knows if Xiaohua is telling the truth?" Damn it! Zhumei knew Ao Qian wasn't wrong. However, he was still very angry that strange beasts were attracted. At this moment, old monster Jifeng looked at Xiaohua's figure in shock. He said in a low voice, Your wind escape technique has actually reached such a level. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance to." Xiaohua didn't answer. He didn't even turn his head. "Little prince, let's go." Ao Zhan saw Xiaohua's serious tone and knew he wasn't deliberately mystifying things. He hurriedly urged, A group of human monsters were fleeing in panic. Because of this strange beast's roar, many other strange beasts were attracted. If not for Xiao Hua's spiritual sense and Zhu Mei, Ao Zhan and Ao Qian's bitter battle, they wouldn't have been able to escape safely. Of course, it was also because of this that Zhu Mei and Ao Qian's killing intent towards Xiao Hua gradually disappeared. At least, before they found a way out, they wouldn't have any killing intent. The one leading the way was naturally still the Stag King. Although the path he took wasn't straight, and they had to train and kill monsters along the way, the path the monsters took was quite a turn. However, as the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger, the monsters also understood that this path should be correct. The exit of the training should be in the distance. As for Xiao Hua, although he didn't show it on his face, he muttered in his heart. Because the path the Stag King led was where the bloodline of the Absolute Saint was. It was already different from the direction Si Yin Ding pointed out. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Hua understood. He knew that there was probably more than one place in the legacy world where the bloodline of the ancient big monsters was stored. The bloodline of the fallen gold mountains you family might not be of a high level, so it might not be in the same place as the Stag King's bloodline. Therefore, when Ao Zhan occasionally asked about it via voice transmission, Xiao Hua also told him his speculations without hiding anything. However, in his heart, he was secretly thinking about how he could obtain the bloodline of the Absolute Saint without letting Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the other monsters know. After advancing for a few days, there were a few more fierce battles. Not only were Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and Ao Zhan wounded, but even Xiao Hua's Transcendence golden body was torn in several places. A tall altar appeared in the distant sky. The Stag King pointed with his finger and said, "Everyone, the exit of the Cold Spirit Valley is in front of us. As long as we kill our way to the altar, our training in the Cold Spirit Valley will be over." Motherfucker, this experience is too dangerous. No matter how proud Ao Qian was, he couldn't help but sigh at this time. I have also trained on the Dragon Island several times. Even the test on the Dragon Island seems to be not as fierce as the Cold Spirit Valley. Dragon Island? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Ao Zhan. In these few days, Ao Zhan was still very tight-lipped and didn't reveal the location of the Dragon Island at all. Ao Shui smiled and said, "Young Lord is right. If it weren't for the Stag King's guidance and Xiao Hua's secret technique, our training would be 40% more difficult." "Humph, it's more than 40%. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. "We are simply opportunistic. How can this be considered training? How many strange beasts did you kill, and how many monster cores did you get?" This. Ao Shui was a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly shouted, "Oh no. I understand. This last part should be the final test of the 100 Monsters Mountain. There seems to be some incomplete records in my ink cloud pupil. I didn't know before, but now I understand. As long as we pass this place, there will be another way out of the altar inside." Yes, that's right," the Stag King hurriedly echoed. "As long as we pass the final test, our training will be over." As he spoke, the Stag King looked at his universe bracelet and smiled. "Although this place is quite dangerous and is extremely unfavorable for our training, I have gained a lot. When I return to the 1,000 Monsters Sacred Realm, after a period of cultivation, I will definitely be able to enter. Hee. What kind of training is this?" Ao Qian said unhappily. "I almost became the food of the golden-winged rock. Young lord." Xiao Hua heard, and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted, "You must be quiet. The monsters of the 100 Monsters Mountain are not to be talked about." Tease it. Ao Qian was somewhat familiar with Xiao Hua. He sneered and said, "If you have the ability, let the golden-winged rock come again." Chapter 3776. Ka. At this moment, a clear cry came from afar. Wasn't that the golden-winged rock that Ao Qian, Ao Zhan, and Ao Shui were very afraid of? Damn it, it's really like a ghost that won't go away. Ao Qian's mouth was very hard, and his expression was also very arrogant. But in the face of a Xiantian great enemy, how could he dare to be careless? As he spoke, his figure flew towards the direction of the altar, completely ignoring Xiao Hua. Ao Zhan and Ao Shui also looked at the golden-winged rock in the distance, and hurriedly flew in. Humph. Zhu Mei sneered. Could this be the legendary escape? Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had been fighting all the way until now, when they rushed to the last level of the altar. This half a step late, in his eyes, was not a small victory. Seeing Zhu Mei also fly away, Xiaohua looked at King Mu Lu and old monster Jifeng and said with a smile, "It seems that dragon meat is more fragrant, spreading thousands of miles with the wind. Even at the entrance of the 100-monster mountain, it can still attract the golden-winged Great Peng." The golden-winged rock's reputation was not just for show. Even Zhu Mei had fled. How could Mu Lu King and Jifeng not be scared? But the two demons had some small thoughts, so they managed to stay until the end. Jifeng glanced at Xiaohua and sneered, "This old man feels that human meat is much more fragrant than dragon meat. Demons are demons. This Xiao disdains to be associated with them." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Jifeng with contempt. He raised his head and laughed, and flew after Zhu Mei. You. Jifeng was so angry that his tail was trembling, and his rat claws pointed at Xiaohua's back as he shouted. Mu Lu King watched Xiaohua fly away, and his heart relaxed. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, if you have the ability, go kill him." Aye. Jifeng stuttered a few times, then gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, this old man will definitely not let him leave Cold Spirit Valley. Whether he leaves or not, it has nothing to do with this king." The Stag King said indifferently. He also looked at the distant horizon with lingering fear. He stepped on the demon cloud and chased after them. The 6 demons flew for less than an hour. They saw that the ground was very calm, and they didn't see any powerful demon beasts. The 6 demons didn't dare to release their primordial thoughts, but Xiaohua used his soul consciousness to explore for a long time. He even looked at the altar several times, but he still didn't see anything unusual. How strange! Not only was Xiaohua astonished, but even the Stag King and the other monsters were also bewildered. If something was out of the ordinary, then it was a monster. These monsters naturally understood this principle, so in this calm, no one dared to lower their guard. They were even more cautious as they flew towards the altar, not daring to be too fast or too slow. Swish, swish. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of strange sound transmitted into Xiaohua's slightly opened illusion breaker Dharma eye. Xiaohua stared blankly. When he opened his Dharma eye to take a look, he found nothing. Judging from the Stag King's performance, there must be a true bloodline on the altar. As for whether there is true dragon blood, I don't know yet. Xiaohua looked at the altar and thought to himself. However, according to this Zhao's perception, there must be a holy bloodline on the altar. In other words, although the outer layer of the altar wasn't the last layer of the trial, it was where the strongest demonic beasts resided to protect the altar. But ouch! Xiaohua thought as he slowed down his flight. His eyes inadvertently looked at the ground, and he suddenly cried out involuntarily. What's wrong? Ao Zhan paid the most attention to Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's cry, he hurriedly stopped and called out, "Fellow immortal Xiao, did you find something?" "General Ao, look at the ground. Is it different from what we passed before?" Xiaohua frowned and stopped in midair. "Different?" Ao Zhan also stopped. He looked at the ground and said curiously, "I don't see anything different." "No, it's different. This ground is too clean, isn't it?" "That's right." Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, "What we saw before was a desolate land. Whether it was the trees, rocks, or hills, they were all incomparably huge. Even the moss on the ground was frighteningly large. But here, not only are there no giant trees or rocks, even the ground is flat. There's no trace of moss or grass. There's more." Ao Shui said from the side, "In other places, there are always bones, no matter how big or small they are. But here, there's not a single bone. Could it be that the demon beasts here want to devour even bones? There might not be any in the sky, but there might be some underground." Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the ground. He thought of the small demon beasts he encountered in the giant rocks. Who? Zhu Mei suddenly opened her mouth. Her scarlet-red bird head looked behind the demons. Swish, 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 swish. Like a cool breeze, the light raindrops' dance became clearer in the demon's ears. My ants! Flying ants! Xiaohua's soul awareness swept across the area. He saw that within the range of 100 li to 1,000 li around the altar, hundreds of millions of ants were gushing out from the ground. Some crawled over, some raised their backs, and some fluttered their tiny wings and actually flew up. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not be surprised? Weren't these the flying ants that Song Longzi left behind in his cave? Song Longzi, the tribulation-transcending senior from Taoism, must have been here. As for how Tsong Longzi came in, whether he managed to break through the encirclement of these flying ants and reach the altar, and what he obtained, of course, Xiaohua didn't know. But he didn't have the chance to think too much, because when his soul awareness swept over the flying ants, it was devoured by them. Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. This was soul sense, a divine ability mastered by millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Not to mention the cultivators of Tao League. Even the cultivators of Confucianism and Buddhism League were unable to detect it. Even though Tsong Longzi's divine will, Buddha's consciousness, and eye-clearing technique were all sealed in his immortal's cave, his soul sense was not sealed. In this legacy world, Yuan sense and divine sense could be detected by strange beasts, but soul awareness couldn't. This was one of the things that Xiaohua relied on when facing the 6 demons. Who would have thought that these tiny ants, the most lowly thing in the world, could devour Xiaohua's soul awareness? How could Xiaohua not panic? What was special was that when he looked up, he saw hundreds of millions of ants flying over, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there were no other strange beasts in this legacy world, only these ants. Xiaohua immediately realized that even a tribulation-transcending cultivator, as strong as Tsong Longzi, couldn't avoid the attack of these flying ants, so he retreated in defeat. Then he saw fear in these lowly ants and realized that the heavenly Tao was everywhere. After realizing this, Xiaohua only had one thought in his mind: run. Needless to say, although he was still far from the altar, he was very close to the border where he came in. The strange phenomenon in this area was definitely caused by the ants, and the places where the giant trees and rocks were piled up were naturally places that the ants couldn't go. Although there was a golden-winged great pung at the border, compared to these densely packed ants, Xiaohua felt that the golden-winged great pung was more intimate. Xiaohua unfolded his body, and the air around him surged. He activated the wind escape technique, turned around, and rushed in this direction without saying anything to the 6 demons. Zhu Mei and the other demonic beasts were naturally not as quick as Xiaohua. Seeing such a pair of ants, although their hearts were startled, they did not care. After all, their bloodlines were many times stronger than ants. A high-level demonic beast could not be compared to a low-level ant. They still had the pride of a low-level ant. It wasn't until Xiaohua flew out dozens of feet in an instant that Ao Zhan suddenly noticed. He slightly turned his head and saw Xiaohua's departing figure. Surprised, he swept out his Yuan sense at the same time. Not good. Sure enough, his Yuan sense was like a meat bun hitting a dog. Once it landed on an ant, it was immediately nibbled away. Ao Zhan could even feel a kind of numbness coming from his Yuan sense. Ao Zhan's expression changed slightly, and he understood why Xiaohua made the prompt decision to escape. Just as Ao Zhan was about to warn Ao Qian and take Ao Shui to turn around and escape, boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The power of several stars and moons fell from the sky in the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Then Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said, "How dare you? Old demon Jifeng, when this Xiao escapes, the first thing I'll do is take your life." "Ha ha." Old demon Jifeng's proud voice sounded. "Little thing, you still want to take this old man's life? Think about how to escape from the mouths of these flying ants first." Ao Zhan looked over and saw a starlight that looked like a golden bell shining in the distance. Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, was imprisoned in this golden bell. Looking at the top of the golden bell, there was a palm-sized bone. A strange talisman appeared on the bone. It was this talisman that released the restriction that captured Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua's figure fell into the strange cage of the golden bell. He was extremely regretful in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't guard against Stag King and old demon Jifeng, but old demon Jifeng's strength was now inferior to his. Therefore, Xiaohua placed his attention on Stag King. Moreover, when Xiaohua escaped, old demon Jifeng also had a panicked appearance. His acting was even better than Xiaohua's. But who would have thought that when Xiaohua had just flown several zhang and was still paying attention to the Stag King's sneak attack, old monster Jifeng actually opened his mouth, and that piece of broken bone flew into the air like a magic weapon. Before it even emitted a rumbling sound, the space around Xiaohua for several zhang around him immediately lost all traces of wind. Xiaohua's figure had just stopped when a huge rumbling sound imprisoned him. The power of the stars and the moon was like a large hand that firmly held Xiaohua in the air. He couldn't move at all. Moreover, the white bone talisman on the top of the golden bell flashed, and the power of the stars and moon in the sky continuously descended. Not only did the thickness of the golden bell increase, but the ants that were flying over were also abnormally active. Once they touched the power of the stars and the moon, the bodies of the ants suddenly became several times bigger. Moreover, their flying speed also increased several times. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance of the golden bell was already blocked by the ants. There were even more ants rushing towards the golden bell. Chapter 3777. Damned little rat. Ao Zhan looked and immediately made a decision. Not only did old demon Jifeng block Xiaohua's path of survival, he also blocked the path of survival of the other demons. The ants at the back had already surpassed the path at the front. Furthermore, there was still the golden-winged great Peng that ate the heavenly dragon. How could Ao Zhan and the other two dragons retreat? Now their path of survival could only be in front of them. Go! Ao Zhan's figure swayed. Streaks of silver-white brilliance mixed with golden light surged out from his scales. Auspicious clouds appeared between his four claws. Waves of dragon chi also spurted out from his scales, protecting Ao Zhan's dragon body tightly. Ao Zhan let out a dragon roar, and the ants around 100 feet in front of him fell like dust. Ao Zhan roared and flew towards the empty space. Ao Qian and Ao Shui were overjoyed when Ao Zhan's dragon chi succeeded. They both activated the divine ability of the dragon race and chased after Ao Zhan's back. The three dragons supported each other and spat out dragon chi occasionally. In a short period of time, the ants that covered the sky and earth were unable to reach them. Compared to Ao Zhan and the other two dragons, Zhu Mei was even more arrogant. He only looked coldly at Xiaohua being trapped. Then, with a long cry, the scarlet feathers on his body spread out. The flames on the feathers danced wildly, and all the ants that came into contact with the flames were all turned into ashes. However, Zhu Mei did not choose a specific direction and escaped behind the three dragons. The Stag King was obviously shocked. However, a green demonic light and demonic cloud appeared around him. This light and cloud blocked the ants that pounced over. After escaping for a while, his heart gradually calmed down, and he seemed to have some confidence. Swoosh! Just as the Stag King activated the demonic cloud to escape, a gentle breeze blew. The inconspicuous old demon Jifeng actually turned into a breeze and passed by him. Not many ants landed on his faint figure. Hiss! Not only is this rat cunning, his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. It has only been a few years since we last met. He is actually so powerful. The Stag King sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but look at old demon Jifeng in a new light. If not for the appearance of these ants, who knows how long this guy would hide. The human race's Xiaohua did not die in vain. The Stag King had just sighed for Xiaohua when he heard a loud boom in the midst of the hundreds of millions of tiny sounds of ants. The Stag King couldn't help but look back in shock. He saw a six-colored beam of light emerge from the pile of ants in the distance behind him. The ants in the beam of light turned into strands of dust, and a whole several zhang in size appeared in the pile of ants. However, although the beam of light was strong, the ants seemed to be endless. After the beam of light dimmed for a moment, the hole was about to be filled by ants again. However, after the light beam, a sword hum was heard, and a giant sword flew out from the hole. Although many ants were crushed by the sword light when it rushed out from the pile of ants, even more ants landed on the giant sword. As soon as the giant sword charged out of the ants, it immediately charged towards Mulu King. Transform into a sword? Xiaohua, a Confucian cultivator? The Stag King's expression changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Then, without thinking, he raised his four hooves and flew away. He would rather face more ants than follow behind old monster Jifeng. Xiaohua's revenge was there, and he didn't want to be affected. How could old monster Jifeng not know that the Stag King sensed something was wrong? He also didn't expect that the demon formation he recently obtained would be so easily broken by Xiaohua. When he saw Xiaohua transform into a sword and chase after him, his small rat eyes flashed with a cold light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and two sharp fangs extended from the side of his mouth. Compared to snake venom, rat venom might not be strong, but it was definitely fatal to humans. This was old monster Jifeng's greatest secret. Not only that, old monster Jifeng's sharp rat claw took out a white bone that was as thin as an elephant's tusk from the universe bracelet on his arm. The two ends of the white bone were sharp, and there were 3 talismans on the white bone. Although old monster Jifeng had not activated the white bone, the power of the stars and the moon was already faintly descending. Of course, as the power of the stars and moon descended, even more ants rushed towards old monster Jifeng. Just as old monster Jifeng was waiting for him, Xiaohua, who had transformed into a sword, quickly rushed over, as if he wanted to take revenge on old monster Jifeng. Actually, it wasn't just the Stag King who was wrong. Old monster Jifeng was also wrong. No matter how eager Xiaohua was for revenge, he wouldn't lose his reason and take revenge at this time. Xiaohua originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush out and return to the original path. However, how could he distinguish the direction within the dense swarm of ants? However, since he was already wrong, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he made the best of his mistake by looking at old monster Jifeng. That sharp gaze was like a sword, directly piercing old monster Jifeng's heart to shock. "You're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, old monster Jifeng raised his hand and waved the white bone. Boom boom. The power of the stars and moon that was rarely seen even in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm came crashing down. It was the same as the righteous qi used by Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, at the same time that white bones expanded, old demon Jifeng was slightly stunned because Xiaohua's sharp gaze swept past him, and Xiaohua simply disregarded him. Old monster Jifeng's heart was somewhat strange, and his hand unconsciously became sluggish. It was also at this time that Xiaohua's cold laughter unexpectedly came from old monster Jifeng's ears. Not good. Old monster Jifeng was stunned and thought to himself, this old man was tricked. However, old monster Jifeng still didn't understand how he was tricked, and what Xiaohua tricked him into doing. At this time, a sharp pain came from the depths of his mind, as if an invisible giant axe was chopping into his skull. Facing Xiaohua's soul stab and soul cultivation secret technique attack, old monster Jifeng was caught unprepared, and his wind-like figure staggered a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Just as old monster Jifeng lost his balance, a golden light flew out from Xiaohua's sword light, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it chopped off old monster Jifeng's suddenly raised tail. The reason why old monster Jifeng's tail was raised was to balance his body. Now that the soaring dragon shears suddenly cut off his tail, how could old monster Jifeng still maintain his balance? His staggered figure tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Woo-woo! Just as old monster Jifeng's thin and short legs touched the ground, thousands of ants took the opportunity to pounce on him. Old monster Jifeng's 2 small claws covered his head, and just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to fly up, his small tail swayed a few times, and his body didn't fly up. Instead, his entire body rolled on the ground. This time, old monster Jifeng was miserable. Not only the ants flying in the sky, even the ants on the ground were stained with old monster Jifeng's body. Boom. Old monster Jifeng's body was surrounded by a demonic wind, and hundreds of ants were blown up by this demonic wind. However, when the demonic wind rose, even more ants rushed over. Damn it! Old monster Jifeng cursed angrily in his heart. Enduring the pain in his head, he waved his hand, and a few feet long grayish-white brilliance with the thickness of a thumb appeared. It flew out 1,000 feet, and wherever the 1,000 feet brilliance passed by, countless ants turned into dust. Unfortunately, what made old monster Jifeng's heart jump was that after the brilliance passed, even more ants pounced on the white bones. Sha-sha! Amidst the rustling sound, whether it was the white bones, talismans, or starlight, they were all cleanly devoured by the ants. Hiss! Old monster Jifeng sucked in a breath of cold air, and an indescribable panic emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, this panic only lasted for a few breaths, and a numb feeling that directly penetrated into his bone marrow and soul came from the surface of his body. Old monster Jifeng hurriedly looked over, and saw that the layers of ants had already covered his body like clothes. The demonic qi protecting his body had already disappeared, and in this short period of time, thousands of ants had already bitten his body. The demonic body that had been refined for thousands of years was now like grass in the mouths of ants, and he was completely unable to resist. Not good! Old monster Jifeng exclaimed, and his body twisted extremely, as if he wanted to escape from being devoured by the ants. However, after twisting a few times, old monster Jifeng stopped. How? How can I stop? I can't stop. Old monster Jifeng hurriedly shouted in his heart, but his body did not listen to his thoughts. It was as if the feeling of being devoured by ants was the most profound enjoyment, and being devoured by ants was his life's greatest pursuit. Ah! Old monster Jifeng roared as if he had gone mad, and his two thin and short legs quickly ran forward, as if he wanted to escape this strange feeling. Unfortunately, he was only able to take 2 steps before his entire body stopped. At this moment, the white bones of his thin and short legs could be seen. Crack, crack. 2 weak and crisp sounds rang out. The bones of old demon Jifeng's legs were broken. His entire body curled up and fell to the ground. Following the momentum of his previous charge, he slowly rolled. Not to mention flying, he couldn't even run. Just as old monster Jifeng was lying down, an inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes, and he looked straight at the sky. He actually spoke the demonic language of the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. What is this? Ancient magnificent scene? Ancient bloodline? This is the inheritance of our demonic sacred realm? Just like how Xiaohua saw Tsang Lang Zi's comprehension of the heavenly Tao on the path understanding ants, old monster Jifeng also saw the mystery that he yearned for even in his dreams on these ants. The light in his eyes was abnormally bright. However, this light only flashed in old monster Jifeng's eyes for a moment, and then it dimmed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like the north wind blowing through the snow, the layers of snow rolled up, revealing the scorched earth. This scorched earth was like old monster Jifeng's white bones, and it was quickly devoured by the ants. The strangest thing was that the heaven and earth bracelet on old monster Jifeng's arm was also devoured by the ants. The items inside were not exposed because of the heaven and earth bracelet's damage, and they simply fell into the ants' stomachs, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 3778. This is too strange. Xiaohua's sneak attack on old monster Jifeng had succeeded, so he naturally paid attention to old monster Jifeng's life and death. He released a powerful divine sense, and while resisting the ants' devouring, he also deliberately probed. Seeing old monster Jifeng being strangely killed by the ants that blotted out the sky without leaving a single trace behind, Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink his neck. He could already imagine how many cultivators and demons had fallen here since ancient times. Damn it! I didn't expect these ants to be the most powerful beasts in the relic realm. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense in a panic. His eyes turned rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. At this moment, Xiaohua was far away from Ao Zhan and the others, but he was on par with the Stag King. However, when he saw the ants on the Stag King and then looked at himself, he couldn't help but frown. Although there were many ants on the Stag King, the speed at which they devoured the demonic clouds and demonic aura on the Stag King was relatively slow. He looked at the ants outside his sword light. Not only were there many of them, but they were also crazy, biting the sword light at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua knew that the sword light was formed from the true qi of his Confucian cultivation. When the sword light was completely devoured, the true qi in his middle dantian would also be finished. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, he would probably end up in the ant's stomach. Of course, Xiaohua didn't only have the Confucian true qi, but also his lower dantian and Buddha's sarira. However, if Xiaohua couldn't find a way to escape before these divine powers were exhausted, he would follow in old monster Jifeng's footsteps. Could it be that these ants are especially sensitive to the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators, the heaven-earth essence qi of Taoism, and the Buddha's light of Buddhism? Xiaohua thought to himself, is it because there's the bloodline of the absolute saint and all kinds of true blood on the altar that the ancient big demon is afraid of humans taking it away or destroying it? But the problem is that although I know some demonic cultivation methods and my body is comparable to a demon's, I don't have any demonic clouds or demonic aura. What if I use demonic aura? Xiaohua was just thinking about it, but he immediately gave up on the idea because his gaze fell on the Stag King. Although there were many ants around King Mulu, he was not as panicked as old monster Jifeng. He was even looking at Xiaohua strangely, and his flying figure slowed down a little. What's the Stag King trying to do? Was he not afraid of these ants? Or perhaps he knows how to escape. Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. However, when his gaze swept across the universe bracelet on King Stag's arm, Xiaohua came to a realization. At the same time, the huge rock in his heart also fell. Haha, I understand now. What the Stag King relied on was nothing more than his token. Taking the token of the legacy world represented the inheritance of the legacy world's great demon's true blood. The legacy world's forbidden technique would not disregard the life and death of these demons. Although the ants at the edge of the altar were powerful, they were merely testing the strength of the demon that had taken the token. With the Stag King's strength, he was qualified to obtain the true blood. Therefore, at the most critical moment, the token would help him escape. Fuck, since the token was useful, didn't this Shao also have a token? My strength surpasses that of the Stag King, so wouldn't I be more confident than him? As for why the Stag King didn't fly far away and insisted on paying attention to this Shao here, it seems like he was still worried about this Shao. He wanted to see if this Shao had a token or jade eyes. His previous actions were indeed to scheme against Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals, but how did he scheme? Previously you schemed against Ao Zhan, and now you want to scheme against the Shao? You're still far from it. The reason why humans are human is because they have humanity and brains. They are the leader of all creatures. Xiaohua understood the Stag King's plan and sneered in his heart. How could this Shao reveal the token in front of you? This Shao has plenty of methods to escape. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't reveal the token in front of all the demons. The demons might not fight for the Stag King's token because it was the token of the Deer clan, but Xiaohua's token didn't belong to the Yao clan. Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Ao Qian and Zhu Mei wouldn't covet it. As for Ao Zhan, although he could trust him, Xiaohua still felt that it was better not to use such a huge temptation to test him. Rumble. The power of Xiaohua's sword seemed to be earth-shattering. The huge sword cry covered the sounds of the ants. Correspondingly, even more ants seemed to be attracted by Xiaohua's sword light, forming a huge ant tide and pouncing towards Xiaohua. The sword cry was unstoppable, but the sword light had long been covered by the ants, just like the stars and moon above the demons' heads. Darkness without light, this was Xiaohua's current situation. The more arrogant Xiaohua was, the more ants piled up. He didn't see Xiaohua take out any token to escape, so the Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and urged the demon cloud to charge towards the altar. Damn it, this definitely won't work. Xiaohua flew for the time it took to eat a meal. He felt that his body was extremely heavy, and the true qi in his middle dantian was especially heavy. Moreover, a kind of indescribable comfort came from the surface of his body, just like the feeling he had when he was comprehending the Tao on the sea bed. Not good. That comfort easily led Xiaohua into a state of comprehension. The moment Xiaohua's mind was at ease, he suddenly woke up. This Xiao just came out of Tsang Longzi's state of comprehension. How could I have comprehended the Tao so quickly? This is definitely a trap. It's the ant's poison. When old monster Zhifeng was swallowed, the strange smile that came from the ant's crack. Was it this? And Senior Tsang Longzi At this moment, Xiaohua also understood why Tsang Longzi wanted to condense his comprehension into the ants. It was because his comprehension really did come from the ants, and it really was the feeling between life and death. It was no longer important whether Tsang Longzi had obtained a true spirit bloodline or a supreme saint bloodline. For a Taoist cultivator who could escape from the encirclement of flying ants, there was nothing more important than comprehending the Tao. Clang! The sword aura around Xiaohua's body once again flourished. It was as if he was raising his hands to lift an ant that weighed tens of thousands of caddies. When the ant at the bottom was annihilated by the sword aura, Xiaohua pressed down on his teeth. The Kunlun mirror shook, and another beam of light shot out. Xiaohua's figure rapidly shrank. With a rumbling sound of thunder, he escaped through the gap of the beam of light. Zzz. Xiaohua's body had just escaped when the ants, which were denser than raindrops, pounced on Xiaohua again. Sigh. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to release his divine sense. He could only look with his eyes and unconsciously sighed. This was because the sky had already become a world of ants. The altar in the distance was already long gone. Other than ants, there were more ants. The torrent of ants completely protected the altar. Looking at his body, although the protective golden light flickered, the ants didn't fear the golden light at all. They were still crazily swallowing it without any scruples. They're not afraid of eating too much and getting diarrhea. Xiaohua looked at these ants with great appetites. He really didn't know what to do. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 ants were easy to deal with. Xiaohua had enough means to kill them all. But now, it wasn't just hundreds of millions of ants. Every inch of space in the sky and on the ground was filled with ants. Xiaohua couldn't kill them all. Woo! Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and a big hand rushed out and scooped up the space in front of him. The space in front of him was immediately swept clean. Xiaohua urged the lightning escape technique and hurriedly flew over, but right after he flew over, the space was once again filled with ants. It was even faster than Traceless Spring Dream. Just like this, while activating the nascent soul's hand and using the lightning escape technique, Xiaohua tried his best to ensure that the number of ants outside his body was maintained within a range he could bear. After flying for another hour, Xiaohua felt that his magic power was exhausted too much. He didn't dare to use the nascent soul's hand again. Moreover, the lightning released by the lightning escape technique was devoured by the ants. The speed of the lightning escape technique couldn't be increased later. Xiaohua could even see a familiar brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Wasn't it the Stag King's token? The token protected his body. Although there were ants outside the brilliance of the token, it was obvious that the ants weren't particularly crazy about devouring. Therefore, when the Stag King increased his flying speed later, there weren't too many ants pouncing over. He wasn't left behind by Xiaohua too much. This is what it means to be hasty. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He released his divine sense to protect his body. Then, he controlled his divine sense to rotate and overflow on the surface of his body like water. Sure enough, this method was extremely effective. Xiaohua's control of his divine sense was relatively rough before. The divine sense hammer was like falling rocks and stars. Now that he was controlling it to the finest detail, he was a little unfamiliar at first. From time to time, ants would invade the depths of his divine sense, causing Xiaohua to be a little flustered. However, after half a meal, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. His divine sense flowed like flowing water, and Xiaohua seemed to be wearing a layer of divine sense armor that blocked the attacks of the ants. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. Although he didn't fly too fast during this period of time, correspondingly, he encountered fewer ants. In particular, the consumption of his spiritual sense during this period of time was far less than before. Xiaohua was confident that he could persevere until he reached the altar. Moreover, Xiaohua also found something strange. The speed at which these ants devoured true qi and magic power was far faster than divine sense, and the speed at which they devoured soul consciousness was faster than true qi. Xiaohua stole a glance at the familiar brilliance in the distance. Of course, the speed at which they devour demonic qi is probably the slowest. I just don't know what happened to the 3 dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace and that vermilion bird. The Stag King, who was hiding in the brilliance of the token, naturally also saw Xiaohua's abnormality. He was equally surprised. He only saw that Xiaohua didn't have the token of the legacy realm, but he didn't know what methods he used. His original plan changed again. Chapter 3779. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. After flying for another 2 hours, the altar in the distance still hadn't appeared. The light on the token in the Stag King's hand was almost completely devoured by the ants. The Stag King began to panic again. But when he looked at Xiaohua again, his speed was still the same, about the same as his. The black mass of ants was still pouring in from time to time, but it didn't increase. It was as if all the ants that poured in were killed by Xiaohua. Damn it, I'll go all out. The Stag King clenched his teeth, and his body began to expand. The monster cloud under his feet didn't dare to hold back and accelerated forward. Seeing that the Stag King was staking everything on a single throw, Xiaohua wasn't as relaxed as the Stag King thought. His divine sense was also extremely exhausted. If he didn't need to rely on the Stag King to find the altar, Xiaohua would have already used the lightning escape technique and rushed forward. Since he couldn't increase his speed, Xiaohua naturally had to think about what to do when he reached the altar. Xiaohua even looked at the densely packed ants outside, wondering if he should take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal now or wait until he returned from the altar to save Tao Wu. These flying ants were definitely the best way to kill the Ming Lu chain. Stag King, don't run. Seeing the Stag King suddenly accelerate, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, I still need you to lead me to the altar. Fortunately, Xiaohua's voice didn't spread too far, and the Stag King was focused on escaping. Otherwise, The Stag King might not be able to recognize the direction after vomiting blood. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body. He didn't dare to consume too much of his magic power and only used the wind escape technique. However, after flying for half a meal's worth of time, boom. In the distance, there was an earth-shaking explosion. Then, a biting cold aura of desolation washed over like a tide. Wherever this aura passed, no matter if it was Xiaohua's body or the surrounding air, all the ants turned into flying ash and disappeared. The black and gray color that covered the sky and the earth was instantly dispelled, revealing a clear starry sky. The nearby ants were destroyed by this aura, and Xiaohua's figure was also unable to stabilize. He was sent tumbling back several li by this aura. However, as soon as the ants disappeared, Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw the altar not far away. At this time, it was emitting a roaring sound. Just like the altar he had seen behind Songlongzi's cave, it was slowly uprooting from the ground. Like a fountain, talismans spurted out from the top of the altar and then turned into a waterfall. When these talismans fell below the altar, they drilled into the ground and disappeared. The terrifying aura of the untainted land flowed out from these talismans like a waterfall. Moreover, as the altar rose higher, the aura became more and more violent. Looking at the bottom of the altar, two huge dragons with broken scales and bloodstains on their bodies were powerlessly struggling in the aura. One of the dragons was holding a small dragon that was struggling at death's door in its claws. Half of that small dragon's tail was broken, and one of its claws and half of its dragon horn were also missing. Next to the three dragons, a vermilion bird with a bald tail was standing in the air like a rooster that had lost a fight. It was very unwilling to admit defeat. Not to mention that its scarlet feathers were in disarray, and not to mention that half of its tail was missing. Just the dim scarlet flames around its body was enough to show that Zhu Mei was in a sorry state. However, although the four demons were in an extremely sorry state, they were the same as Xiaohua. They were staring blankly at the altar in front of them, and had long forgotten about their own injuries and embarrassment. At this time, the altar changed again. Endless nebula-light pillars surged and fell, as if this altar was the only thing in the entire legacy realm. Boom boom. As the power of the stars and the moon, which was difficult to see with the naked eye, fell, the talismans that had previously flooded out swelled uncontrollably. Those talismans then turned into totems. These totems washed over the altar over and over again, and gradually began to fill up again. In the end, it actually formed a picture of 1,000 demons. One by one, the great demons revealed their ferocious faces and revealed their supreme domineering aura, completely protecting the entire altar. This. Zhu Mei's eyes revealed shock. From what he had seen, even with his inheritance, there had never been such an inconceivable altar, let alone Xiaohua. Zhu Mei turned his head to look at Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan was just as stunned as him. Obviously, even in the Dragon Palace, there had never been such an altar. Is this the test of passing the last trial? Ao Zhan was surprised, but his face also revealed an excited expression. He was very curious about the things on the altar. As he spoke, he couldn't help but urge his wounded dragon body to rush toward the picture of 1,000 demons. Young prince. Ao Zhan was scared out of his wits. He didn't care about Ao Shuai and his dragon claws and shouted to block Ao Zhan. He said, "Don't move." Ao Zhan was a little unhappy. He glanced at Zhu Mei and muttered, "Since we've already reached the exit, why are you still being modest?" Ao Zhan thought for a moment and resisted the urge to tell him about the legacy realm. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Young prince, although we passed the test of ants, who knows if that was the last trial? It's not too late to wait and ask King Mulu before making a decision." Ao Shuai almost died. How could King Mulu still be alive? Ao Zhan didn't quite believe it, but when he released his primordial thought, he was surprised again. Not only was King Mulu flying over with an extremely dim token in his hand, but Xiaohua also seemed to be flying over easily. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Ao Zhan looked at the demon and human, then at the scars on his dragon body, and cursed inwardly. I can't even compare to a Taoist cultivator? Oh, how is Inspector Ao? King Mulu flew over and hurriedly asked when he saw Ao Shuai in such a state. Ao Zhan glanced at King Mulu and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, King Mulu. Fortunately, Ao Shuai won't die for the time being. Let's get out of Cold Spirit Valley first. Only by returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace can Ao Shuai's life truly be saved." Okay. King Mulu raised his eyes to look at the seemingly alive great demons. His eyes were filled with indescribable joy. He nodded and said, I'll prepare to break the restriction. The exit should be behind this demon formation. With that, King Mulu took out another beast's skin and pretended to look at it. Of course, Ao Jean didn't believe King Mulu. He put Ao Shuai on the ground first, then took out a strange scale armor. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon chi. The scale armor instantly became huge. When Ao Jean grabbed Ao Shuai's dragon body and put him inside, Xiaohua realized that the scale armor was actually somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth bracelet. After putting away the scale armor, Ao Jean glanced at Zhu Mei, who was using a secret technique to absorb the power of the stars and moon to heal her injuries. He transmitted his voice to Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, this altar, is it where the demon bloodline is placed? Can this demon formation be broken with a token? General Ao. Xiaohua lowered his head and didn't approach the 4 demons. He transmitted his voice. I've already told you clearly that this direction is where the demon bloodline is located. Before the ants came out, I could still sense it. Now that the ants are gone and the demon formation has appeared again, I can't sense it. However, I've seen this altar before when I came in. It should be here. As for how to break the demon formation, I really don't know. There's no record of it in the token. Perhaps King Mulu's token will have it. After all, I came in through a different way than you all. Ao Jean also had no other choice. He had already endured until here. He could only endure until there was a chance to rush into the altar. Moreover, he didn't believe that King Mulu could sense that he had found a flaw. Even if King Mulu had some tricks up his sleeve, Ao Jean wasn't afraid. However, Xiaohua still reminded Ao Jean, General Ao, if King Mulu has any tricks up his sleeve, it's in this token. When you break the restriction here, you should be more careful. Alright, I naturally know this. Ao Jean transmitted his voice. I hope fellow immortal Xiao will also be on the lookout. That's not a problem. Xiaohua smiled. After a full hour, King Mulu raised his head and looked at the 3 demons. He then turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, is there a way to break the restriction and enter the exit in your ink cloud pupil? Xiaohua shook his head and said, I've already said that the ink cloud pupil I obtained is somewhat incomplete. The location of the exit is recorded, but the ants, the altar, are all missing. I still want to borrow fellow immortal's power to get out. Hee, without a way to break the restriction, you dare to come in? King Mulu said with some mockery. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter. Our Dao sect cultivators have a hard time cultivating in hidden immortal continent. With this kind of training opportunity, even if I know it's dangerous, I'll still come in. Why so much nonsense? Zhu Mei said unhappily. King Mulu, quickly tell us, how do we break the restriction and find the exit? King Mulu ignored Xiaohua and said to Zhu Mei with a smile, it's very simple. Just like before we'll attack together. At the end, I'll activate the token. And this time, we don't need to activate Essence Blood. But, Zhu Mei looked at Xiaohua and asked again, old demon Jifeng is dead, Ao Shuai is seriously injured, and this Xiaohua is also human. With only us 4 demons, can we do it? Of course we can. King Mulu said confidently, you 3 demons form a triangle, I'll be in the middle. With our power, we can definitely break the restriction. Alright, Zhu Mei looked and said, quickly assign a position. I have a bad feeling. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible. General Ao, please. King Mulu said from high up in the sky. Ao Zhanja pondered and flew into the sky. Little prince, please, Zhu Mei, please. King Mulu pointed to 2 places. The 2 demons also flew over. Seeing King Mulu's gaze, Xiaohua retreated a few dozen feet and waved his hand. I'll stay away from you guys. Feel free to do whatever you want. Xiaohua, don't you have any ideas? Zhu Mei warned. If we can break the restriction and find the exit, we'll definitely take you away. If you cause trouble, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 3780. Hee, rest assured, fellow immortals. This Xiao knows what to do. Xiaohua readily agreed. Rise. The 3 demons followed the Stag King's command and used their own demonic techniques. Rays of moon and star power fell around them. However, when the demonic energy of the 3 demons fell into the demonic formation, it didn't move at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Without waiting for Ao Jean to question, the Stag King waved his hand, and the antler flew into the air. Pooh, the Stag King actually spat out another mouthful of essence blood. Boom! The antler emitted a bloody light. This time, the antler didn't turn into a cauldron. Instead, as the essence blood spread, it turned into a somewhat damaged large deer. This large deer was very sturdy. Its dense aura was very similar to the 10,000 demon diagram. Seeing this, the Stag King smirked and grabbed the antler. The large deer let out a roar and was about to move. Wait. Suddenly, Ao Jean descended from the sky and stood in front of the large deer as he shouted loudly. "Senior brother, you're going to die." "Ah." The Stag King was shocked and asked, "General Ao, what's the matter?" This one wants to ask the Stag King, is this the Legacy Realm or the Cold Spirit Valley? If you rush into the altar and don't come back, what should we do if the demonic formation of the 10,000 demon diagram hasn't been broken? Ao Jean stared at the Stag King and asked word by word. What? Legacy Realm? This is the Legacy Realm? When Zhu Mei and Ao Qian heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ao Qian even shouted, "The Legacy Realm is only a legend. How could this be the Legacy Realm?" Who? Just as the Stag King was at a loss and didn't know how to answer, the distant Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the flat ground below Ao Qian, a small dragon suddenly flew out. This small dragon's color was the same as the ground, but when it flew into the air, it changed again. Although this dragon's body was full of wounds, this small dragon approached Ao Qian faster than lightning. When it opened its mouth, a dark red brilliance rushed out and was about to nail Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian was stunned when he heard about the Legacy Realm and couldn't react in time. Seeing the change, he hurriedly twisted his dragon body and dodged to the side. Ao Jean was even more shocked, but when he saw that Ao Qian dodged the dark red brilliance, he relaxed. However, his expression changed again. How could he still care to stop the Stag King? He shouted, "Little prince, be careful." Then he swung his dragon body and flew towards the side where the little prince was dodging. However, Ao Jean was too late. Just as Ao Qian dodged, another small dragon flew up from the ground. This small dragon was missing half of its tail. This small dragon had just pounced on Ao Qian, and the dragon aura around it flourished. Rumble! A huge sound was heard, and the huge dragon's body completely exploded. Dozens of red brilliance mixed with hundreds of scales and other things rushed into Ao Qian's dragon body. Ao Qian's dragon body flipped a few times in the air and was lifted high. Then it fell heavily on the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The explosive power of this small dragon was so great that Xiao Hua and Ao Jean's bodies were also overturned. The human and dragon's bodies tumbled in the air. Even the 1,000 Fei diagram that fell from the altar flashed rapidly, like a curtain blown by the wind. After a few breaths, the air waves subsided. Within a few miles, there was a layer of blood. In the air, other than Xiao Hua and Ao Jean, there was only the dumbfounded Zhu Mei. Whether it was the Stag King or the small dragon that attacked Ao Qian, they had all disappeared. Damn it! Ao Jean's dragon eyes were red, as if he had gone mad. He quickly rushed to Ao Qian's side. When he flipped Ao Qian's dragon body over with his dragon claws, he saw that the dragon body was riddled with holes. 60% of the dragon scales were torn, and the dragon blood that flowed out was black. Obviously, the small dragon that had just exploded was poisoned. Ah! Ao Jean roared at the sky. His dragon body flew up, creating countless air waves. Ao Jean swept with his yuan while as he flew. He looked around the altar, but obviously, he didn't find the small dragon that attacked him. When Ao Jean was about to fly further away to search, he saw that there were still ants in the distant sky that hadn't completely disappeared. Oh my god, what's with these two small dragons? Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. They actually chased him all the way here. Really amazing. Io, in that case, the cry of the golden-winged rock before we met the ants should have been from chasing these two small dragons? That, Xiao Hua whispered. General Ao, let's see if the young prince can be saved first. Since the Stag King is gone, maybe the small dragon followed him into the altar. Impossible, Zhu Mei said coldly. The token of the Legacy Realm can only be used by one monster. That small dragon can't enter. How do you know? Ao Jean stared at Zhu Mei, his eyes full of hatred. He knew that it was inappropriate. Zhu Mei really didn't know about the Stag King's scheme. Do you need me to explain about the inheritance? Zhu Mei retorted. If you believed me, you would have told me that this was the legacy realm. Would so many things have happened? How do I know if you're in cahoots with the Stag Kings? Ao Zhan sneered. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua hurriedly said. General Ao, it's useless to say anything now. Let's hurry and see the young prince. After all, it's useless. Ao Zhan sighed. These two small dragons know the weakness of the East Sea Dragon clan. The poison they used isn't something I can cure right now. Send it into your dragon shell and bring it back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Zhu Mei said indifferently. Dragon shell can't stop the poison. If there's no effective spiritual item, the young prince will die in half an hour. Ao Zhan bit his lip and said, What spiritual item do you need? Xiaohua urged. Dragon God Grass. Ao Zhan was somewhat impatient. He seemed to be in a bad mood. That's the treasure of Dragon Island. Zhu Mei sneered. Your East Sea Dragon Palace might have half of it. What else? Xiaohua didn't give up. Only this? Yes, only this thing can cure the poison. Ao Zhan was dejected. He looked sadly at Ao Qian, whose flesh was festering. If we have the dragon saliva of a true dragon, maybe we can buy some time. Zhu Mei said. Then we can put Ao Qian into the dragon shell. When we return to the East Sea Dragon Palace. How about this? Xiaohua took out the green dragon saliva without hesitation. See green dragon saliva? Ao Zhan sniffled slightly and immediately came to his senses. He practically snatched the azure abyss dragon saliva away. Without even asking Xiaohua, he hurriedly flew in front of Ao Qian and placed the azure abyss dragon saliva into Ao Qian's mouth. Sure enough, the green light mixed with ice froze Ao Qian's dragon body. The black dragon blood no longer flowed out. Phew! Ao Zhan let out a long sigh and hurriedly took out the long bay to put Ao Qian away. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a half-inch broken waist token fell into his hand. Isn't this the West? Zhu Mei saw the origin of the waist token at a glance. However, he only said one word and then closed his mouth again. This kind of sensitive thing was not something he could talk about. Ao Zhan's expression remained unchanged. He put away the broken waist token and turned to look at Xiaohua. After pondering for a moment, he took out a long dragon pendant from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow immortal Xiao, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. This is my token. Please accept it. I remember that fellow immortal seemed to have said something before. When fellow immortal is free, you can take this thing to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Good. Xiaohua nodded and carefully put away the dragon pendant. He cupped his hands and said, I will need General Ao's help in the future. Ao Zhan nodded. He looked at the myriad demon picture on the altar and said, Now, I will listen to fellow immortal Xiao. At this point, Ao Zhan looked at Zhu Mei, who was flapping her wings slightly, and warned, Zhu Mei, don't think too much. You are definitely not a match for me and Xiaohua. Even if I can't get the true spirit bloodline and enter the altar, I will not let you hurt fellow immortal Xiao. Of course, if you sincerely cooperate with us, we may have a way to go in. Zhu Mei naturally had other plans. He might not have the intention to hurt Xiaohua, but he definitely had the intention to steal Xiaohua's keepsake. Of course, he also knew that Xiaohua was now bound to Ao Zhan. Otherwise, how could he have waited for so long? Even if you have the keepsake, only one can go in. Zhu Mei sneered. I want to see how you will get out after he goes in. Ao Zhan was not flustered. He said indifferently, there will always be a way. Maybe the Stag King inside will get the true blood, and the altar will change. Even if there is no way, I will let fellow immortal Xiao go in first. Xiaohua looked at the demon formation on the altar and said confidently, there is no need for that. Oh, what method does fellow immortal Xiao have? Zhu Mei changed the way she addressed him and asked curiously. Xiaohua was glad. Fortunately, when the ants appeared, he did not throw out the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Now he could use it to break the seal. I have this. Xiaohua smiled and took out the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. This? Zhu Mei did not understand. Ao Zhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, fellow immortal Xiao actually has the Immortal Palace's Heaven's Punishment prison crystal? We can give it a try. Fellow immortal Zhu, General Ao. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan. I have the same keepsake as the Stag King, so there is no problem for me to go in. My Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal is locked by the law of the Immortal Palace's Jade Seal. The law of the Immortal Palace's inscriptions need to be unlocked. If it is forcibly broken, the law of the Immortal Palace's power of law will counterattack. I cannot guarantee that the power of law will be able to break the demon formation, but I can give it a try. The two of you should be prepared. If possible, please try to go in. Okay, Jume nodded. If I go in, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 3781. Well said. Xiaohua looked around and reminded the two demons, when this Xiao uses this Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, the two of you should help me look around. This Xiao has always felt that something is wrong. Fellow immortal Xiao, you can rest assured. Ao Zhan said coldly. This one is afraid that he won't come out. Xiaohua didn't say anything else after hearing that. He walked to the front of the demon array and looked at the big demon totems that were whistling down. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal fell into it. On the 10,000 demon picture, a big demon with 3 heads and 2 arms coincidentally flew down and crashed into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. The big demon totem opened its mouth as if it was alive. A thick demon aura mixed with thousands of starlight crashed into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Shwa. Just like the collapse of the inscription law chain that night, hundreds of inscription laws began to flicker. Under the impact of the demon aura, these inscription laws gave rise to an indescribable fluctuation. Then, with a kacha, a total of 9 different colored thunderbolts came out from the inscription laws. Then 9 dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. The 9 dragons danced and condensed into an oval phantom. A suffocating supreme aura suddenly rushed out from the oval phantom and directly crashed into the big demon totem. Aolo! The big demon totem suddenly roared, and the entire 10,000 demon diagram instantly stopped. Within the diagram, every totem opened their mouths and spat out a strand of crystal silk. Tens of thousands of crystal silk threads were like thunderbolts as they attacked the oval-shaped shadow of the 9 dragons. Roar! The 9 dragons roared out. Every scale exploded. Flickering fine inscription law chains appeared again and rushed towards the thousands upon thousands of crystal silk. Boom, boom, boom. An inconceivable vision appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. In the midst of the rumbling, everything froze. Distortions appeared in the crystal threads and chains. The distortions were like millions of strange little hands that tore apart tiny spatial cracks. There was no awe-inspiring chi within those cracks, nor was there the power of the stars and the moon. There was only an indescribable strangeness leaking out from those cracks. Ding ding dong dong. In the distortions, Xiaohua felt that time had stopped. But suddenly, a strange heavenly music came out of the distortions. Then, a fist-sized palace flew out of the inscription law chain. This palace was completely formed by lightning. Purple, black, and yellow lightning formed the entire palace. When the palace appeared, the 10,000 demon picture suddenly moved. Thousands of light pillars of stars and moon fell from the sky. The crystal silk that was several times thicker than before covered the palace like a fishing net. Boom! The Thunder Palace instantly disintegrated and turned into a powerful attack. Thousands of lightning bolts rushed towards the crystal silk. The rich power of the rules forced Xiaohua, Ao Zhan, and Zhu Mei to retreat more than 30 meters. Roar! Among the thousands upon thousands of crystal silk, there seemed to be the sole essence of a great demon. They were abnormally fierce, and the vast aura was not inferior to the power of the rules of the thunder. It's time! Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly shouted, "My 2 immortal friends, quickly get ready!" Boom! With a huge roar, an extremely powerful aura was born from the 10,000 Fei diagram. The entire world was shaking, and even the 10,000 Fei diagram that had been stagnant was lifted up high, revealing a faint crack. Roar! Jie, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan saw a rare opportunity. How could they hold back? They really used all their strength. Their entire demon bodies shrank to the extreme and rushed towards the center of the roar. At the place where the demon formation collided with the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, a whirlpool dozens of meters wide appeared. The whirlpool was surrounded by dense spatial cracks. Only the center of the whirlpool began to reveal a rich demonic aura. After the lightning palace flew out, it turned into a grayish-white Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. After the lightning did not return, It actually cracked open with a kacha sound. Tao Wu's figure suddenly flew out from inside. The moment she appeared, the strong suction force in the surroundings seemed to want to tear her into pieces. Ah! Tao Wu's face, which was originally pleasantly surprised, instantly turned pale. In particular, in the huge roar, the two demon bodies had already broken through. Tao Wu had no choice but to raise her hand and prepare to face the enemy. No one move. We're all on the same side. Xiaohua was already prepared. He shouted loudly. The Kunlun mirror's light pillar arrived first, covering Tao Wu's body. Daoist Xiao, the fragments of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. When Tao Wu heard Xiaohua's voice, her face showed joy. She did not resist the Kunlun mirror's light pillar. Instead, she loudly reminded. As for Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan, both of them wholeheartedly rushed into the altar. As long as Tao Wu did not provoke them, how could they casually make a move? Boom! The Kunlun mirror's light pillar withdrew. Tao Wu and the fragments of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal disappeared. At the same time, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan's demon bodies did their best to resist the suction force of the void and also disappeared at the end of the whirlpool. As the roar disappeared, the entire 10,000 demon picture started to move again. The whirlpool was also pushed into the demon formation that was densely filled with the aura of desolation and disappeared in a flash. In this legacy world, there was no Heaven's Earth origin chi and no noble chi. The Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was really not a match for the 10,000 demon picture. Haha! Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. He looked left and right and hurriedly took out the token. He did not dare to be too negligent and rushed into the demon formation. Fortunately, when he saw the totem fall, the token emitted a silver-white brilliance and wrapped him up. The entire brilliance turned into a strange totem and brought him into the 10,000 demon picture. Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. The dragon that sneak-attacked Ao Qian had probably already escaped far away. Inside the 10,000 demon picture, Xiaohua's body flashed with a gentle brilliance. Endless information was transmitted from the token, making Xiaohua feel that the vicious great demons in front of him had come to life. Not only that, scenes of desolation passed through the brilliance of the 10,000 demon picture and penetrated into Xiaohua's mind. In this desolation scene, there were giant apes overturning mountains, giant dragons overturning seas, giants lifting the sky, and even many demons fighting. Xiaohua had never seen anything like this before. The time it took to pass through the 10,000 demon picture seemed very short, but for Xiaohua, it was extremely long. It was so long that his mind was in great pain, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. In particular, Xiaohua's body had an indescribable impulse. It was as if it wanted to spread its wings and fly, as if it wanted to be reborn. In the end, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. A huge bone-white altar appeared in front of him. Everything Xiaohua had just seen was actually slowly disappearing. However, Xiaohua didn't have to think about it. His blood boiled and flowed rapidly again. He completely broke away from the demonic technique of the blood drop paradise. The scene that was about to disappear suddenly became clear. It was as if it had been engraved and would never disappear again. The power of the bloodline. Xiaohua suddenly realized. If it wasn't for this Zhao's unique bloodline, even if this Xiao had seen the desolation of desolation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to remember it. This should be the truth of the desolation of desolation and ancient times being annihilated in time. Haha! Xiaohua had just flown out of the 10,000 demon picture when he heard an extremely arrogant laughter from the ninth heaven. Wasn't that the Stag King who had come in earlier? When Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, his expression changed slightly. Because divine sense couldn't leave his body, Buddhist sense and soul sense couldn't be used either. Needless to say, near the altar, only demonic abilities could be used. And these abilities, Xiaohua wasn't proficient in them. Xiaohua put away the keepsake and looked up. He saw that this was a tall altar that directly pierced into the moon and stars. The altar was completely gray and was completely made of white bones. On the white bones, there were many lifelike great demon totems engraved. Every layer had a totem, and these totems emitted different auras. Hiss! Xiaohua took a small breath and squinted his eyes to look at the sky. He saw that in the sky, Ao Zhan had transformed into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. Not far from Ao Zhan, there was a vermilion bird that was also thousands of feet long with red flames flashing around its body. It was Zhu Mei who had recovered her demonic body. Mulu King. Zhu Mei's voice seemed to resound through heaven and earth. I helped you enter the relic realm, but you actually schemed against me. Not to mention that I won't stop you from obtaining the true spirit blood of the ancient deer clan. Even if you obtain it, I will still kill you. Do you know? Zhu Mei. Stag King's voice wasn't inferior to Zhu Mei's. It was equally deafening. This king would rather bring old monster Zhifeng to this altar than bring you and the 3 evil dragons. Why? Ao Zhan's voice was very calm, like a bolt from the blue. Stag King replied, because this king can't bear to see your arrogant faces. This king is also the king of my dear clan, but in front of you, I'm just like old monster Zhifeng. When there's something to do, I'll casually point my fingers, and when there's nothing to do, I'll scold you. What do you think you're waiting for? Isn't it just that your bloodline is nobler than this king's? Compared to the difficulty of cultivation, can you compare to this king and old monster Zhifeng? This king really wants to stomp your faces under my feet and stomp them into meat patties. If that's the case, why did you invite me? Why do you have to be so servile in front of me? Zhu Mei didn't care and sneered. Haha, of course it's because you're strong. Stag King laughed. Previously, this king only thought this place was the Cold Spirit Valley, a place to gain experience. I invited you here just to protect you. Without your essence blood, the door to the legacy realm really isn't easy to open. Ao Zhan pressed. What kind of demon attacked my dragon palace's young prince earlier? I'll be honest with you, Ao Zhan. The Stag King replied. This king's token was originally damaged. You all already knew this. This king doesn't even know who that dragon is. It must be because the entrance wasn't completely closed. It must be your East Sea Dragon Palace's mortal enemy who tracked it here. Of course, that human Xiaohua actually didn't need demon blood to enter, so his token must be intact. Maybe. That dragon was brought in by Xiaohua. It's also possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.